All right, guys, good morning. See, many of you are done, if not almost done. Walking around the room, I see that some of you have, some of your labels have like an orange background. Just out of curiosity, I haven't seen that before. Was that intentional or like some of your display labels are orange on your header? All right. Can everybody hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I got you.
All right.
Yeah, so yeah, for number 14, it started this morning to have an orange background. It's not like it's something I intended.
Oh, it started this morning.
Yeah, when I opened the machine,
That's
I saw
interesting.
it having an orange background.
Huh. We haven't seen that before, so we're kind of curious. Now, this is probably one of the first classes that we've actually moved over to the newer version 4.11 for the TCP class. So it might be something with the newer version of software. Damon, they were saying it was like that when they logged in this morning. So Damon will take a look at it. It's not something to be concerned about at the moment, or can be really concerned about at all. It's looks a little off, but
It seems like it's just in the lawn devices.
it's just the lawn devices.
Yeah, mine did it right away when I made it yesterday.
Okay. I wonder if mine are doing that. That is interesting.
Is that relativized button new with 4.11 for the boards?
That's hey, Damon. The relativized button, is that newer to 4.11 or is that something we've had for a while? Okay. Apparently it started around 4.9.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. I just haven't noticed it, I guess, or used it before. I was relativizing my points last night just on my own, and then in the lab it said to relativize or use the relativize button, so I was a little surprised. So that's kind of cool.
Yeah, it makes things a little easier, right? All right, so we're gonna go ahead and jump into a bit of a review for what we did in graphics, and majority of what I'm gonna do, I'm assuming most, if not everybody, has gone through at least and gotten to Air Handler 1 graphics complete. If you didn't get all the graphics done, that's perfectly fine. If some of you who were able to get to the optional graphics, or if you took the time to do that, the optional graphics, fantastic. If you're wondering which ones the optional ones were, that was the chiller and the power meter. And if anybody's still struggling to get some of their graphics done, that's fine. At this point, we're just going to say, hey, go ahead and watch my screen, follow along. I'm going to show you some important bits that you're going to need to know for Friday. I'm going to be bouncing around a little bit. And what I do when I do a review for the graphics, and you can do this yourself too, for within the class and outside of the class. If you ever just want to make yourself a sandbox to just play around with different graphic items and see what you can do, and see what the different graphic items look like, and pretty much just play around, right? Just like we do with the header folder, you can just create an empty folder in your config space, name it sandbox, name it whatever you want. Attach a PX file to it or PX view to it, and then you can go in there and play around without having to worry about it affecting anything. So I'll be using that sandbox for a good portion of this review. Bear with me as I get myself together. All right, so we're going to take a quick look at a few of the graphics that we went through. We're going to look at them in order. So the first graphic that we worked on yesterday, after we completed the header graphic lab, we attached the PX view to the heat pump IO folder. We made graphics for our heat pumps. And one of the big things to kind of point out into this this graphic here and what we wanted to highlight. I need to move that. Just invisible UI you can't see out of the way. All right, so a couple important things here. We've seen how to make bound labels. We did that in the header here. We did the same thing for the pump status. And then remember, before we left yesterday, if any of you who are still around, I showed the difference, or showed you the importance of the process of creating a bound graphic item, dragging the point from the nav tree, the item that you want to bind to a graphic, out into your actual PX editor. And then there was a difference between a binary, a graphic item that is meant to be bound to a binary item, or a binary / Boolean item, or a numeric item. So for example, our pumps are binary or Boolean, and they need to be attached to, or this pump item needs to be attached to something that's a Boolean object. So if we double click our pump graphic, we can see that's been, and we click on this image section right here, this yellow box. When we do that, we can see that it's looking for two values. So it says Boolean to simple. We have a true value and a false value. And then within this, this text box here, the top and the bottom for each of the values, there's an image assigned to whichever value that current point or object, whatever state it's in. Now, we saw that if we were to pull out of pumps inline, which is these items we have here, if I pull it directly out of the palette, not attached to anything, the data, since it's not attached to a point, it's got a status or data of null. So it doesn't know which image to show you, whether the true value or the false value. So therefore, it's not going to show you anything. It's not going to display the image at all. So that's why we need to go through the process of, now this is the easier version to do this, is to grab the item we want to make the pump graphic item from our nav tree, an actual point that has data, has a true or false value, drag it onto our wire sheet, select from palette. We can choose which palette window we want, or palette library we want to, our item that we're looking for is contained in. And so from the kit PX N4SVG folder, we can go down to pumps, find the exact same pump, select it, and press OK. And then we see that it's there. Now, we can go through the process, and I mentioned this yesterday a little bit. We can go through the process if we drag this item from our palette window here, something that's meant to be bound to an actual point. If we dragged it out here and it shows up as empty because it doesn't have any data to reflect which image it needs to show, I can go through the process of actually going down to the value binding, opening up the ORD slot, and actually going through the process of drilling into my project. I think I have to switch this over to component chooser, drivers, and you really have to look for what you're wanting to add to the item. So that's one way that you can do it. Or if you need to change the binding of an item that you already have attached and you have it exactly where you want it, and you want to rebind it to a different point, or you maybe have bound it to the wrong point, this is a step that you can take, is rebinding it, the ORD slot, to a different point. So that you do have that option there. The other takeaway from this lab here was the hyperlink to the edit schedule, or to the schedule, to our pump schedule. Now, to do that, we can make a link to just about anything in our station. Just about anything. So in this example, and just like we did with creating a binding to the pump object, creating any sort of link, hyperlink, or any sort of button that's going to take me somewhere else in my station, or take me to either a different graphic, or take me to the property page, or some sort of view of almost any item in my station. The easiest step is to always drag that item. Keep this in mind. The easiest step is to always drag that item from our nav tree into the PX view that we want to add that link to. So as you saw in the lab, we can take our pump schedule from our nav tree. I can drag it out into my PX editor view. I will get this window here. Now, there's actually a couple ways that we can make hyperlinks. Just like we can link to almost anything, we can make just about any graphical item, almost any graphical item, a hyperlink. So that when we click that item, it will take me to whatever I've attached to that link, whether it be a property sheet, another PX view, or what have you. We can even make a button or a hyperlink that'll take us to the wire sheet, any wire sheet. So we'll look at that in just a bit. But so for example, for this lab, we went back to the kit px folder, and we selected the hyperlink button. Now, one thing to really keep in mind here, no matter how I choose to create a hyperlink, whether I make a graphic item a hyperlink, a label a hyperlink, or I make a button to be a hyperlink, even when I select this hyperlink button in the kit px make widget wizard here, there's this little hyperlink button or checkbox down here at the very bottom. I always have to select hyperlink if I actually want to make an object a hyperlink to another view or another graphic. Okay, always have to use the hyperlink checkbox no matter what I choose to use as a hyperlink. Even, and the reason I bring this up is this can be confusing because, hey, I'm making a hyperlink button. It should be automatically assumed that this is going to be a hyperlink, right? We still have to go through the extra step in actually making this a hyperlink by selecting this checkbox at the very bottom of the Make Widget Wizard window here. So we've dragged our pump schedule into the PX editor view onto the canvas. We got the Make Widget Wizard window pop up. We went back to the Kit PX palette. I selected my hyperlink button, but remember I still need to make sure that I have the hyperlink checkbox selected. And in doing so, press OK, I get this blank button. Now, I had the option to fill out some of the text while in the Make Widget Wizard, but I can always come back and do that after I've added the button as well, just by double clicking the button here that we created while in PX Editor view. And I can type in the text here of just pump schedule, right? There we go. And so when I save it, it's going to take me to the pump schedule. The AX scheduler view. Now, just to point it out, what if I wanted to take it to a different view of a particular item? Well, if I go back into the property sheet of this hyperlink button that I created, and this works for anything that you make a hyperlink. If we come to this hyperlink section down in the value binding, the bottom of the page here, bottom of the properties page here, and if I select this box next to hyperlink, we can see the file path or the pathing that's going to take us to our backnet network MSTP heating system, to the points folder, points module, the heat pump IO points folder, and then to the pump schedule object. within our nav tree here. Now currently, and by default, it's set to its default view, which is the AX scheduler view. But what if I wanted to change that view that the hyperlink takes me to? I can just select this drop-down box here in this hyperlink settings section, and I can actually select which view I want it to take me to. So if I wanted to take me to the HTML view, the scheduler. So remember, we have the AX scheduler, which is what we see by default, and then there's always usually an HTML version of the AX version. So maybe I wanted to go to the HTML version of the scheduler, where I can set up my properties and my date and time blocks. What if I needed to just go to its property sheet, or what have you? You can change which view that hyperlink takes you to of that particular item that you're linking to. So you can do that again. You can do that in the hyperlink section of the value binding of the property of the button that you've created, or any hyperlink that you've created. Now, I said you can make anything a hyperlink, right? So I can make a label a hyperlink as well, and I'm just going to use the schedule as a the consistent example here. So I can actually use either a bound label. I can make a bound label. And we'll just leave all this text here. But notice where there's this hyperlink checkbox that we have here under the bound label setting. If I select this, and I come over here and look for the text section, and it's looking for %.value %. Let's just say I wanted to just say schedule. I'm not actually looking to pull any sort of data to show here. Press OK. We can see this little label was created. Now we could go through the steps and giving it like a black background, change the font, give it a foreground color, what have you. But I've gone ahead and just made it a hyperlink. So if I go ahead and save this, it's just a label. It looks like a label. And when I hover over it, notice how we get the pointer finger cursor. The cursor changes from an arrow to like a select hand icon here. So this kind of gives you an idea that it's a hyperlink, right? So if I hover over my pumps, nothing changes. The arrow stays the same. If I hover over my edit schedule or my pump schedule, which are hyperlink buttons, the cursor changes. And when I hover over my bound label that I just created, it also changes. And if I select that, it's going to take me to my AX scheduler. Now, the same can be done if I wanted to. If let's just say that I wanted to make a hyperlink on a graphical item that actually has animation or different states, I could do the same thing for the pump. I'm not going to, bore you to death by doing that in every single item on the graphic here. But if I wanted to, it'd be doing it the same way. When creating the pump item, by dragging in our pump control, then selecting from the palette the inline pump option, I can then also select the checkbox, the hyperlink checkbox at the bottom of the properties page. And what that's going to do is it's going to take me to, probably the properties page for my pump, but I can also change the view of that. And again, if I wanted to go through, and I can also change the hyperlink view where it takes me. So yes, I'm creating a pump item, a pump graphic for my pump control. But let's say I wanted to make it a hyperlink, but I wanted to take me to the wire sheet of my, let's say I want to take it to the wire sheet of the heat pump IO. Going to that's the binding, but going to the hyperlink section of your bound label, I could go through the process of hitting this folder here. I think I need to use the little drop down first to say that I want to choose component chooser, right? And then I select my heat pump IO points folder. And then I want to change the default view is the PX view. I don't want to use that. I want to change it to the AX wire sheet. So press OK. Press OK. Now again, I've been doing this for this little bound label that we created. And now when I save it, what that's going to do is it's going to take me to our wire sheet for our heat pump. So you can make a link to just about anywhere. And you can put a link on just about any graphical item within the PX view. That's that. I'll get rid of those two. So again, just to brush up on that, even though I'm binding my pump point to this pump graphic item, the word binding is backtracks to my pump item, my pump control. I can still change the hyperlink binding, which is separate, which is down here, the hyperlink section. This is a separate type of binding file path, and I can change that to something completely different, anything else within my station, just about anything else within my station. Not something you'll need for the test, but just something interesting to show you, you know, outside of this classroom. Okay, so that was our heat pump. That was the big takeaway from the heat pump is, you know, the basics of creating a bound graphic to a point. So the pumps, for example. And then the other takeaway was the making a hyperlink to you know, our schedule here. That's something that you will see on the test on Friday. We'll have you create some sort of hyperlink button or some sort of hyperlink object to take you to a schedule. So there's that, and we'll go over some of the basics of this again come Thursday evening. So Thursday afternoon, we do a full review, you know, not fast-paced review, but like a, you know, over-the-shoulder review of everything we've done throughout the week and the important bits that you need to know for the test on Friday. And like we said before, the test on Friday is really a snapshot of everything we've done this week. We don't expect you to remember every single thing that we've done throughout the course of this week. You'll actually go through the steps of creating a station from scratch on Friday, just to give you a little heads up. We'll go over this again. So you'll be going from scratch, creating a station, connecting it to a JACE, and you'll do the very basics of integration, adding whatever to that integration, adding a graphic to that integration, and it'll be something very simple, much like the air handler. Okay, so that's a bit of a heads up, but there'll be certain things that we're going to ask for you to do in the test, and one of those would be, you know, creating a button to take us to the scheduler view, and having bound graphic items like the pump or a fan. So anyways, so that's the heat pump IO. We'll look at the boiler IO. There was only slight differences. We had this little section right here showing the temperature gauges. This is a little bit of a show and tell part that's not going to be important for the test. But what will be important for the test is creating this action override down here on the bottom of our boiler. So to remember to do that, we had to, so using this button, we come over here and just override. We've set it up to override the set point of our hot water to 175 for 30 minutes. I can hit that button, it should override it. The timer should start. We don't see that timer, but you know, that 30-minute timer should start. And then when I select auto, it should override. It should release that override of 175 and go back to 165. Now let's before I put the wagon before the horse, let me go through the process of adding that override. Go through that one more time. So the hot water temp set point, right? We take that from our nav tree and we dragged it onto our PX editor view. And we want to go from palette window, and I believe we select the action button. So we select. Oh yeah, that's right. We actually need to take the actions from the upper left, not the action button. Yeah, the way we can do it that way, but it's a little bit more complicated setup. This is pretty easy because I can select the actions here. So instead of going to palette, we took this route for the labs. So selecting actions here at the bottom, we then can look over on the right side and see what actions we have available to us just by dragging our set point. So the actions that we can take to the point that we've dragged onto our, or we are dragging onto our PX editor, right? So we have an emergency override, we have an emergency auto, we have an override, we have an auto, and we have a set. So if we wanted to create a button to just set the set point to a certain value, we could make a button to do that for us. That could be handy. But what we're going to do is an override. This is how we did it for the lab. So I'm going to select override. I'm going to select OK. And this little override button is just going to show up. Obviously, we can create text on it, right? Whatever we want it to be. But if I double click into the override button that we just created, there's a few things different things we can do. So at the very bottom of the properties page, there's the section called action argument. Action ARG, action argument. And when I click the field next to it, I get this dialog box here. Now we have this option to just have prompt user. And I'm going to leave that as prompt user for now, just to show you. So there's two different ways we can approach this. So right now I'm going to leave it as prompt user as the default. I'm going to press OK. I'm going to go to the view mode. Now when I press override with the prompt user option checked, which is by default, what I'll get is a dialog box that's going to open up. It's called the override, and it's going to ask me what override value do I want to put in. Now, if you notice to the right of it, it has to be within the minimax values that we set within the facet for the set point for the hot water. So we can only set it between a range of 100 and 200. Now, whatever you set that in the field, is based off your specs, right? So this, again, some of this data and things that we do in this class isn't the end all be all way that you would do it out in the field. A lot of this stuff is just how we do it in class. Again, so override value 165, or we can change that. So in the lab, we had an override for 175, so I'm just going to do that. Here, we have an override duration. Now I can set this permanent, so it just stays at 175 till I release that override. If I manually release that override myself, or I can hit this drop-down menu and I can select 1 minute, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, or I can set custom. So any of these would work, obviously. And I could do, custom, and I could just say 30 seconds, right? And we'll just do 10 seconds. So 175 for 10 seconds. I think that's actually 10 milliseconds, but whatever. So it'll quickly override it, and then it'll probably go back. That probably didn't work because it's probably too quick. So we'll just. Oh, the 10 milliseconds is a little quick. It was faster than we could see it, right? Faster than the graphic could react. So I'll just set it for 1 minute. And what that's going to do is it's going to change the hot water temperature set point. So, and then we can release it, and it'll go back. So that's what the prompt user is. So if you wanted to set up an override button, and you want to dictate what the override will be and how long it will be, you can leave the prompt user box checked. If that's something you want to do out in the field. But if we go back to the button, obviously we saw for the lab, we unchecked that prompt user. We set a value of 175, and I believe we set it for 30 minutes. So it says permanent, go to custom, set it for 30 minutes. Or we could even just select the 30 minutes drop down box right here. Oops. 175, 30 minutes, press OK. Press OK. Okay, so ultimately this does the same thing as this override that we created here. So when we save it, we click it, it should do the same thing. Okay. And if we wanted to, we could go into the button just like we did for the lab. We can change any sort of text, increase the size of the button. We can get custom with it. And then so the same process for auto. So again, we're making the action is for the set point. So again, we have to drag the set point from the nav tree into the PX view. So we're making an action argument against whichever point we're working with here. So I'm going to leave it on actions, and we select auto. We select OK, and this should do the same thing as this auto button here. And what that's going to do is just going to release any sort of override. And we don't have as much. We don't really have really any. We can't actually use the action argument on the auto because it's a predefined function. All that's going to do is just release any sort of override and go back to its default value or whatever its current auto state is. Okay, so this little bit right here, this is the main takeaway for the boiler control graphic lab, is creating an action argument.
Hey, Brandon, quick question.
Yeah.
How, this is stupid, but in the override set point to 175 for 30 minutes, how did you get the 2 lines of text?
Two
Like
lines.
yeah, like on top of each other.
Backslash in.
Backslash in.
In the text is backslash in.
Okay.
So if I
Ah,
so you see the text here.
gotcha.
It's called a text return, so it's a backslash in. So I was a little.
It doesn't tell you that anywhere.
No, it doesn't. This was little yeah.
Okay.
Extra step that I put in there. It was meant to make you ask a question about it.
Thank you.
No, honestly, I've this is a station that I've created, a backup of this version of the station that I created months ago. So if I don't have enough time to catch up to you guys, I can just pull this in. This is something that I've done months ago. So completely forgot about the backslash n. But yeah, no. So that's called a text return. So if you put that in the text block, it's gonna make it go down one line. Okay, so yeah, again, big takeaway, the action button or the action graphic. Again, just drag an item in, we're selecting actions, and we choose the action that we want to take. Don't be confused with what I was about to show you earlier with the action button. The action button will do the same thing, but it's a little bit more complicated to set up. I'm not going to go through the process of showing you that today because I don't want to confuse anybody for test day, because this is something that you guys are going to need to do on Friday, and I don't want to steer you wrong or get you confused. So we'll keep it keep it simple, stupid, right? I have to remind myself of that every once in a while, not to make things too complicated. Okay, so that was the boiler control. And then we have to look, and then we're going to look at our air handlers, right? So this was a little bit, different. So we set up one graphic for air handler 1, and then we relativized the ords so that we can apply the same graphic to air handler 2. Now, some of you may have had issues with that, and it's either you had an issue with relativizing or the initial setup. So let me give me one moment. Okay. All right. So when we created the first handler, we had to be, we created everything the way we wanted it to. We could double click into here. We could see that it was looking back at the slot. So this is where you needed to be careful when creating this graphics. But this isn't something that you'll need to know for the test. You're not going to make two similar graphics like we did here in the lab. Again, this is showing you more than you need to know for the going deeper than we will for the test. This is something interesting that we like to show you guys because this is a handy tool to utilize on the field, so especially if you're making similar graphics for something like an air handler or a handful of VAVs, fan cool units, what have you. You can use the setup one, relativize the ords, and if you hadn't gotten to this section or this lab yet, and you haven't seen this, so you would set up the graphics per the lab, and before you apply this graphic to an air handler, and how you do that is you would use this this button up here. So you have this side windows. It's the top right of our screen, or the right side of our screen when working in the PX editor view. And there's a button up here under bound ords called relativize ords. Now, when we press this button, we're going to get a list of all the items that we have in our PX view. And so what this is going to do, since we dragged a lot of our items from our air handler one to create many of these different items, graphical items in the first graphic that we did, we need to go through and select the ones that we want to relativize. And what that's going to do is it's going to open the slot bindings for these different items, because remember, they're bound to our points for our air handler one. And when we relativize them, we it's like almost opening the binding path for them for our points on air handler 2 to fill those in when we apply that graphic view or the PX view to air handler 2. So, Damon, correct me if I'm wrong, but using the relativize ords is releasing the binding of the previous graphic and allowing them to be rebound to another device, the points of another device.
Well, what it does, it makes it makes the binding relative to whatever triggered the graphic to open. So that's how, like when they did the graphics, they built it for air handler one, and all the ords were what's called fully qualified. So every single ord of every single widget pointed specifically to air handler one's information. When you relativize it, what it basically says is, since I built the graphic on the air handler folder, relative to that object. So if I double click air handler one, double click air handler two, relative to which air handler I double click on, go find its space temperature, go find its valve, whatever. So that way you can use one graphic for both air handlers. It's not tied to a specific unit. It says relative to which you double clicked on to open the graphic, start there and go find the information. So for example, let's say for your fan, if you double click on air handler one, then what happens is the fan starts at air handler one, goes down to points, and then finds a point called fan and says, let me display that fan status. If you double click on air handler two, it says, let me start at air handler two and go down to points, and then go down to control, then find fan and display that guy. So that way the ord is not specific to air handler. It says whichever one you double click on, start there, and relative to the one you double click on to open the graphic, start there and locate the data. That's why when you were talking yesterday why it's important that you can't go down and show them, for example, go down to the file space and open that air handler graphic. So if he opens it up down here, notice it's one air handler. So when he double clicks it, by double clicking that, you don't know which air handler you want to look at. So because of that, it says, well, since you didn't tell me which air handler, I'll show you the pictures, but any bound information I can't populate because I don't know which air handler you want to be looking at. This graphic could represent 1,000 air handlers, but the way I know which air handler to populate with is how you double click. So now go back up to air handler one and double click it. And you say, since you triggered the graphic to open for air handler one, it populates with air handler one graphic. Now double click air handler two. Since you double click air handler two, it'll populate with air handler two. So that's why when you're doing this thing called relativizing the ords, you can't open the graphic in file space, because if you do, it's just one graphic. So if I had a job where I had 500 fan coil units and they're all the same, I'd make one graphic, I'd relativize it, and then I'd set it up so that whichever fan coil unit I double click on, that graphic opens up and populates with the fan coil unit I double clicked on. If I go down to the file space and double click on the file, all I get is a picture. That's not telling it which fan coil unit. So that's why we had to really emphasize open it up top. And also you'll notice in the header, some of that header information is also relativized. So that's why if you double click down the file space, a lot of your header information won't show up because that's dependent on which component did I open up. That's relativized, and that's how you build one graphic for many systems. So on your job site, and it's not something that you have to do. So when you get back to your job site or your job sites, the question of do I have to open the graphic up in config space or down in files? The question is it a graphic that represents many systems? Do I have one graphic of an air handler representing 10 or one graphic of a VAV box representing 100? If that's the case, you cannot open it up in files because when you do that, it doesn't know which one. But if it's only one graphic for one unit, it could possibly have been built so that the install didn't relativize it, so you can open it up in file space. So it's a lot of, as you can tell, it's a lot of discussion on can I or can I not open a graphic in file space. It all depends on how that graphic was built by the installer.
If you edit air handler 1, it's going to change for air handler 2 also, correct?
Well, if you move any of the components around, so if he were to move, maybe you took one of the gauges and moved it, that picture changes. So the gauge would move. It's going to be the same gauge. So just kind of resize it or something. See that picture, it's just one picture. That changes the picture. Now, if you add another point to it, then that changes the data on the picture. That's a whole nother animal. But yeah, if it goes to air handler 2, you're going to find that because it's the same picture, it's going to show up down there also. So you really you couldn't say, well, I've got an air handler that has the heating coil in front of the cooling coil, and the other one it's a cooling coil in front of the heating coil, and one of them has a return fan, the other one doesn't have a return fan. If it's that way, you can't do one graphic. But as long as they're all the same, you can do one graphic.
Yeah. So any changes that I do to one is going to reflect in the other. Now, if I change the, so that's something to keep in mind when doing graphics in this manner for multiple pieces of equipment or multiple devices. So that's something to keep in mind. So anything I do in one is going to do in the other. The only real difference is or the binding slots for each of these items are relativized to whichever device or points folder that it belongs to. So it's going to grab like Damon had said, it's going to grab the points relative to wherever it's located. And thanks for explaining that, Damon. He always does a great job explaining relativity of the ordinance.
So I had a real quick question. So
Sure.
let's say you had 25 air handlers and they're all this one, and then you did want to change one. Could you go in, open up, say for example, air handler 2, unrelativize it, if that's a word, and then save it as air handler 2 so it would have a separate one and the other 18 would all be the same, but you basically stole the drawing instead of redoing it, just
Well, I mean,
making it.
it's one graphic, so whatever change you make to it is going to reflect, and all air handlers use it. So in that case, let's say you couldn't go to air handler 2 and unrelativate that one piece of information because that's really part of the graphic file itself. So what you could do is this. Let's say that, for instance, I had 10 air handlers and they were all the same except one of them had a preheat coil. The others didn't have it, didn't even have a point for preheat. In that case, you could kind of do a little trick. You could actually take and build the graphic and put the preheat coil on it for that one air handler, it would show up.
Oh,
And then if you go to the other air handlers, because they don't even have a point called preheat coil,
it doesn't
then that
show up.
coil won't even show up. So it's a little trick you can do that it's sort of like what Brandon talked about yesterday. But if you drag a point out, or drag a widget out of the palette, like a fan or a pump or something, and just drop on it and don't assign it, don't associate it with a given point. There's no point to drive it. It
It
doesn't
won't
show
show
up.
up.
So you could take it. It doesn't have to be identical. It could be similar. It's just that the units, again, like if I had an air handler that had a preheat coil, then that graphic would be looking for a point called, maybe, for example, preheat coil, and if it can find one, it'll make that preheat coil show up based on what that point is doing. But if I go to the next air handler, it doesn't have a preheat coil point, then that widget says I don't have a point. I'm not even going to show up, so it actually doesn't even show up on that one. So they don't have to be identical, but they have to be similar and doing a trick like that. But you couldn't make a change so it's going to do, like you said, that you couldn't unrelativize um, just one piece of information for one air handler. It's going to be all or nothing kind of.
Could you then copy that file and rename it
Oh yeah, yeah, most certainly it'll be its own graphic, and that's and the thing about that is that let's say I've got 100 air handlers and one of them's different. That means I got two graphics, as opposed to 101. I just got two graphics. So yeah, you would just make it its own graphic, and then from that point on, it's its own animal. It has nothing to do with that first one you got it from.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, thanks for asking that. That was the next question that was on my mind. I was actually going to ask him that next. is if we could copy that PX file, air handler PX, duplicate it or copy it, and then reassign it to the one that's different, and then we could change the graphics for that one, and it wouldn't affect the other ones. So that was a good question.
Did you show them one thing? I think you did show them this yesterday about the undo. Be careful if you lose everything.
Yeah, we're going to go over that again though.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's one. He'll hit that in a minute. That's a big one because that's one that if you when you get back to your job site, you can make one little mistake and all of a sudden you lose everything. So he wants to show you about the undo. That's an important one. And then lastly, for the fun of it, drop down and go to the text card. I always love this part of it. The fact that it's an XML file. Go to edit mode. I think you got to go to edit mode. Excuse me, edit mode, and then drop down PX viewer if I remember. PX editor in the pull downs. Up top left there. I mean, on the pull down menu, menu bar at the top. PX editor.
Where's the PX editor?
Yeah, you almost say go up a little bit higher. Toolbar. I mean, sorry, menu.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, and hit the go. What is it? Go to source XML. This is what I think is really sharp because, and you mentioned this yesterday, but it's worth emphasizing again. If you have a graphic and you're working on it, and all of a sudden you got to open up and it goes cannot load PX. You go, oh my God, I've lost my graphic. The graphic itself, the graphic file is actually in an XML format. And I used to have this happen, not all the time, but a student would be working on a graphic, and all of a sudden, when they went to open the graphic up, it would just come up and say cannot load, or something like that. Go, oh, I've lost everything. And so what I would do is I would take that graphic and I would go to this view. This is just an XML view of the graphic. And I would say, what were you last working on? He said, well, I was trying to add, for example, the heating coil. So if you're kind of familiar with XML, you can just go to that section of maybe the heating coil, swipe through it, like see where it says picture layer, go right where you are. They just kind of, yeah, just like that. They don't do this, but what you do is you delete that part of the code and save it. And then if that's the part of the code that was causing your graphic to blow up, you just remove it as you're editing a text file, and then you get the graphic back and you can go. So if you do get a situation where you're playing around and all of a sudden it says cannot load PX, you're not completely lost. You can actually look at this thing through a text editor, and if you go, well, I was working on adding in the temperature sensor, I was working on adding in the pump or something, just go find that section, remove it, save it, and you can maybe get back most of your graphic. But I always think this is really really sharp thing that they do with the way they do the graphic files themselves.
Yeah, and if you look close enough and actually take time to read through the XML file, you can kind of distinguish which block of text, which
Sorry,
function
Brandon.
refers to what. Yeah.
I somehow just got disconnected, and I just got back in. I don't know. Computer got locked up, and I just got back. I just want to let you know.
Okay. All right.
It was just 10
How
minutes.
Okay, 10 minutes. All right, you didn't miss too much.
Okay, all right. Just letting you know.
Okay, appreciate that.
Hey, Brandon.
Yes.
So I had a question. Because that actually happened to me last night, where I went to start the next lab and tried to copy over my header PX, and it was popping up saying it was completely gone. So I actually ended up creating another header PX just really fast. But this question more so is pertained when I was doing the air handler. So I finished for the first one, and then when I copied it over for air handler 2, all of my bound ords in number 2 just completely disappeared on me. Like it's showing the box, I can click on them to edit, but it's not actually popping up with any of my values.
Okay. So I'm assuming you went through the relativize process, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. And then when you made a new PXU for air handler 2
Mhm.
and you reuse the PX air handler PX, you get a prompt saying, do you want to reuse or override?
Yes, sir.
You think you may have hit override?
I know I hit reused, and like I said, I mean everything populated over except for those bound ords, as well as my oh, what are they called? The web widgets.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't get none of mine to actually ever populate. It shows the box like they're there, but then you go to the view, and then I get the cannot display page.
Yeah, same thing happened to mine.
Well, a couple of things about relativizing is a couple of important steps. One, let me kind of go through the proper steps that you have to do to make it work out right. So let's say I did these labs and I built the graphic on Air Handler 1. It's all built, all set. And as I build it, as I bring things out, by default, all the ores will be fully qualified. Pull it a point, show them what exactly we mean by fully qualified versus relativized, because that'll make a lot of sense. Just pull a point out and just do a new one. Do a new one for a second.
I got you.
Pull that fan out a second time. Okay, now hit bound label, hit to a bound label, and hit OK from there. And then open that guy up. And if you look at the ord, click on the ord property or zoom into the ord property.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's what we call a fully qualified ord. Notice that the path starts, in general, it starts at config. You start at config and go all the way down from config. So that's the full path starting at the front door all the way down to that fan. To cancel that and open up the one that you relativized, go to the fan that you relativized. See, notice that one, it doesn't have that. It just says slot colon. And basically what slot colon means is start where what I double clicked on. So he double clicked on the air handler. And from there, I'm going to go under the air handler, find a folder called points, find a folder called control, and then I'm going to find a point called fan. So what has to happen for this relativizing to work is that for both of his air handlers, under the air handler, he had to duplicate it on the air handler itself because it was built on air handler 1. He's got to build it on the air handler 2 object because it's got to be the same structure. Under air handler 2, he had to have a folder under it called points, and then under that he had to have a folder called control, and then under that he had to have a point called fan. The naming is very important. So let's say, for instance, that when he built air handler 2 and he was adding the points in, he didn't call that folder control. He called it controls with an S. If that's the case, then when I look at air handler 2, I can't find anything because it's not the exact same naming convention. So in your case, what I'm guessing may have happened is that something's not named identical on air handler 2 as it is in air handler 1. And if it's if it's not showing any of the points, more than likely it's not the point name different. I would guess that the folder under air handler, maybe you name one control and one control IO, or maybe it's also case sensitive. So if under air handler 2, if you name it control with a lowercase c, and under air handler 1 it's control with uppercase c, that would always cause it to break. So typically, if something like what you have is happening, it's all very character specific, upper and lowercase naming exactly. So go back and double check air handler 2, make sure that the naming is identical in air handler 2 as it is in air handler 1. My guess is that you might have, when you named the folder control, you might have used like a lowercase c or something like that. But it's one of those things, when it works right, it's nothing better. When it doesn't work, it's a little bit of pain. But that's the key thing there, is just double check. To me, the fact that nothing works in Air Handler 2, I would say there's a naming issue going on there. What station are you? Which station was having it?
I'm station 12.
Station 12. Let me just
Yes,
real
sir.
quickly. Let me run over to you real quick. Bring that graphic up and expand in your nav tree. Expand Air Handler 1, and then okay, control. Can they go to Air Handler 2 and expand that guy and expand points? And see, and Air Handler 2, notice how you don't have a folder under points called control. You've added your point directly to points. Whereas,
Okay.
see, so what you could, well, I won't get into it now. It wouldn't be hard to repair that. But what's happened for everybody else, what's happened is that, and Brandon, bring up that relativized fan one more time. This is kind of important. What's happened is that for Air Handler 1, under the points folder, he added a folder called control, then he added his points under that one. Under Air Handler 2, he added his points directly under points, and he didn't add a control folder, which it works okay, but the relativizing doesn't work because this graphic can't find. It's looking for a folder under air handler 2 called control and it can't find it. So it's very name specific when you do that stuff.
Gotcha. And then when I click on my bound ords, I see in the text it actually has slots control or
Yeah.
/ control. So it's looking for that control folder.
Right, it's looking for the
because I
control
don't
folders
have
now. Right. So several ways you can think, but in general conversation, that's what's going on. Is that and this is important also because if you go back to a job site and let's say that you had 3 air handlers and you had 3 different contractors create the graphics and you want the all of them are working fine, but you'd rather have all the fan points named the same. But the first guy named it fan, the second guy called air handler 2 S fan, and the other guy called it sup fan. So you say, I'd rather have them all have the same name. So you go to each air handler and you rename the point fan. Well, in doing that, it looks great like in the nav tree, but it breaks the graphic because the graphic's still going to be looking for whatever the name of the point was. So you have to be kind of careful of renaming points on an existing job because the graphic's going to be looking for information based on the name of it.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, you can hear me. Sorry. Thanks. Yeah, I had a problem with my mic, so I wanted to just maybe talk about what happened to me when you were talking about maybe making a mistake in the field, and then you go back to the file to just delete what was in the XML file.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened to me, I'm not sure if it's relevant, but I think so. It's what happened is that I kind of lost the graphics. They zoomed out on me and everything got lost. So I started to delete everything that is in the file folder and went back to make another PX view, a new view. Like it didn't allow me to name it PX. It just populated it like PX1, PX2, PX3, PX4, and 5.
Mm-hmm.
That is for the boiler. So that is why maybe now I cannot retrieve the graphics for the boiler. I believe I don't know if you can have a look at my station.
Well, I can show you probably what's going on. You have multiple PX slots for your boiler, so I can show you how to remedy that. So if we go to our MST peaking system, I'll look at my boiler. So with my boiler points folder opened up, if I go over to my view selector on my top right screen here.
Sorry, it's not the boiler, it's the pumps. Sorry about that.
Okay. Dude, same principle. So I'll go to my pumps. So yeah, your points points folder for the pump. Once you have that selected on showing, go up to your view selector in the top right of our screen here. Okay, and click that. And what we're going to look for is this thing called AX slot sheet. Okay, so every time we create a new view or a new PX view on anything, it creates a new slot for it. So when we create multiple PX views on the same item or the same object, it creates a new slot each time. So if you go to, when you open that slot sheet, if you go down towards the bottom here, now notice how we create a slot for each new thing that we've added to this points folder. The same thing is done every time we add the new PX view. So if we come down towards the bottom of our list here, you should see a property and it should say whatever you name that graphic, that PX view. And we can see that the type is, if we come to the type column here on the right side, we can see that it is a Baja :PX view. Okay. So if we have too many of those, what we can do is we can select the extra ones that we don't want. We just want one because we have multiple PX views, it's going to cause some issues. We can select it. We can either right-click delete it, or we can select it and I believe hit this this X button up here at the top. But we can just right-click the PX views, select and right-click the PX views that we no longer want. Right-click
Sorry,
it, just delete it.
I kind of lost you. I'm having issues here, but it's okay. I am in the heating pump PX, and I can see I have heating pump PX. That was the original one.
Uh-huh.
Then heating pump PX 1 and 2 and 5. 5 is the one that I used to finally create the graphics. So
Okay.
from
So
there, that's
I
a
would
drop down list. How do I get to the page that I'm looking at in your PC right now?
which station you at? Damon's gonna walk over and we're gonna
14.
14. Okay, so again, we're going to double click our heat pump IO points folder,
Yes.
right? And then at the top right of our screen over here, we're gonna select our view selector, right? Right here.
Yes.
And then hit that drop down menu and look for AX slot sheet.
AX slot sheet. Okay, I found it. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And then go down to the bottom of that slot sheet and select the PX views that you do not want. Select them, right click it and delete. Or you can select it and just hit the delete key on your keyboard. And if you said the PX5 or whichever one that you wanted to keep, leave that one there, but just delete the other PX views.
All right, let me go back and see now.
Okay.
Okay, great. I got it. Oh, thank you
Perfect.
very much. Thanks.
Mhm. Yeah, so if that ever is an issue, if that ever happens to anybody, and it's a common thing that can happen actually, you make one too many PX views on it or anything like that, you can quickly and easily get rid of that extra PX slot just by again selecting the item that you're looking at or the item that contains that view, going to your view selector and go to your AX slot sheet, and here we can see a slot that was created for everything that we've created within that points folder. Right, so our outside air temperature sensor that we created, our ramp object that we created, pump schedule, everything creates a slot. So every new view that we add to the object as well will create an additional PX slot. And when you go, and the PX view is the default view. Anytime you add a PX view to something, it becomes the new default view. So if you add if you add an additional PX view to something, it's not going to know which one to show you. So you're going to get an issue or you're going to get an error. So to remedy that, again, we go to the AX slot sheet, we get rid of the additional PX slots, and we're good to go.
Let me add something real quick because this is something that kind of confused me for a long time. Honestly, I kind of think I wish they would have renamed it a little bit because it's not real clear. There's something known as a PX view and there's something known as a PX file. The PX file is the actual graphic file. That's the actual graphic itself. You double click on, you get the graphic. A PX view is a slot added to an object, a component, anything under configures component. It's a slot added to component. And in general, what a PX view is a shortcut to the file. So what happens is that when you actually go to add, when you go do right button click views, new view to add a new graphic, technically you're creating two new things. You're adding a slot to the component you right button clicked on, and it's called a PX view. And you're telling that PX view, when I double click this object, go down to the file space and find that graphic and open it up. So that's why it's a little bit confusing because if you let's say you delete the graphic, you go down and delete the graphic, and you say, let me recreate the graphic. So you go into the PX folder down in file space, you delete the actual PX graphic, and then you come back to the component and say, oh, let me recreate this. So you say, I'm gonna add it again. So you go right button click, views, new views, air handler. Well, if that component has a PX view, the slider called air handler, that's what it's saying. It's saying this component already has a slot of that name. And it gets kind of confusing because you're thinking, wait a minute, I went to the file space and deleted the graphic. The PX view basically is a shortcut that tells a component go down to the file space and find the graphic. The PX file is the actual graphic itself. That's why it's a little confusing sometimes. What you had happen was you say, why does it not let me recreate it? Because in effect, you're trying to create another slot under the same component of the same name, and it can get a little confusing. And you don't want to get too wrapped around the axle trying to hover over it too much. But it does. I admit it does get a little confusing of why is it not letting me do it? And every time you do, you add air handler one, air handler one, air handler two, air handler three, air handler four. Every time you go to add a slot called air handler, it just automatically renames it. But a PX view is a shortcut to tell a component to open up a PX file that's in the file space.
All right. All right. Good
Thank
teaching
you.
moments. All right. So lastly, before I do a little sandbox tutorial real quick, we're gonna look at the dashboard. So I don't know if everybody was able to get to the dashboard lab. If you didn't, just go ahead, just watch my screen here, and I'm gonna show you the important bits. So just like we did with the header folder, we created a dashboards folder within our config space. And when creating a dashboard, now this is important because you will create a dashboard on the test on Friday. There's a few extra steps that we actually have to take there. So we have to do this a particular way because we are adding what's called a dashboard service. And we're adding a special graphic item that corresponds with that dashboard. And this allows us to look at live data of, what looks like trend log data of a given point. And that's the basics of the graphic. But when I add multiple points to be monitored or view on this graph here, that information, the points that are saved onto that that graph is actually saved back to the dashboard service. So again, there's a few steps that we have to take here. So first, you have to go to your palette, and you have to open up the dashboard palette here. And we have to go up to our services under config, and we've got to confirm that we have the dashboard service within our within our station, the services section of our station. And if it doesn't, we need to add the dashboard service to our services. And now that was it's an easy thing we can do. We just drag and drop it from our palette onto services within our station, and that adds the dashboard service. This is where it saves this data. So remember, so see in my my screen here, I've got outside air temp and hot water supply temp. That extra point or extra points that I add to this graph are actually saved back on the dashboard service. And that's why when I go to edit mode of the dashboard, we're only going to see the original point that I created for the dashboard. So something to note there. So once we've added the dashboard service, we need to use the dashboard pane. It's a special item that we need to use to create this dashboard. To do that, there's a couple steps that extra steps we have to take, and this takes us back to the widget tree over here on the right side of our screen. So before I can actually make my my dashboard, remember how kind of like we had to, in the header, we had to open up the scroll pane to get rid of the scroll pane and just have our content. Well, we're not doing that. We're not doing that here, but just that's where that's located. We go into our widget tree. We open up our scroll pane. We open up the canvas pane, and from here, because this is where our content resides under the canvas pane, we had to drag the dashboard pane from our palette. So the left side screen, our dashboard pane from the palette, we had to drag it onto our canvas pane. Now this is an important step, and this is an important step that you're going to need to remember from Friday. When we're adding a dashboard, we have to add the dashboard service to the services, and we also need to add the dashboard pane from the palette to the canvas, to the content on our widget tree window here within the PX editor view. Okay, two big important steps. And there's a third step that we have to take that's slightly different than the typical way, but we do graphics here. So once we've added the dashboard pane, then we can add the point that we want to monitor and add to our dashboard. So for example, this is our outside air temperature, right? So after we have got the dashboard service added, and then we've added the dashboard pane to our canvas pane under the widget tree, We know it belongs in the canvas pane because it's nested under the canvas pane right here. That's where it needs to be. It can't be outside of the canvas pane. It has to be in the canvas pane itself. Then we can go to our nav tree up here. And we can only do one point to create for the dashboard pane. And we had to find the point that we wanted to add in. So for this example, I'm just going to look at the hot water supply temp, and then I need to drag the hot water supply temp, any point that we're looking to start the dashboard pane with. We have to drag that point and drop it on our dashboard pane in the widget tree. We can't drop it into the canvas because if we drop it into the canvas, it's not going to belong under the dashboard pane. It's just going to create another layer under the canvas pane. It's going to have that point added to it. So in doing that, what it does, and I'm just going to go around the block here. Actually, you know what? I'll go to my sandbox. This is why I have this here. So we'll just go through the steps again. So I know that I have my dashboard service. I'm open my canvas pane, but drag my dashboard pane. Whoa, what happened there? All right, let's go back. So I'm gonna grab my dashboard pane. I'm gonna drop it. Look at that, it went away. Sucker. My dashboard pane onto my canvas pane, just like this. Okay. Now when I do that, I can resize my dashboard or my my dashboard pane as I need to. Now it says please add a web widget to the content property. This is that content property. So it already kind of gives you a clue. So this little text within the dashboard pane in the PX editor view. It says please add a web widget to the contents property. So use that as your clue. We're coming up here. We're going to grab our hot water supply temp, and I need to drag and drop this onto my content under dashboard pane. That's the third important step when creating a dashboard. Drop it on my my content section, and then from here, I need to go. I'm looking for a web chart, so I'm looking for something specific. This is how I want to display my data within the dashboard pane. So from here, I'll go to my palette or from palette. And if I don't have it already opened, it's its own palette. I'm going to go to the open palette button in here within the make widget wizard. All right. So I'm going to hit this little folder icon. And what I'm looking for is web chart. I'll open this palette and I'm just going to choose, I believe it should be the only option is chart. The other one's circular gauge. We use that on our air handlers, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for chart. So from palette, go to web charts folder in the palette window or the palette section of the make widget wizard. Select chart. When I do that, press OK. It will create the chart in the dashboard pane. And there we go. So why did I go through this process? Because I can just as easily drag my hot water supply temp into the canvas pane here, select chart, and I'll get the same thing, right? I've got my chart here. What's the difference here? Well, the difference is I can't actually drag other points into this dashboard or into this web chart the second one that I created. So for example, if I try to grab my outside air temp and drag it on top of this web chart that I just created, the second one, without the dashboard pane, what it's going to do is just prompt me for the make widget wizard, and I'll select chart, and guess what? That just creates another chart. Okay, so that's not what we want. We want a chart that's going to be able to compare multiple types of data or different data points side by side. So we'll delete this one, but now we have our dashboard. Now I can't drag the outside air temp onto the dashboard pane within the web event, and I can't drag it into the dashboard pane within my widget tree, because all that's going to do is prompt me to make the make widget wizard again. And if I drag it on here, it's going to do the same thing. What I need to do, and I want to add this to my dashboard pane, this is why the dashboard service and dashboard pane comes into play here. So I'll press save, and I will drag my outside air temp while we're in view mode This is where the service comes into play and the special dashboard pane that we added. I'm going to drag my outside air temp onto my chart. Notice I get this plus icon by my cursor. And all that's going to do is just drop it into this chart, and I'll be able to see the data is compared. I think there's a limit of how many points that we can drag in to the dashboard, and I believe, and Damon just confirmed it's 10. So we can drag up to 10 points within our dashboard pane. Now I've dragged it in there, and the next thing I need to do, and this is an important part too for Friday, I need to save it within the view window. There's this save chart button here, this little save icon at the top of our dashboard pane. I need to select that after I've dragged a point into my dashboard pane to save it. If I don't save it and I go back into edit mode or I change my view mode, that outside air temperature that I added will not stay saved within my chart. But since I hit the save icon within my dashboard pane here in the view window, this point added to the chart gets saved back to my dashboard service that I added. So that's what keeps track of, what points that I've added to the dashboard pane. So that's how I set that up. So again, just to reiterate, because it's important, you'll see it Friday. It's an important bit on the test. Need to add the dashboard service first if it's not there already into the services tree or services module under station. Next, we need to open our dashboard palette. Okay. And then from the dashboard palette that we dragged our dashboard service out of, we need our dashboard pane. We need to open up our widget tree, so PX Editor View. We need to open our scroll pane till we see the canvas. And then we want to drag our dashboard pane onto canvas, the section that says content right here. Okay, then after that, we'll see our dashboard pane. And under the dashboard pane, we'll have a section that says content. And then we drag our point from our nav tree that we want to add to our dashboard, the initial point, onto our content under dashboard pane. We want to resize our dashboard window or pane within our PX view as wide as possible. Now there's a reason, at least for the test, there's a reason why it needs to be as wide as we possibly can make it. It's because if we start, there's also a little trick here to this little, every once in a while your resizing handle will have a null option. It won't let you move it. You got to adjust it just by moving the window. But anyways, so if I shorten this thing up, look how I lose some buttons here. I lose the save button, which is key here, because not only do I need the dashboard pane for the test, but I also need to go into view mode, add an additional point to it, or however many the tests require, and then I need the option to save it, so that when I go through and create the test, I see your dashboard pane. What I'm going to look for is, does it contain all the points that we want to be monitored or viewed within the dashboard pane? And if you don't have that save button in your dashboard pane, you're not going to be able to save it. So, and this is a question that pops up a lot too Friday. You're going to call me over and you'll be like, hey, Brandon, I don't see the save button on my dashboard pane. What am I doing wrong? And then, we'll extend it. We still don't see it yet. If we extend it all the way out, we get all of our options, right? And you'll only see the save button when you're in view mode, by the way. So keep that in mind. And we need to add any additional points to our dashboard pane from the view window. So the view mode, this.
Hey, Brandon?
Yes, sir.
So this was another one that I kind of had a little issue with when I dragged over the chart to the content, where it populated the box but not the actual image of the chart itself. And I believe it might be my mistake from watching you. I kind of went into zombie mode last night doing it, where I had like we did for our header PX, where in that canvas pane I cut it and then deleted the scroll pane and then pasted it. And I don't know if that would be the reasoning why it's causing my web widget to not populate.
Is it still doing it?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's still doing it. So if I'm in
What station are you?
12.
What station? Yeah, because it's a little tricky. That header, you had to actually drop the header graphic file in there, not the header itself. You try to have the header itself. Okay, so I'm looking at yours. Yours seems to be okay.
Mhm.
So go to view mode on yours. Okay, all right, go back to edit mode. And then you, just do a single click and select expand the dashboard pane for a second. Okay, now click on the thing that says web widget and delete it. And now drag your space temperature out and drop it on content over there.
Where is my? It's in heating, correct? The heating pump IO.
Which one did we do? The outside air temp? Was that the first?
Yeah,
we
it's
do
the
it.
outside air temp from heating pump.
Well, let's do the. I think the first one is your hot water supply temp. Yeah, grab the hot water supply temp point, pull it out, drag it over, drop it on content to the right. Okay, web chart. Okay, hit OK there. Can they go to view mode? Okay. Now go back to edit mode. Now go into your services for a second. Expand your services in your nav tree.
So it's already. There you go.
Reason I want to look at because this is okay. Okay, that looks good. You got dashboard service here. Kind of odd it's not doing it. Delete and re-add the dashboard pane in. The reason I'm kind of getting on this one because this is 411, and if there's any problem with it,
So go ahead and delete from right here, sir.
yeah, delete that.
Okay.
And now, now go back and add your dashboard pane in. So go back to your dashboard palette. Go to your palette window, and then just grab a dashboard pane. You're right. You're in the correct place. You're in good shape. Just your palette's open now.
Dashboard.
There it is.
I'm already.
Yeah. Dashboard pane. Put it in there.
That drag and drop right here. Or in the
Right there, be
tree?
fine. And they just kind of size and position him. Because Brandon said you want it to be as wide as you can. Chart. We're going to put a chart in there. Charts like to be wide. So if you're going to, whenever you look at any chart, whether it's in the dashboard pane, not in the dashboard pane, you want it to be wide. And now try to add that point back in again. Kind of hard that it did that. No, not you grab set point. Grab the temp for a second. Cancel that.
Yep.
Which is something else I want to look at also. Okay, now web chart. Chart. And okay, in view mode. Hit details for a second. I'm not sure. I'll take a look at that later. I'm not really sure.
Okay.
His is doing something strange. It's something specific to his station. Not quite sure what's happening there. We may take a look at it off on the side there. But yeah, yours is kind of odd.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. All right. What I tell you, Brandon, let me get you to do one thing. There's something new in 411 that I want to take a shot at, and I'm going to get Brandon to be my guinea pig just for a minute. Up until 411, which you're using 411 now, you had an HTML5 chart, which this is an HTML5 chart. It would only show a line when a value changed. So if you drug out like a set point, and your set point 75 and it's staying 75, it won't show a line there. But I've seen something new. So drag your set point and drop it on for a second, and notice right now. Notice it doesn't change it, but on the upper part of the window there, you'll see some buttons there. About midway across, there's a button. Looks like it's dark with it's a circle with a white stripe through the middle of it. Hit that one time and see what happens. Now that one right there, interpolate tail.
There you go.
Yeah. Here's something. This is something they needed to. I'm not gonna say fix. Something they needed to enhance. It's up until 411. If you put a point on the graphic that with their legacy charts, the ones that aren't the HTML5, the ones that use the plugins, if you put a point on the chart, whatever that value was, it would draw a line of that. So if you put a set point on there that wasn't changing, it would just draw you a straight line. With the HTML5 charts, the line only would show up when the value changed. That's why when you first bring it up there, you notice it'll hesitate for a moment before it actually shows a line, because it says, give it a second. As soon as it changes, I'll draw a line. Now, the green line that's on his chart is being drawn from a sine wave object, and the sine wave if you plot it, it does like an oscilloscope wave that you see like on an oscilloscope. The lower line there, that's your ramp object. The ramp object, what it does, it draws a line like dot to dot, and that's why the two look kind of similar and different. But it used to be up until 411 that if you dropped something on the chart and it was a value that didn't change, like a set point, it just wouldn't draw a line, and that was always confusing to a lot of people. So it looks like with 411, what they did is they set it up to, if you drop something on, that it'll say, well, this value is not changing. Let's draw a line this way. So this is really neat. Because this was something that would confuse a lot of. We had to change the test because on the test, what would happen is we get you to build a dashboard pane, and then we get you to drop on a couple of points. One point we got you to drop was the set point, and students would be looking at basically like this exact screen, and they go, well, I see my outside temperature, I see my hot water, but my set point's not plotting. Why is it not plotting? It's because it used to be that until the set point changed, it would never draw a line there. So this is really a neat thing. I thought this is what it did. I want to get Brandon to kind of exercise it one time and see. None of that's important for Friday. None of that's important for Friday, but it's just something kind of satisfies my curiosity as far as what's going on there. But anyhow, that's something new in 411. That's really, and that's why, you always want to try to keep up, with the latest and greatest, because we add these little enhancements and features and especially bug fixes, even not even updates, but always if there's a new service release come out or something, 4.10 upgrade 1. A lot of times we put things in here that fix the little issues that we've been seeing. So anyhow, yeah, I'll take a look at number 12 later on. I don't know what's happening there, but I'll play with it for a while. But anyhow, I just want to show that new feature there, that button that says if I have a value there, just draw me a straight line even if it doesn't change. That's really. I know you guys aren't that excited about it. I'm pretty excited about it because I've been waiting for it through 410 and went, when are they going to do this? So they finally did.
Yeah, so that'd be pretty useful if you're trying to compare, your current reading against a set point, and that would be a good use for a dashboard. All right, so the last thing I'm going to show you guys is just the difference between so certain graphic items are meant to be bound to certain data type objects, and I showed a brief example of this yesterday before we all went, but I was rushing through it to show you guys before we all left for the evening. So I just want to go over it one more time. So to put it simply, so certain graphic items that are meant to be bound, such as like a fan or a pump or something like that, that has a state or a value, and we saw how for these bound graphic items, they have to have some sort of value or data to them to show a particular image, right? And if we just pull it out of our palette here, so like the fan, right? Fan horizontal. If I pull it out, it doesn't even want me to do that. Oh, it's because it's a folder. Fan horizontal right. Remember, it's not bound anything because it has we go to the image, a true value and a false value, and our current value is null, so it doesn't know which image to show, so it won't show any image at all. So that's the first thing. And then we have graphic items that are meant to be either Boolean or binary or numeric. Now, Boolean and binary, I mean interchangeably. They're roughly the same thing. It means true or false, on, off, one or the other. So, for example, if I open up my fan, just because I like to use the fan as the option or the example here. So if we look at just in the nav tree, our fan here, it's a proxy point, and just within the nav tree, we can see what data type this point is. We can see the green circle with a B on it, so we know it's a Boolean object. So if I'm going to add it to my graphics, and actually I think coils is probably the better example. So disregard that. I mean, it's the same thing, but I don't want to use the wrong item for the image that I'm going to be looking at here in just a second. So all right, we'll look at the cooling coil. So we know the cooling coil in this instance is a binary object. or Boolean object. So if I pull it out here to the graphics, and I go to my kit PX N4 SVG and I select coils, I know that it's going to be a Boolean object, so I need to select a Boolean image. And so for in this case, it's a cooling coil DX one stage, right? So I'm going to select that. I'm going to press OK, and my coil is actually going to show up. And if I go into this coil and I select the yellow box next to image, so I select the image option, I can see that I have a Boolean to simple. It's a true value and a false value. So therefore, it's got an image to represent either of the values. It has to be true or false to show one or either of the options there of the image. Now, again, remember, if it's null, it's not going to show anything. If it has a null value, if it's not bound to anything. But this is a graphic image that's meant to be a Boolean image, or meant to be tied to a Boolean point. Our cooling coil is a Boolean point in this example for this air handler. Now, if I pull out my cooling coil, which is a Boolean point, and I select cooling coils, I know this is a numeric. It's supposed to be a numeric image here, but if I pull it out, it's going to show. It's not going to show the image, just like our unbound fan that we dragged in. The reason, because if we open this image up and we go to the image section, we can see that it has an image state based off of whatever numeric value that point would be outputting. And since our cooling point is not a numeric, so it's not putting out any number, so this image has nothing to reference. Make sense? So something to keep in mind. So keep that in mind for Friday, because when you are creating, we're asking you to create a fan or cooling or coil or something like that, and to create a graphic item for it. If you try to make it with the wrong data type image and you put it on your graphic and nothing's showing up, do a comparison. Look at your image of the graphic item that you added. Obviously, from a glance here, we can see that this is numeric numeric value that it's looking for. And if we look back at our nav tree, we see that our cooling coil is a Boolean object, a Boolean point. So these two aren't going to work together. So on Friday, or even in the future outside this class, if you ever run into this issue, check your data type against the graphic image, what type of data it's looking for. So really, really important, just to help save you time, help keep you from pulling your hair out in the future. So there's that. We went over hyperlinks. We looked at how we can link to other graphics, or we haven't looked at how to link to other graphics just yet. But an easy way to do that, and I'll just go and show you that now. So we looked at how to link to other, components within our station here. So on Friday, we're going to have you make links or buttons, hyperlink buttons, excuse me, that are going to take us to other PX views that you've created for the test. An easy way to do that, no matter what item or what kind of button or label you choose to use. An easy way to do that is find the item or the component that has the PX view attached to it. So for this example, I'm going to use my control points folder from Air Handler 1. Okay, so I'm working in my sandbox. I know my PX view is attached to this control points folder. Right, it's a slot on this points folder that we saw earlier. So I'm going to just drag that points folder onto my canvas here. I'm going to go to Kit PX because I want to make a hyperlink button because I want it to look like a button. Okay. I can make a label. I can make any item as long as I make it a hyperlink. It's fine, but to keep things simple, I'm going to make it a hyperlink button from the Kit PX palette. And just a reminder for Friday, if you're looking and if you need to write this down, you can. Because a lot of the items that we're going to pull from for the different pieces of equipment and stuff is from the Kit PX N4 SVG. all the buttons that we use for this class are contained in the kit px palette folder. If you want to write that down. So I'm going to select the hyperlink button to take me to my air handler graphic. But remember, I also need to select the hyperlink button, hyperlink checkbox at the bottom of the screen here. Now, depending on what you're doing, the hyperlink checkbox might be located somewhere else on this property sheet, but for at least from the palette section, the hyperlink checkbox is at the bottom. Okay. And then when we do that, we're going to press OK, and we'll get this button. I can go in here and say in the text to AHU-1, right? Just keep it simple. So I'll save it, and then when I click on this button, it's going to take me to my. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I put the. Oh, that's right, because I put the PX view on the device. Goofy. All right, simple fix though. All right, so maybe I attached it to the wrong item. I'm trying to link it to my air handler device. Maybe I put my PX view on the device instead of the points folder. Easy fix. So I made a mistake. So I'll come to my button, and I'm going to go to my hyperlink section. Okay, and from here, I'm going to hit the drop-down arrow next to the folder. I'm going to say component chooser. And from here, I'm going to select my air handler 1, okay, the device. So I can quickly and easily fix the error that I made for myself. So I select my air handler 1 device. Now it's changed the hyperlink from my points folder to the hyperlink to my air handler device. And again, if I wanted to, but I know the PX view is the default view, but if I needed to change the view that I want the button to take me to, I can always hit this this drop-down box right here, and this acts in the exact same way as the view selector in the top right of our screen within Workbench. So I can select a specific view if I need to, but I know that the PX view is always the default view when a PX view is added to a component. Okay, so I can leave it as default view. I can see in this file path here that we are now linked to the air handler 1 device. I'm gonna press OK, select OK, save it. Now when I press this button, it should take me to my air handler 1. Okay, so you will be doing this on Friday as well. So quick and easy. If you ever need to make a hyperlink to something to take you somewhere else in your graphics, drag that item from your nav tree, drag it into your page, drag it into your content or your canvas. It's the easiest way to do it, the simplest way to do it, save you a lot of time.
If you press copy on the air handler 1 and then paste it into the ORD, I don't know if that's an easier way to do it than going down the tree or not. For some people, maybe.
Restate that. I'm sorry.
So if you like you're highlighted on air handler 1 right now, the device, and if you
Right.
hit copy on that,
If I hit what? I'm sorry, you broke up.
copy.
Copy.
Yep.
Okay.
And then you go back to your the thing you were hyperlinking.
Yeah.
And paste that into the ORD.
Into the ORD.
Yep.
Okay.
And it should be the exact same thing. It should go directly to it, I think. Or sorry, yeah, the hyperlink. My bad.
Yeah. Sorry. No, yeah. No, I think that would actually work.
Just
Yeah.
a easier way than going down through the file list.
It's good to know. I've never done that.
You can do that for the points too, in the ORDs and stuff.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, if you create something, that's a great point. Thank you for that. If you create a bound object and you need to either add a binding to it or change the binding to it, you can go to your nav tree, find the object that you're looking for, the component you're looking for, select it, copy it, then go to the hyperlink section or the ORD section. I think it would work for that too. for the object and just paste it into either the ORD binding or the hyperlink. I'd imagine that would work for the ORD slot too.
Yeah,
as well.
I think generally it's just an ORD. You can also do, I tell you right where you are,
Mhm.
with air handler one, double click, hit Control L, Control and tap L, that, and then do a Control C and copy that string. I think it's the same thing. We do that in the advanced course. We do a lot of that kind of stuff. But you can do it, and as you get more and more, advanced with Niagara, the Control L is a good little keystroke to know because you can select things and a lot of things you can do with it. But the Control L is a little keystroke that's pretty handy once you start getting more getting deeper with Niagara 4.
All right.
To follow up real quick, back on station 12 when he was having trouble with the dashboard, I was trying to talk him through it. I connected to it with my workbench. It seemed to work okay. So I think he needs just to restart workbench. And Brandon, you had it happen yesterday. Sometimes if something weird like that happens, like you go to bring up something, it's like this doesn't seem to be working right. It's not uncommon to just start workbench, especially if it's something like a chart or a graph. Sometimes workbench gets kind of hung up and it doesn't want to display a chart or a graph or something, right? And you restart workbench. And where that's important is that Workbench is one program running and your station's another. So when he restarted Workbench, he didn't need to save the station and then restart Workbench because it's sort of like it's sort of like having a browser open and have a Word document open. If I restart my browser, it has nothing to do with the Word document. And the two separate applications, so to speak, and the station and the Workbench are two separate applications. So the reason I say that is because sometimes if Workbench shuts down for whatever reason, or Workbench locks up, a lot of times students go, "Oh God, Workbench locked up. I lost everything." Well, the station is its own application, and Workbench is its own application. So the two are separate. So just because Workbench gets hung up doesn't mean you're going to lose anything in your station. And it's honestly, I never remember to do this, so I'll mention it now while I'm thinking about it. You're going to be pushing Workbench really hard all week long, and on Friday when you go to do the test, it wouldn't be a bad idea if you haven't done it Friday morning, close out Workbench and restart it so Workbench kind of starts as a fresh load and it might run faster. Sometimes it gets running slow and you got to restart it to get it to faster. So it might be to expedite your time when you're using it Friday. If you remember, I never remember, but if you remember, just first time you go to before you take the test, close Workbench, restart Workbench, and then Workbench you got a nice clean load and maybe it'll run faster on test day for you. So just a thought.
Yeah. Now you said that you wouldn't lose any information off of your station that's currently running if Workbench crashes. I think there's one exception there is if you're actively editing your graphics.
Right.
That's
Good
a
point.
different
Good point.
scenario.
Good
That's a
point.
different scenario because it's not saved back to your station just yet. It's something that you're working on within the Workbench. So keep that in mind. If your Workbench crashes and you're working on graphics and you hadn't saved it yet, you probably lost all the work you just did on the Workbench, but everything's on the station is still running and everything's fine. So just keep that in mind. There's a difference there. All right. So one last thing, and then I'm gonna do a primer for the next lab. Actually, we're gonna take after we finish this, we're gonna take a short little break before we get into alarming. So I've been talking to you guys for a few hours now.
Before you leave this page, I noticed that your current command is unoccupied. Maybe it's something I did wrong. Mine is ocnal.
No, I wouldn't worry about that. So I might have set my current command to something. Again, this is a graphic that I worked on months ago that I just saved as a backup when I need it. But it might.
Actually, what that had to do with is the fact that the controller is offline.
Yeah.
And when you have a proxy point, the proxy point populates the outslot based on what it's reading from the device. So since we're not actually seeing the device, it's kind of like a roll of the dice of what you're going to see there. So some people might see ox, some might see unoccupied, some might be seeing null. It's because the station really hasn't talked to the controller yet, so it doesn't really know what's going on with the controller to populate the outslot with. So all of those orange boxes, you can't really put any faith in what they're showing you now because everything's just kind of offline. So it might vary.
Yeah, and the same can be said for going to like setting the set point. here in the graphics. Remember, so it's showing 32. Now we went through the process after we added all the set points from the air handlers. We right clicked them, set action, and set each of these set points to something like 75, 80, what have you. And it's not showing up here on the display. Now the fallback is set, but we're not currently outputting the current set point. So I can even hit the set point box here, and we can see that I set the unoccupied cool to 80, and I can change it if I need to, or if I want to 85, and it's still not going to reflect over here on my my set point text box here. So yeah, when things are in fault like this for offline, things are a little screwy. So if you see the orange block, just it's not data that you can trust. It's what we call invalid value, and we'll talk more about that on a similar note of faults when we get to the alarming section here next. Okay, so one last thing that I wanted to show you guys on Sandbox, and it was something that Damon brought back up and reminded me. It's when working within, and this ties back to if your workbench ever crashes while you're working on something within the PX editor view, and if you forget to save it by hitting that pencil icon, you lose your work. So let's say that I have, I'm just going to keep things simple. Okay, so I'm going to create 3 of these coils in this air handler. Hyperlink, maybe let's just imagine this is exactly the way that I wanted it. And I can save it. This is the way it looks. If I go back to the edit mode and I move this over here, move this over there, I delete this guy, I delete my hyperlink. I'm just playing around in my graphics, or just, make these changes, and I go to save, or before I hit save, I can do a Control Z or an edit undo, and undo most of the changes that I make up to a certain extent. But for the most, I think it's like the first, like, was it 20? I think it's like 20 actions you can undo. The last 20 actions you can do a Control Z or edit undo. So I can bring those back that I deleted or moved around. So bring all this back. But if I move them and delete these guys, and then I go to save, and then I go back, that Control Z or edit undo does not work any longer. It wipes the board clean of the last 20 changes that you made in the PX editor view. So keep that in mind for definitely on Friday, and keep that in mind for the future outside of this class. So if you're ever working on something, or even if you're working on an existing project and you're just kind of playing around, just getting familiar with it, as soon as you hit that save button, there's no hitting that undo button. You're gonna either have to fix it manually or recreate those items, or you're gonna have to load up from a backup from the station to fix that issue. And again, that goes back to if for any reason Workbench crashes, if you hadn't saved any work within the PX editor, you lose all that progress that you had not saved, but everything else running in the station will be fine. The station continues to run in the background. That goes back to that the platform daemon on Monday. We started the platform daemon by going to the Windows button, go into Niagara 11, 4.11, and hit the install platform daemon. And our station is constantly running in the background on that platform daemon. And that's what this symbolizes here. This is what this represents. We're making a connection to that platform, and then creating a station on that platform. That station is running on that daemon in the background. And this makes more sense when we get to commissioning our JACEs later today. So imagine if I'm on Workbench and I'm doing things on Workbench here on my computer, but I'm connected to a JACE. If my Workbench crashes, my station is going to continue to run on my JACE, the platform daemon of my JACE. So you have to kind of like separate those two identities there to kind of understand it better. So anything that I do on Workbench, unless I send it and save it, I save it to my actively running station on the JACE. If my computer crashes or whatever, as long as the JACE is still running, that station's still running on the JACE unaffected. So that's the way to kind of think of a platform and a station running on our computers at the current moment. Okay, so that was the last little thing that I wanted to show you guys. It's 11:53. I know I've been talking for a bit. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break.
And while we're doing a break, can I ask you a real quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I got on the call a little late this morning. They imploded a fan wall at a hospital. But anyway,
That's all right.
on one of the labs, there was add a hyperlink to the age, heating, hot water, temp history. I could not figure out how the trend, or there was nothing in there showing me how to create that trend or how to find that. At some point, it doesn't have to be now or even today for that matter. Can you show me that? It was 15H is the in our textbook or in our lab book. So it says add a hyperlink to the heating hot water supply temp history,
Mhm.
and it's at the end of that lab. And I went and help and all over the place, and I could not figure out where the trend history was. I mean, I found trend history folders, but there wasn't a trend created there, so I wasn't sure how to
Actually,
do
that's
that.
a little bit of a bug in the book.
Okay.
I don't know why. I'm not sure how that got there. I think it's a copy paste thing. You actually haven't done histories yet, so you actually can't do that stuff. That's. I'm not quite sure how that step got in that graphic because we've always done histories after graphics. So somewhere along the line, I screwed up. But yeah,
Okay.
that particular one, you can't do it because, and matter of fact, the next thing after break, that's what Brainer will be going over will be histories and alarms.
Okay. So
Once that's there, you will. I think I put it in there because you need to do it on the test. But the trouble is that you can't do it yet because you haven't done the
you haven't
histories
made
yet.
the
So
histories yet.
yeah, that's a little flaw in the book itself. So you can kind of rest easy on that one.
All right. So then that's it's on page 105 if you wanted to
Yeah,
reference it.
thank you. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've got. I don't know how that happened, but somewhere along the line, I put that step in there with it because the reason I put it in there because you need to know it on the test. And I
Right.
think I didn't think about the fact that you can't do it in this lab because you actually haven't created any histories yet. So you don't
Right.
have a history to do a hyperlink to. So that's a little bit of a bug. So
Right.
yeah, thanks for reminding me of that one.
All right. No worries. I'm gonna let you guys take your break as well. So
All right.
thank you.
All right.
Mhm. And after that, then I'll go over the kind of the basics of what you're going to do during the alarm lab. And then we'll probably end up doing some sort of luncheon lab. And then when we get back, we'll do a review. And then we'll do the same thing for the histories lab. We'll do a little bit of an introduction with some PowerPoints and then dive into it. So for majority of the rest of the day until towards the end, each lab, everybody's going to be doing it at their own speed. I'm not going to be walking you through it. I'll obviously be doing it in the background, but I'm not going to be, guiding you through it. All right, so to kick things off, let's go ahead and do a little slideshow presentation on alarms. So the objectives for this lab. Upon completion of this session, you have a general knowledge of location of alarm components, the initial configuration of the alarm service, what are alarm classes, what are alarm recipients, and what are alarm extensions. Difference between fault and alarm point status, that's a big ticket item right there. And then the alarm console. So alarm basics. So alarming is the process of enunciating when an anomaly occurs. A point can go into an alarm or a fault status. When in an alarm, a point's value is still considered valid. And when in fault, a point's value is considered invalid. So this kind of goes back, and we'll cover it more in just a bit, but back to the offline devices that we created, the offline points that we added. Remember the orange status flags, everything's in fault. So since that data is considered what Niagara4 calls stale, it's data that we can't actually use because the device or the points are in fault. It's not a valid value. So consider that the device that's in fault is potentially broken, right? We don't want to use that value. So that's what we constitute as a fault, something's faulty. But we'll go over that more in just a bit. Path of message flow is alarm extension is added to the point. So this goes back to whether or not a point is extendable. Most points are. We can tell by that little proxy extension nested within the point itself. And we add those just like we did with the discrete totalizer extension the other day. So alarm extension is added to the point. And when the point goes into, when a point goes to alarm extension, well, it might need to be reworded. So when an extension goes into an alarm, it routes it to an alarm class, or an extension belongs to an alarm class rather. An alarm class routes to an alarm recipient or recipients. Points can monitor for alarm at certain times only. For example, not during unoccupied times. So you can have, not have your points monitor for alarms during the night, for example. Alarms can route to many recipients. These various recipients are like consoles, printers, email, text messages, and so on. So we have different locations of the various alarm components. So most notably, which we'll use the most is the alarm palette. And the alarm palette will find the various, several different alarm recipients. We can create alarm classes from here. And we have most of our extensions to add to different points. We can also find alarm components contained within the kit control palette. This has several different alarm extensions that we do not use in this class, but they are there for you. Then we have what's called the alarm service. So there is a difference between the alarm module or the alarm space and the alarm service. So what we're going to be looking at mostly is the alarm service, and that is contained within the services module. That's where we're going to set up our various alarm classes and the alarm recipients that they report to. We can add those different recipients from the palettes. And within the alarm service, this is typically where we set up some, alarm console recipients and station recipients. And within the extensions folder, we have different alarm extensions that we can add to various points. We add those by dragging them onto the points, just like we did with the discrete totalizer extension. We drag it onto the point within the nav tree. So we have different types of alarm extensions, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but I'll go over the most notable ones. So the big one is the out of range alarm extension. This is based on numeric alarm, high and low limits. So a good example that I like to use for this one is a room sensor, a thermostat, right? So we have a set point for our room sensor, and let's just say that the low is 68 and high is 72, and maybe we currently have it set to 70 degrees. Now we have our threshold, but we can also set a threshold within our alarm that we added to our thermostat point. So maybe when we want to trigger an alarm, we want to set up a high limit. So maybe we want to trigger an alarm when the room gets hotter than 75 degrees. Okay. And we can set up a low limit. Maybe we want to trigger an alarm when the room gets colder than 65 degrees. So we can set those limits in the out of range of alarm extension that we attach to our thermostat. So when we add that alarm extension to that thermostat, we set up the parameters. We set our high limit and our low limit, which can be 75 and 65. We can set up those conditions. We can also, so what that extension will do is we'll monitor, and when and if that point, that thermostat drops below 65 or goes above 85, will trigger an alarm. Okay, so that's basically how an out of range alarm extension works. String change of value alarm, I'm not really going to go over that, but that's based upon inclusion or exclusion of specified string values. Boolean change of state alarm based upon one of two possible value states, true or false. Something just as a good example of this would be kind of like an alarm, fire alarm. So a smoke detector. So we're in a normal state, no smoke detected, but when a smoke detector detects smoke, it changes states and the alarm goes off. Okay, we can use something like that as a Boolean change of state alarm. This is a very simplified example. So when it does go in, the smoke alarm does go into, sense smoke and goes into alarm, we can actually trigger an alarm based on that condition. So it goes from one state to another state, we can trigger an alarm. And then we have a Boolean command failure alarm. So for example, if we have a chiller or a cooling tower, for example, and our system has commanded it on, and we'd be able to set up some sort of delay for this alarm, but we've commanded something to be on, and let's say we set the delay for 30 seconds, and 30 seconds has gone by, and our status feedback has to come back and say that the chiller or cooling tower is actually running. It's not running, or we haven't gotten feedback that it's running. We can generate an alarm, based off a Boolean command failure alarm. Enumerated change of state alarm based upon one of multiple possible values. Enumerated command failure alarm based upon mismatch between commanded value and the feedback. Kind of speaks for itself. If you understand how enumerated states work, we say we want it to be one thing, but the feedback says that it hasn't changed to that state. We can generate an alarm. We also have status alarm based upon any combination of status flags, etc., fault overrides, and what have you. We can actually set an alarm to be generated if somebody overrides anything, or if something's been overridden for a set period of time. We can generate an alarm. And we have various other alarm extensions, such as the loop alarm. It's based upon controlled process deviation from set point. So we have the control variable versus the set point. So if we think back to our boiler control, we wanted our hot water temperature set point to be 165 degrees. And let's say that our hot water temperature control variable, which is our actual hot water supply temperature, maybe it's gone way past a certain value in comparison to our set point. We can generate an alarm for that. So maybe we want it to be 65, that's our set point, but our hot water supply temperature is actually reading 250, or maybe it's reading 80 degrees. and we can generate a loop and alarm for that. Elapsed active time alarm based upon accumulation runtime. Maybe if a fan or a pump's been running for too long, or it's exceeded a specific runtime. Maybe it's ran for 20 hours straight. We don't want it to run for 20 hours straight. We can generate an alarm. Change of state count alarm based upon accumulated change of state. Reference a discrete totalizer under the same parent point. All right, so that's a little bit on the alarm extensions. The next thing we have is alarm class. So what is an alarm class? So an alarm class is used to classify or group alarms. That's really its job there. We can have multiple extensions. We can have all these different extensions, but each extension can only belong to one alarm class. So we're creating, we can group these alarm extensions based off of different conditions. So for example, we can group the alarms as needed for priority. We can make an alarm class for general alarms, critical alarms, things like that. We can classify alarms geographically, whether it be region 1, region 2, region 3. So we could say we have a campus or a large building. We can group our alarms based off of where these devices or points are located. So which building or which wing of the building or which floor. We can group all of our alarm extensions based off of what floor they are. So if we have VAVs that are on second floor, we have any alarm extension added to those points for the VAVs, we can group them as, second floor alarms. And we can group the alarms or classify the alarms based on purpose. So equipment failure, sensor failure, runtime expired, and so on. So we have a built-in default alarm class. So the default alarm class is there by default, hence the name, right? It should only be used for alarms that are not important. So I like to use the example of we always want to create a new alarm class based off of needs and necessity and what their actual purpose is. The default alarm class is just, like I said, it's there by default. You can't change the name of it. It's just there. I like to use this one, or the example for using this one is for like dirty filter alarms. Something that's not really critical, not important, but it's just generalized alarms, just like maintenance alarms, stuff like that. So then we can add additional classes for important alarms, and that's what we're going to do. And then alarm extensions can only go or belong to one alarm class. When in creating our alarm extension, there will be a drop down in the property sheet of the alarm extension that we're going to select which alarm class we want our extension to belong to. But we can escalate alarms for second, third, and fourth notifications if the initial alarm is not acknowledged. So it'll report under one class, but let's say that the alarm has gone unnoticed for a period of time that we can set up, obviously. And we can have that sent out to other recipients that our particular alarm class might not be reporting to. So a good example of that is we have our alarms routing to the maintenance office. Let's say that our maintenance team is out on break or something, or they're out in the field working on something and they haven't seen the alarm for the past, 5, 10, maybe 30 minutes. We can have an escalation clause set up. So maybe the chiller's down and we're working in a hospital, God forbid, and one of the emergency rooms is getting hot. So if it hasn't been acknowledged for a while, maybe we have an escalation condition to route that alarm to the security desk, maybe. And so then the security desk gets the alarm, and they can reach out and contact the maintenance team, like let them know, hey guys, chiller's down. It's been down for the last 10, 15 minutes or so. We need to get on this. So that's what we can use escalations for. We'll look at. It'll make more sense when we look at how to do that. So for the alarm classes, it's located within the alarm palette. It's a drag and drop. We would drag and drop it into our alarm service, and there's a wire sheet that corresponds with the alarm service. We drag it into that, and then we go to its property sheet, and we can configure various different things within the alarm class. Most notably, we can set the priority at which the alarm class reports to its recipients. So if you think back to the priority array for our points that we looked at during the logic labs, there's also a priority in which alarms can be sent and registered. So the highest value is 1. Obviously, the highest priority is 1, and the lowest priority is 255. 255. So somewhere between 100 or between 1 and 255 is our priority array for alarms and notifications like that. So we can set our return to off normal, our off normal, our fault alarms. We can set the priority that for that alarm class. And this is another reason why we can group our alarm extensions based off of certain alarm classes, or their priority. So if we have critical alarms, so if we have any alarms that are tied to maybe points that belong to an emergency room or an operating room in a hospital, we obviously want those to be the most notable alarms when they go off, versus something that might be more of like a mid-tier alarm that's going off and it's just one of the rooms is a little warm, or we got a dirty filter alarm coming in. We can set that priority within the alarm class itself. We can also set the priority of the return to normal. So maybe something's gone into an alarm state, but now it's gone returned to a normal state. We can also set the priority in which that back to normal message is sent out to its recipient. We can also see from the alarm class how many total alarm count, how many open alarm count, and how many points extensions are currently in alarm that belong to the alarm class. And this is where we would set up the escalation level. For a given alarm class, we can set whether we want 1, 2, or 3 levels of escalation. We can set those time frames. If we look at the bottom of the screen here, we can set the time frames that we want, how long this alarm has been registering and hasn't been acknowledged or notified over a period of time. We can set it for anywhere from minutes to hours. So for this example, alarm hasn't been acknowledged for 5 minutes, and if this escalation level is enabled and that escalation is tied to a separate recipient, the message will be sent out to that recipient. And if it still hasn't been acknowledged for 15 minutes, it's going to send out another alarm. You can set the escalation level to a different recipient. Maybe it's a text message to the main maintenance guy or something. And then escalation level 3, if you want to enable that for 30 minutes and no one has responded, maybe you have that sent out to the building manager or somebody high up that works within the building. Different things you can do with that. So then we have the alarm recipients. So these are the receivers of the alarm messages. So the extensions belong to the alarm class. The alarm class handles these extensions and sends out their alarms to the various different alarm recipients that we set up. So these are the receivers of the alarm message. Alarm class can send alarm to multiple recipients. The console recipient is used to directly interact with the alarm itself. This is what we use to directly interact with the alarms in our workstation within Workbench. Okay, this is how we will view the alarms by setting up a console recipient. Now we can set up a station recipient, and this is used to route to another station, typically from a J station to a supervisor station. This is something we'll do later on tomorrow. So we're going to connect to our JACEs today. We're going to have our stations running on our JACE at some point, and maybe we want our alarms to be sent out to a supervisor station. Maybe we set up our workbench or our workstation as the supervisor station, an additional station that we have created to be the supervisor of alarms on our workbench. We can set up a supervisor or a station recipient to send out from the JACE to our workbench computer when an alarm is registered. We also have different types of recipients like printer recipients, text messages, emails, and so forth. Obviously, you would need the different emails and phone numbers and all that stuff to get all those set up. But the different alarm recipients can be found. The basic two, the console recipient and the station recipient, are found in the alarm palette. We also have different. The email recipient belongs into the email palette, and SMS, which is text messages, can be found in the SMS palette. We're not going to be using this for this class, but it's more of a for your information for when you more than likely you'll run into a project where you need to set these things up. So how to add an alarm extension? Again, just like setting up the discrete totalizer extension that we did for our logic lab, we added it to our pump control. We're going to do the same thing. So we're going to find the extension that we want to add to a given point. And it's the best practice is to open up the navigation tree to expose or show that point that we want to add it to, drag it from our palette and drag it onto the point within the nav tree itself. It's the easiest way to do it. And it's good practice to give these extensions good names, even if it's generic, as just calling it an alarm or sensor fault. So sometimes you got to keep in mind the end user, the novice user, your building manager, or somebody who might have access to this, maybe a tenant, might not understand what an out of range alarm extension is. But if you just name it something like alarm, if somebody who's drilling through there, or even just somebody like a PM or maintenance guy, they're going to have a better understanding what that extension is, if it's just, even if it's just named alarm or sensor fault. So yeah, that's how you add alarm extensions. So after we add the alarm extension, this is a out of range of alarm extension in this picture here. So we have many settings available, but most important, especially for this out of range alarm extension, is setting the fault algorithm or the off normal algorithm properties. Now these two algorithm properties are probably the most confusing things when it comes to alarms for the more novice user. And that includes any of you who are more novice with working with alarming and Niagara4, or maybe a little bit newer to the industry. So you have your fault algorithm, and then you have your off normal algorithm. Now your fault algorithm is what dictates when a point has gone into a fault alarm status. And again, remember, the fault alarm status, or fault, something that's gone into a fault alarm, is considered an invalid value. So if a fault alarm is registered to a point, the Niagara itself, the software, will ignore any value that point is currently reading. And we've seen this within our logic, or our hot water or outside air temperature sensor that we created or dragged in was in fault, so it would not use that value, and that's why we had to bring in the simulated objects. Now, then there's the off normal algorithm. So this is what you'll see called an off normal alarm. And the best way that I can kind of even further simplify this is call it the alarm. So you have fault alarms, and then you have alarms, generalized alarms. And off normal, what that means is it still has a valid value, but something's just not quite right. It's not an invalid value. It's not, that's, we're not saying that the point or piece of equipment is broken, but something has clearly something clearly isn't working right, and we're not under normal working conditions. And that's what we would consider for that room sensor, again, that thermostat within a room. And we set up those algorithms, that high and low limit there. And we can see that here in this picture. So we set that high and low limit. So let's say the room is reading 75 degrees, and we trigger an off normal alarm because it's something that's outside of normal operating conditions, right? We just want to generate an alarm saying, hey, it's warm in here. We might want to take a look at, see if the fan's running or the coil's running, or maybe something else is going on. Versus a fault, our thermostat reading, our thermostat is reading 148 degrees or something like that. Okay, that's not a valid value. There's no way that room's 148 degrees, right? So then we would generate a fault alarm. And so then software will say, okay, well, that's clearly a faulty value. We don't want to use that within our logic or any of our readings. So we'll ignore that value. So configuring the out of range alarm extension, this can be the most confusing. So you have these two algorithms that you need to choose from, the fault algorithm or the off normal algorithm. Now you can set up both within the same extension. You can set up an off normal. So anytime we get hot or cold within the room, we want to generate an alarm. But we can also enable the fault. So anytime we get some extreme values, we send out a fault alarm to notify, hey, something's probably broken. Okay. All right. So just to reiterate and go over this slide. So the fault algorithm sets when a point goes into a fault status. Off normal algorithm sets when a point goes into an alarm status. To set these up within the property sheet of the extension, now you only see this view typically in the out of range alarm extension, and this has the most setup required, but this is the most common alarm extension that you're going to see in this class. So we need to determine whether we want to use the default or off normal algorithm, but we'll both look the same under the drop box. So the high and low limit and deadband is what we set at what value we want it to go into fault or alarm. So both the fault algorithm and off normal algorithm look just like this when you open it up. And then we have a little text box here, and this text message is displayed when the point goes above the high limit. And we also have a text box to write the message that will display when the point goes below the low limit. And then this is an important thing to keep in mind, this last little bit. Really pay attention to this if you're just listening to me. Look at my screen. This limit enable here at the bottom of the property sheet. There's this limit enable. There's the limit enable that is contained within the fault algorithm, and this checkboxes also exist in the off normal algorithm dropdown. I can set my high limit to whatever I want. I can set my low limit whatever I want, and I can fill all this text boxes out all I want, just exactly how I want it to be. But it will not monitor for alarms until I have selected either low limit or high limit or both. So it's possible to only monitor for low limit or monitor for high limit, depending on what you're trying to set up here, or both. But no matter what you fill into here, it will not start monitoring for alarms until you get this checkbox right here. Now, part of the test on Friday is to set up an alarms, and we actually have you set up to route the alarms to my instructor station. And at some point, our job is, or part of the test day is we notify you that we've received your alarms, right? And one of the most common issues that happen is you've set everything up, you've successfully had a connection to the supervisor station, send me your alarms, but I haven't received any of your alarms. And you're like, hey, have you received any of my alarms yet? It's been, a few hours now. More than likely, the student has just forgotten to enable the limit, set the limit enable checkboxes for the out of range alarms. So keep that in mind. You'll see that in the labs, but definitely keep that in the back of your brain there. So then we have the different alarm services. All right. So then we have the alarm extension manager. We can have a list of all the alarm extensions in the station on a single table. Within that view, just like the point manager view, we can go to each alarm extension that's been added. We can double click it in that list view, go into the proper sheet of each alarm extension. We have the alarm instructions manager, prepares a list for the master instructions, alarm class summary, some of the stuff you're not even going to see in these labs or in this class, but we're just pointing it out to you. Alarm class summary, list of current status of alarm classes in a table. And then we have the database maintenance view and the alarm database view. We'll see this towards the end of the lab where we can clean up the alarm database. So any alarm that's registered, there's a record of it created in the alarm database, and we keep record of it, and we can go into that database maintenance and we can clear out records, old records of alarms, various different ways. And then we have the database view, which is we can view the alarm database, all the recorded histories of alarms. We can also have the option to export that data out to, if we wanted to export it out to an XML or PDF. All right, so that is lab exercise 12. Just kind of a rundown. What you're going to do is you're going to go to the alarm services in your station. You're going to open up the alarm palette. You're going to create a new alarm class. You're going to create the console recipient. You're going to make a link between the two. You're going to see a Wiresheet view is going to look just like the logic. And then you're going to go through and add extensions to certain points based on what tells you in the lab. You're going to add extensions, different type of extensions to certain points, set them up as the lab tells you to. And then towards the end, we're going to look at the alarm database maintenance view and look at the history of all the alarms that we've collected over the period. So it is it's a little after 12:30 now. So we're definitely going to go into the lunch and lab portion because this lab very much takes at least 30 to 45 minutes. So we're going to take about an hour and a half. Okay. So we will reconvene at 2 o'clock. Damon and I will be here interchangeably if you need any assistance.
All right. Thank you.
When we get to our alarm service, we get to this wire sheet view of it. And this is where we would drag in our new alarm class like we did for the lab. And we can see that we have this alarm class, the default alarm class here by default, hence the name. And again, just to reiterate, we only want to use our default alarm class for non-critical alarms. You don't want to pile every single alarm that you put into a system under one alarm class because you can have different alarm classes report at a different priority level, like we had seen, and which we'll see again when we go into the property sheet here in just a minute. So different alarm classes can report at different priorities. So if you've got critical alarms as well as non-critical or even trivial alarms all within the same alarm class, it's not going to know, and they're all reporting at the same priority. And we have a handful of alarms that are going out. Maybe we have several alarms going off on dirty filter alarms. We may have a pump runtime alarm going off. Maybe our hot water pump's been running for over the 10-20 hour runtime that we might have set. But we also got a critical alarm that our chiller's down. Maybe we have some other alarms coming in. So if all these are riding on the same priority, and we see these within the console room here, or the alarm console, let's imagine we have like 10 red alarms here, and they're all reporting at those same priority. How am I to know which one is the most critical alarm coming in at the moment if I'm playing triage here or seeing what's going on? I might read the first couple and be like, okay, I got dirty filter. Okay, pump runtime. Okay, it can run a little bit longer. Temperatures are a little warm in rooms 1 and 2. Well, I'll go check those out real quick. And down here, we got an alarm that the chiller's in fault. And we got a critical alarm for the chiller. So I'm going to go waste my time and go check on rooms 1 and 2. I wonder why it's so warm in here. Actually, the whole building's kind of getting warm, and I might waste some time, and I finally get back to my my workbench, my workstation, and then I look at my alarms a little bit further, and then I say, "Oh crap, my chiller's down. My chiller's been down for like 30 minutes or so. Oh goodness. Okay, and now everybody's starting to get complaints. We're getting phone calls from tenants or whatever, whoever's occupying the building, saying the room is very warm. We need to get a hold of maintenance, or we got to call service team to come in and take a look at the chiller." And so this is why we need to establish additional alarm classes um, to handle different priorities of alarms and group those type of alarms within those categories, right? So that's one example of why we want to take the extra time to create additional alarm classes, because not all alarms have the same priority. So this is the alarm console. I'll go ahead and point that out while I'm in here. So this is the alarm console. This is how we interact with alarms, incoming alarms. And it's only going to show currently active alarms or change of state. So we'll see an active alarm, and if this goes back to normal, it'll show that it's returned to normal. But this is where our messaging comes in for our alarms, and this is how we can interact with them from the workbench. And that's in the alarm console. So as we can see here on my screen, my hot water supply temp was in alarm, and now it's returned to normal. But we can also see the priority at which it's reporting. So imagine if I have a few other alarms coming in, just priority 127 is going to get booted down the list, and anything higher is going to be at the top of the list. It's going to be constantly bumping and moving up and down the list depending on what's going on. And now that my hot water supply temp has gone back into alarm, if it was down back to normal at the bottom of the list and it just changed state back to alarm, we're reporting on a priority 1, that alarm's going to jump right back to the top of the list. So we can kind of see how alarms report here. So here's where you can see the alarms, and you can click on them and acknowledge them. And when you acknowledge them, it just says you're just acknowledging an alarm. It changes the state from unacknowledged to acknowledged. This is what prevents it from going to an escalation for time being. And an alarm can only be acknowledged until it reaches a new condition to further escalate the alarm. So we can't ignore the alarm indefinitely, but we can acknowledge it, saying, "Hey, we see the alarm. I acknowledge it. I see it. I'm going to take some steps to take care of whatever's going on." There's a few things we can do in here other than just acknowledge. If we have some pesky dirty filter alarms or something that something just keeps popping up, we can select it and just silence it. It'll silence it for a bit. We can filter out our alarms. At the top of the top left-hand side of this window here on the alarm console, we can hit this time range. So we can see not only the alarms of today, we can see, our alarms spanning over, a time span here. And one little thing to note, I don't know if you guys can actually hear it on the remote side of the computers, but anytime the alarm goes into, or anytime this point goes into alarm state, you might hear a beep, or you might not hear it on your end, but I hear it on my end working on my workstation. And you might hear it for the first time if you don't hear it remotely. You would hear it remotely for your workstation that you're currently working on. You won't hear everybody else's alarms. But if you hear that little beep noise, whether you hear it not remotely, but you hear it out in the field outside of this class, I'll show you a little way to disable that if you don't want the alarms to generate a sound when an alarm comes in. If you go up, when you're in the alarm service, if you go up here to your menu section and you see alarm, you're gonna click that alarm tab, and then there's this sound on option, and it's got a checkbox next to it. If you want, you can click that sound off if you just want visual alerts. You didn't know that? Yeah, we can do it from the alarms. So if we go back to our alarm console or our wire sheet here, so that was the console room. Here's the security desk. It's also a console recipient that we set up, and imagine this is exists on a secondary computer or workstation somewhere on the facility or on campus. And as we can imagine, it's a security desk. So somebody's sitting up front, maybe in a lobby, maybe it's a security guard, and we've trained them to at least recognize when an alarm comes in if it has something to do with the BMS, and they call the maintenance or facility manager when an alarm comes in. So we can set up an escalation level. So again, anything coming in from a high priority alarm class that we've created, we've enabled escalation level 1, and we've set it up to where if an alarm is not acknowledged within 5 minutes, after 5 minutes, we're going to escalate it. And what the escalation is going to do is it's going to pass on this alarm to another recipient that we set up. And in this case, we set up it for a security desk. So this would send it out to the workbench for the security desk, and their console, looks the exact same, but we don't have anything in here because we haven't had to escalate any of the alarms because we acknowledged recently. But any alarm that has been escalated, this is how you would set that up. You would set up the escalation level within the alarm class itself. You would have to set it to true, set the time frame, and then that escalation slot becomes available on our alarm class, and we can make a link to it to another recipient. While we're in here, go ahead and show you. So we have the different priority arrays, or different priorities of which we can report messages. So since this is a high priority alarm class, obviously we want to tie any extensions that we feel is a high priority alarm. These are the type of alarms that we want to take, priority, obviously, and we want to be able to see them at the top of our alarm console or report if anything is going on. So we can change the priority here. So to off normal, meaning the values are just outside of normal operating range. We've set that to 1, so it's the highest priority, and we've set the priority for anything that's gone into fault. Remember, these are only extensions that belong to the high priority class. And then the priority for back to normal messages and to alert messages. It's a priority of 127, kind of like middle of the road there. It is important information. We'd like to know when an alarm, especially a critical alarm, goes back to normal. We can be assured that we fixed the problem, or maybe lucky enough that it fixed itself. But we can do that here, and we can set up for acknowledgement required. So anything within the high priority alarms, we can set up to where acknowledgement is required from the alarm console for off normal alarms, fault alarms, or back to normal. If we don't care to have our to normal messages being acknowledged, we can unclick that. The message will still go through. The alarm message will still be sent, or the back to normal message will still be sent to the alarm console, but we're not requiring an acknowledgement. Meaning going to the alarm console, selecting it, and hitting that acknowledge button at the bottom of our screen. So it depends on the use, really. I'm going to put that back. We can also see within the alarm class property sheet the total alarm count, how many alarms have registered within this alarm class over a period of time. So it's not saying that we have 55 alarms in here, it's saying we have had 55 alarms registered. So you can imagine this number can probably get pretty large over a span of time, right? Open alarm count and how many extensions are currently in alarm. So how many extensions belonging to this alarm class are currently in alarm? And we have one because our hot water supply temp simulator is constantly fluctuating from a low to a high point, so it's triggering that alarm. I think every couple minutes there. We can also see how many unacknowledged alarms that we currently have for any alarms that exist in this alarm extension or alarm class. So we'll go back. So that's the alarm. The alarm service, the wire sheet for the alarm service. Now, working in just so the next thing we were to do for the lab here, we went and added various extensions. I think we just added out of alarm extensions. We added one off normal alarm extension to our hot water supply. So that'd be under the MSTP heating system. Open up my points. I believe it's under boiler. So our hot water supply temp, we added an out of range alarm extension to a hot water supply temp. And we came down here, we opened up the off normal algorithm. We set up a high limit of 178 and a low limit of 142. We set a deadband, and this deadband is for returning to normal temperatures. So we're not saying that it necessarily needs to be 4 degrees. If you know how deadbands work, we're not saying it needs to be 4 degrees above 142 or below 142 or above 178 to register an alarm. It has it's a 4-degree deadband and returning back to normal for us to generate a back to normal alarm or message rather. So for example, if we have a high limit of 178, our temperature needs to drop 4 degrees below 178 to return to a back to normal condition for the alarm state there. So it'll stay in the alarm state until it drops, and we can set this value to whatever we need it to be. But for this example, our point will stay in alarm until we've dropped below 4 degrees, below 178 degrees, our high limit, and vice versa for the low limit, 4 degrees above the low limit. So you could choose to have a deadband or not. If you don't want to use a deadband, obviously, deadband would just be set to 0. But for this, this lab, we were just showing you that you can set up a deadband. And again, that only applies to the returning to normal. So we can set up a high limit text and a low limit text. This is the message that's broadcasted to the recipient when one of these conditions is met. And just under that, we have the limit enable. Remember, again, this is very important for the out of range alarm extension. This is one of the extensions that you will use on the test on Friday that you'll set up on a point. And it's very important to remember to enable this low limit and or high limit, depending on what you're monitoring for. It can be one or the other or both. But either way, a checkbox has to be checked for it to operate, to monitor for conditions, so to go into alarm. And after that, just below that, we have the alarm class. This is where and how you assign extension to any particular alarm class that you've created. It's just a drop-down box. So it's important to assign it to an alarm class that you want it to be registered to. If you don't, it will be assigned to the default alarm class. So if you're setting up a high priority or a critical priority alarm, you don't want it to default to the default alarm class that might be reporting on a very low, mid to low priority. Okay. Now we did in the lab, we had you set up this one off normal alarm, and then we had you set up an additional or a different out of range alarm extension to the sensor. I think it was the outside air temperature sensor point. And we had it set up. We named it sensor fault, and we set up the fault conditions. We set up the fault conditions just like we did with the off normal algorithm, except we did that. We would do that in the fault algorithm. Now, notice how we have a fault algorithm as well as an off normal algorithm within our out of range alarm extension. Yes, we can set up both within the same extension. There is no need to, even though we have you in the lab. In the lab, we have you set up 2 different extensions. On different points, but you can very easily and you can set up a fault and an off normal algorithm on the same extension. Those are 2 different conditions that have to be met because those are 2 different types of alarms. So it's not going to be any sort of conflict. So that's important. It would be a conflict if for some reason that you set up 2 different alarm extensions and you set up both algorithms on fault or both algorithms on off normal, just being kind of like a easy novice mistake. Didn't realize what you actually didn't set up the way that you meant to because you got lost within the menu. And I say this because I've seen this not only in this class, but I've seen this happen in the real world too. You know, the more novice user, they come in, we want to set up 2 different alarm extensions. In their mind, we want to monitor for off normal and for fault. And just from Blender, they've set up both algorithms within the fault section here because the off normal is down here at the bottom. It's easy to miss it. And so what happens is he set the off normal high and low limit to something small like 65 and 85, and he set the other fault to like, let's just say 120 and or 60 and 100 or something like that. So what will end up happening is if we actually go into a true fault, we're registering to 2 separate alarms for the same point. It's going to cause issues here. So if you're going to set up a fault and off normal, you can set it up in the same extension. You should set it up in the same extension, rather. Now, to go over the difference between a fault and an off normal once more, because I really want to hammer this one home, especially those who may be a little less experienced with the industry, or understand the difference in the wording, rather. So again, off normal it's still a valid value. This is what I like to call the alarm. The off normal alarm is just saying, just like it's what it's saying, it's off normal. It's just outside of normal operating conditions. So again, we have our room sensor, our thermostat, and maybe we're generating alarm or we set up alarm because it's reading 75 degrees in the room. It's warm, or maybe it's 80 degrees in the room. It's very warm, but it's still a valid value. It's very much 80 degrees in that room, and we're reading 80 degrees in that room. So it's off normal. It's outside of normal working conditions. We want to generate an alarm for that. Maybe the VAV is not working, the fan's not working, something else is not working other than what that that point exists on that point. So we're not saying our thermostat is bad. We're saying maybe the VAV for that room is not acting right. Now that would be different if we set up a fault algorithm, and maybe we set the fault algorithm for, I don't know, let's just say keep it simple, but 100 degrees. Or 120 degrees rather. Let's go a little bit more extreme. 120 degrees. Now, depending on where you live, if you are reading a value of 120 degrees in a classroom or in an office room, it's very, very unlikely that it's 120 degrees in there, unless it's dead of summer and something extreme is going on. But we can assume that that value is probably not a valid value. And so we want to generate a fault alarm for that. And there's 2 things that happen when we set up a fault alarm or when a fault alarm registers. One, we're saying there's something wrong with this point. There's something wrong with the device or object that's tied to this point. it's not working right. It's probably broken. And the second thing we're saying is Niagara, the software workbench, do not use this any of the value from this point. It's invalid. We can't trust this information coming from this point. It's most likely not. Yeah, it's most likely not reading correctly, right? So we can assume if you know, a room sensor is reading, you know, in the hundreds or something like that, it's more likely that the temperature sensor is broken. So that's the difference between the two, and that's what I want you to keep in mind when setting up your fault or off normal algorithms on Friday. It won't count much against you, but it will count against you if you set up the wrong type of algorithm, and it will hurt even more if you forget to check the enable box, either the low or the high limit. So that's the two big takeaways there from the property sheet for the off-normal alarm extensions. So we added additional alarm extensions to other sensors that we created, sensor points that we created in our system. We don't need to go through that. It's the same setup. But what I do want to bring your attention to is if we go back to the alarm service, one really useful tool. So if I go to alarm service, I'm not going to save that. From the alarm service window, now keep in mind, you have to do this from the alarm service window or view. You can't do it from within the alarm service. You can't do this within the console recipient or anything within the property sheet of anywhere else that's resides within the alarm service. So we're in the alarm service. What we're trying to get to is the alarm extension manager. So from the alarm service, if we go to the view selector top right of our screen here, we can get to our alarm extension manager, which is, you know, alarm ext manager. Now this is a very, very useful tool for us to have. Not only can we see information pertaining to the different extensions that we have within a station, we can see what their current some of their information. So, for example, we see one in red here, which is showing our hot water supply temp extension is actually currently in alarm. Now, this isn't necessarily a window that you want to use to you know, see which points are in alarm, but you can see, you know, from this window if something's actually in alarm. And you can see the extension name that we gave them. So we can see all these alarms here. The extension under the extension column, they're all called sensor fault. And then we have the one alarm that we added that we named alarm. So this is also handy, and this is why we try to emphasize that it's probably good practice to name it something recognizable. You know, however naming convention you want to use. But from a glance here, we can see what type of alarm extensions we have out there and what might be their purpose. We can also, to the right of that, we can see their alarm state. So everything's normal, and we can see our off normal out of range alarm extension is currently in a low limit alarm state. So at a glance there, we can assume that our hot water supply temp is below normal, right? It's in a low limit. So we can see other things like the alarm class or what it resides to. I see that this is assigned to the hot water supply temp, or it's assigned to the high priority alarms. And we can also see that I did not assign my fault sensor to the high priority alarm class from this view here. I forgot to change it, and it belongs to the default alarm class right now. That's not a good idea, but we can see that kind of information here, right? And if we wanted to, we could set up some instructions within the alarm extension. And this might just be a little bit of information that you pass along to somebody else who works within the facility or is working on the project, or for the end user. You can give instructions such as, you know, call Bob, the maintenance guy, or, you know, what have you. But two other points here. So under this point column within the alarm extension manager, we can see a file path to where this extension is belongs. So if our eyes take us here pretty easily. So the red column here if we follow this, drivers, backnet network, MSTP heating system points, boiler control, IO, hot water supply temp. So I can see, and this is helpful when you have a very large job or, a lot more alarm extensions than we have right now. At a glance, we can see, where this extension belongs or where it resides. So it belongs to the hot water supply temp point, and that belongs in the boiler control points folder in the MSTP heating system. So we can gain some information here. So that's one point. The other thing is we can access the property sheet to any of these extensions just by double clicking them. So for example, I'm going to click on this top one here, and I'm going to go through and I can adjust anything in here. So for example, I'm going to change my alarm class to high priority. I'm going to save that for this fault sensor fault that I forgot to change. And then I can save it and hit the back button. It takes me right to my extension manager. So if I have some changes that I need to make to several sensors or several extensions, I can do that in here. That's another useful feature of the alarm extension manager is if I'm taking over a facility or taking over a project or coming to a project for the first time or a site for the first time, and I'm not sure if alarm extensions have been set up yet. So let's assume the project's in progress and you're taking over from a coworker. You're not sure if the alarm extensions have been added to the project yet. You can come to the alarm extension manager and see all the alarm extensions that have been created for that station. So it can kind of clue you in if, if any alarm extensions exist or not, or if they are, how many do we actually have? So that can be useful. So then after that, we have the alarm database and then an alarm database maintenance. We're just going to touch on this real quick. There's two ways of getting to this. So I can get here from my alarm service if I hit my view selector while I'm still in the alarm service. And I can choose to go into the AX database maintenance or database maintenance. Now remember, there's this legacy AX version or the HTML version view of these two property pages here, or these two maintenance views here. We also have the alarm database view. But we can also get to that from this alarm database, which is the alarm up here with the bell next to it under our station. This is the alarm database as well. So we can double click this, and this will take us to the HTML database maintenance view. And from here, we can see all the alarms that have been generated today. So we can actually decide what we're going to do with this here. So again, we have the database maintenance view, which is the HTML version, and we also can switch to the AX database maintenance version, whichever you prefer. But what this does is actually, we're not going to see any current active alarms. I mean, we will, but we don't want to use it as our means of viewing what current alarms are active, because we can actually see that I have this many, from here to here, currently back to normal alarms generated. Now I don't have this many back to normal messages being generated at the same time. This takes an instance of every time it's gone to back to normal, and it's been unacknowledged here. So we can see an entire database of every alarm that's been generated, whether it's gone into alarm state, fault state, or back to normal. A record of that is kept in the database, the alarm database. Now in the database maintenance view, I can go through here and clear records of these alarms. I can clear all old records, clear all records, which is the bottom option here at the bottom of the screen. I can clear all before selected records. So if I wanted to select a specific record and I want to keep everything above this, so all the records before this, which we're saying happened before this alarm here, I can clear out all these old records, falling below this one, or I can clear all records before a certain date, as well as the certain time during that day. So that's how we can clear our alarm history, or records of our alarms. And so we have the alarm database view. It looks very similar to the database maintenance view, with the exception of being able to further filter out, alarms that have generated over a time range, but we also have options to export this database. So if we need to print out or export a history of all these alarm records for whatever purpose that might be, we can do that within the database view, and you can export it to something like an XML sheet, PDF, JPEG, print it, email it out. We have those options, and you would clearly, you would do that by going up to the export button, and then we go through all these actions here to export it in the way that we want to. There's other options that we have available to us within the database we can filter through by coming up to the filter options, but we're not really going to dive too deep into that or dive into that in this class. So that being said, does anybody have any questions about alarming? No? Okay. Well, if you think of anything or if anything comes up, just let me know when we have some free time or towards the end of the day, and I'd be happy to answer those questions. Alarming is one of the first lessons I spent a lot of time on during my training here. So I've gotten quite intimate understanding of alarms and histories here. So, all right, with that being said, any questions that come up, just let me know. But okay, so that's done. So what we're gonna hop into next is we're gonna keep on trucking along. We're gonna go into lab 21, which is histories, which also uses extensions. Now we use the word or terminology histories, but we're also gonna use the terminology trend log. Some of you may have heard the terminology trend log. They're the same thing. We use the term interchangeably. So just like we can add alarm extensions to points, we can also add history extensions to points. And what that will do is that will enable our points, our extensions, to start keeping records of values or what's going on with these points, right? Very useful information. And before I get into that, again, there's a reason we have to add each of these extensions to the points. Every once in a while, we get the question of, hey, why don't these proxy points just come packed with the ability to have alarms already and histories already, extensions already on them? And the long and the TLDR answer to that is the short answer to that is memory. We got to save space. So the more we pack into proxy points by default, the heavier or more expensive or more memory we take up. And when we're working with hardware or equipment that has a limited amount of memory, such as a Jace, when we're adding a very large station to a Jace, we could very quickly and easily max out its memory capacity if we have or storage capacity as well. If we have very heavy points, everything's got all this built into it. So to make things simple and easy and lightweight, we have to add extensions to the points that we actually want to add them to. So and it's not every point or module, or not every point on your project is probably going to get a history and an alarm extension. So that kind of helps out too. All right. So brief little introduction to histories, and then we'll do the same, similar to the same method we just did before lunch or during lunch. Give you a little intro, give you a little rundown about what we're going to be doing in lab 21. And then I'll release you guys to work on that lab at your own speed. And then we'll have a return time set that we'll come back and we'll do a review. Okay. So we are looking at history / trend data collection, right? So the objectives for this class. So upon completion of this session, you will have a general knowledge of the location of history components and stored history samples. You will take a look at the audit history, log history, and security history. These are different views within different services available in our station. And each one's going to show us something a little different. We're going to look, you're going to have a general understanding of history extensions, as well as the history service view. We're going to look at visualizing trend data, as well as exporting histories to a chart, or to charts, plural. So the history basics. So known as histories in Niagara4, but commonly referred to as trends in other systems. Trends or trend logs. These histories or trend logs can collect history samples based on interval of time or change of value. So these are the two collection types. All history objects are in the history palette. So unlike the alarm, unlike alarms where we have various different palettes where we have our alarm modules located, whether that being the alarm palette, kit control palette, and so forth. All the history modules are contained within the history palette, the one-stop shop. So we can view history data in the history space, managing history configuration in the history space, and we can add history extension to a point to collect samples in the same manner as adding alarm extensions to a point to monitor for alarms. So the same process. We open the palette, we find the extension, the type of extension that we want to add. We drag and drop it onto the point within the nav tree. Pretty simple. So the history of the location components. So we have different history services. So we have the history service. We have the audit history service, as well as log history service. And you will see that one of the first few things that we'll do in Lab 21 is actually take a look at these different services and see what they can do for us. So we have the history palette. And within the history palette, we have the extensions. This is mostly what you'll be working with in the history palette. A lot of these other modules we don't use in this class. So then we have the history space. So much like if you look at this picture, much like the alarm database, remember that alarm with the little bell next to it? That's the alarm database. But at the very bottom of your station, you see this little section or this module called history. And that's the history space. And in the history space, we can see all the histories that have been created within our station. But what separates this from the history service, we can actually see data collected for those histories and the history space. So for example, we can click on air handler unit 99, cool stage is on, and we can see by default, we can see a chart view of the collection of this this data that's going to show and represent when the cooling stages have gone on or off, gone on and off. Or even if we looked at the temperature, space temperature sensor there at the bottom, double clicking that, we'll get a chart of how the temperature has fluctuated for that space temperature sensor over a period of time that we can filter through. So the history extensions, this is what we need to put a little bit more detail into. So extensions are added to a component that is extendable. Like I've said before, not all of them are, but most of them are. And the ones that you'll be working with in this class, all the points are extendable. So all the proxy extension points that all the proxy points that we've added into this, into our station so far are extendable. So there are 2 extensions per data type. So we know our data types, right? We have the Boolean data type, numeric, enumerated, and string. But we have 2 extension types per each data type. If that didn't confuse you. So each data type gets 2 different types of extensions for them. All right, so these 2 types of extensions are interval. So this collects a historical sample on a specified time interval. And what that means is we take a snapshot when this time interval happens. So for example, if I'm setting up an extension to take a numeric interval extension onto my famous space temperature sensor, my thermostat, and I want to get a reading of what the current room temperature is on that sensor every 5 minutes. And that's going to do just as it sounds. It's going to take a sample of whatever the temperature is every 5-minute mark. It's not going to take a collection of that data for the span of 5 minutes. It's going to take a sample at the 5-minute mark, and it's going to count down to the next 5-minute mark, take another sample, and then we're going to collect all that information and put it within our history database. So that's how the interval works. So it takes a sample at an interval rate, and we can adjust that interval rate whether we want it every 5 minutes, every 30 minutes, every hour, every 2 hours, and so forth. And then we have a COV, so collects a historical sample on a change of value. So this would be a change of value or a change of state. This registers for when something changes from one state and back to another state. So this is usually applied to something that stays a little, not necessarily more static, but doesn't have a lot of fluctuation, doesn't fluctuate often or as often. So maybe we want to take a change of value sample anytime a pump cuts on and off. So we can keep track of how many times the pump is cut on and off over a period of time. Same can be done for a fan and so forth. Maybe if you have something that has more of a okay. So Damon's clarifying for me. So it doesn't keep track of how many times it's changed states. It collects a timestamp of when it changes state. So it does a timestamp when the pump comes on, and it'll take a timestamp when the pump cuts off. Okay. So how to add the history extension. This is a little bit more simplified than the alarm extension. It's a little bit less the setup, but there's still some critical steps that we need to keep in mind here. So step one, add the extension to the point. We know how to do that. We've done that several times so far. We grab the extension that we want to use. We add it to the point and the nav tree. And then again, it's good practice to give extensions good names, such as even if it's basic like history or trend log. Default names such as numeric interval or Boolean COV can be very confusing to not only the end user or the novice user, but somebody who comes in behind you might not understand exactly what you're trying to accomplish with that extension. So step two, we got to configure the extension. Now there's three main things we need to keep in mind here. So many settings available, but most importantly, on interval type of extensions is setting the interval, which is this right here. So if it's an interval type of extension, we want to set the interval. By default, there is a value there, but we want to actually set it to the interval time rate that we want to collect that data. Because these histories, after a long period of time, do take up quite a bit of memory, a lot of space, and you could easily bog down very quickly depending on how many histories you have. Now there is also a function within the history space where it gets rid of a collection of histories after a certain amount of time, or after so many histories have been collected. But that's later on. Look at that. So interval, we got to set the interval for the interval of time extensions. The next big important thing here is the history name. So the history name for each extension that you create has to be unique. Now, one thing that we will be using in this class is called B formatting. It's similar to what we've seen when we were using string values or string formatting when we were doing graphics, where we did that %value.out or %out.value %sign. We use similar formatting in the history name. We can use that in the history names. There's something there by default, which is the %parent.name %. And what that does is it gets the point name. So the parent is the point that the extension belongs to. So by default, that is the history name. So you have something there by default to keep it slightly unique. But let's say that we have multiple outside air temperature sensors or multiple room sensors, right? And they all have the same name. we're going to run into a conflict at some point because all history names have to be unique. You can't have the same history name. So if we have a bunch of outside air temperature sensors, eventually we're going to run into an issue. And it will cause a fault, actually. If there's a naming conflict, we will get a fault up here, and it won't actually collect anything, and we'll get an alarm for it. So again, we use B formatting. That's an easier way. We expand on this in the labs, where we show you how you can do a percent dot, the parent name as well as the parent name. So we can not only grab the point name, but also where does that point reside. So we could have, heat pump IO, outside air temperature history, right? Something to note there, without getting too much of a tangent here. The B formatting is, we don't require it. It's something we show you in the lab. It's not necessary. If you wanted to, you could actually come in here and type in a custom name for your history name. We do practice or play with the B formatting in the lab itself, and you're more than welcome to use it on the test, but you're not required to use it on the test. So just something to keep in mind. And for those of you who at some point during this lab want to know more about B formatting, what's available to us, there is a help document that you can look up in the help content section of Workbench that will give you, it's not a full library showing you everything that you can use as far as B formatting goes, but it gives you an idea of a handful of them that you could use. But lastly, if I hadn't lost anybody just yet, and the property sheet for the history extension, by default, this enabled property is set to false. And there's a reason for that, because when we add an extension, we might not necessarily want it to immediately start collecting data. Again, we got to have to keep in consideration memory and storage within a hardware. So for example, Jace. So this is why they're not enabled by default. So we have one of two ways, and we'll look at that in the lab. We'll be able to either manually hit that drop-down box and hit true, but we can also enable multiple extensions at one time and disable multiple extensions at one time within the history extension manager, much like the alarm extension manager. So we'll take a look at that in the lab. So again, reiterate, so if I didn't lose anybody, we have to enable the history. It's disabled by default. We have to give our history extensions unique names, or the history name within the extension has to be unique. The name for the extension itself, like we see here for trend log, that does not have to be unique. We can have 100 different trend log extensions named trend log, but the history name that it represents, that this is what it's going to create a history, and we're telling what to name that history, that has to be unique. And then for interval trend log extensions, for history extensions, we have to set up the interval time frame, or we should set up the interval time frame past the default. Okay, so we then have the history service, which is the default view. And within the history service, we have the extension manager. And this lists all the history extensions in one table, just like the alarm extension manager. Slightly different look, but we get a lot of the same information from it. Then we have the history space views. We have a chart view, AX history chart builder, an AX database maintenance, which works just in the same way as the alarm database maintenance works, as we can clear out records based on certain conditions, like clear out all the records, all records up to a certain selected record, or all records before a certain date and time. Okay. All right, so that's Lab 21. The first few steps that you're going to be taking within Lab 21 is taking a look at the various history services and views. Don't skimp out on this section. There's some useful information there, especially when you look at the audit history service or the log history service. We can actually go through and look at those services and see who changed what within our station. So it's kind of like a big brother service there. So if somebody's gone through and changed some things, and we want to know, who overrode the fan or the cooling coils or some dampers and we can go there and see who has been overriding points. But yeah, so this should take about it says 20 minutes. It's probably going to take more close to 30 minutes. So it is currently 3:03. So about 3:33, 3:35, we'll reconvene to do a review. All right, everybody. It's about 3:40, a little later than I planned to come back. So let's go ahead and hop in the review. If you're not 100% done, that's all right. The main takeaway that you need to know about, at least for the test on Friday, um, is how to add the history extension and how to enable it.
Hey, Brandon, let me jump in just a second, real quick. I'm going to be able to work a little bit later this evening. So once class is over, if you want to stop and do a little bit of one-on-one with me for about, I'll hang around about an hour or so after class. Let me know. I'll be here in case somebody wants to. Maybe it's one part or something. I can. My son's going horseback riding. My wife's going over, so nobody will be home for a while. So I can hang around after class for a while. So just kind of keep that in mind that maybe it's something you need help on. Um, if so, let me know and I'll be glad to hang around a little while for you.
All right. All right. So yeah. All right. So so you saw the various history views, right? Saw how we could use them, the audit history, log history. We can see who logged in, users that have logged in and out. We can see audit history, see who's changed things around within the workbench itself, or override any particular point or set point or something like that. So useful to have. You won't use anything like that within this class, but it's useful to have outside of the class, right? So next, one of the key things we need to look at is adding a history extension to a point. I'd say that's about 60 to 70% of this history lab. It's just adding the extension and then configuring the extension. So we went through to our backnet network. We went to our boiler control, and we added a trend log to our hot water supply temp. All right, we added it. We called it trend log. We enabled this one. The lab had us actually hit the drop down menu and select true for enabled. We changed the history name. So you could you could copy and paste this little B formatting string that we had put in the lab for you if you wanted to, if you hadn't, or if you typed it out. Either one works. But what this says is parent.parent.name, and then it's underscore parent name. And just a little bit, when we look at our history, or we can even see it now, we can see how the name formats with this B formatting here. So in typing this history name out here we can see our history name, right? So the parent.parent name is saying get the parent of my parent, which is the boiler control underscore IO. And then we did an underscore parent name, which is getting the points name. Now, you're not required to remember this or how all of this, strings out. Again, there is a help document available within the workbench, so the help window. You'd have to look up B formatting. It gives you an idea of how we can use it in some a short list of available descriptors that you can use, or strings that you can use rather. So we did there. We showed a few different ways we can use this B formatting, at least for the history name. And this is really helpful when, as you've seen in this lab, where we create one and then we copy and paste that history extension to multiple points that we want to monitor the same type of data over the same period of time, right? So obviously our hot water supply temp, it's an interval, numeric interval extension, and it's easy to assume that we're going to have many temperature sensors within the scope of a project. So we could easily set up one, copy it, and paste it to all other hot water sensors, or any temperature sensors that we want to collect data over a 5-minute period or whatever it is. And then doing this history name, this naming convention here with the B formatting is each copy and paste to a different point will have we ensure that we will have a unique name. So not only is it going to get its point name that it belongs to, but it's also going to get that point's parent, which means it's whatever folder or what component that it belongs to. So for this example, our point resides in our boiler IO point folder. So it's going to get that name. So it's very useful. And just to put it out there, if we wanted to, we could hard type in an actual custom name if we wanted to as well. We set the interval down here to 1 minute because we actually wanted to see this history started being collected over 1 minute period, so we have something to look at towards the end of the lab. And the last thing, we open the history config to change the capacity from 500 to 600. This was just a step to show you, hey, this is where you can set the capacity for this record. So what this does is once we've reached 600 records of this history, we're going to get rid of anything past that 600 mark that's old, one by one. So this way we can keep a limit on how many histories we actually keep. This helps save on storage and memory within our hardware, like our Jace. For a workstation, like what we're doing now on Workbench, it doesn't matter as much, right? Because we have quite a lot more memory and storage on a PC versus a small hardware like a Jace, which has limited flash memory and so on. So that's the basics of setting up this numeric interval history extension. We set up one more type of history extension. Now notice in my history space, and this is at the bottom of our station here, notice how I only have one history. I set up multiple history extensions, but I only currently have one history down here. That's because the history itself isn't created until that extension started or was been enabled. So I purposely did not enable the rest of my extensions just yet, which we're going to look at in just a minute because we did this in the lab. But I purposely did it this way so that I could show you within the history space that the history is not created until the history extension is enabled. We can create the extension, but again, the history itself isn't created until that extension is enabled. And the same can be said, and we'll look at this towards the end of this review. I can delete a history, but the extension can remain and start that history back up if I disabled it and re-enabled it. The same can be said, and it's slightly different. I can delete the extension, but the history will remain. It just won't continue to collect newer data. But I have to get there's two parts to it. So if there's something that I'm looking to get rid of the history extension and the history itself, I have to get rid of both the extension and the history. So we added the numeric interval history extensions. So multiple sensors, all of our sensors within our station here. And then we went through to our boiler control and created a Boolean change of value. So if I go into this this trend log here, it looks slightly different. The key takeaways to the change of value history extensions is to, one, either enable it or leave it disabled if you're not ready to enable it just yet, which I'm going to be doing here in just a bit. And then giving it a unique history name. So in this instance, we had a parent.name, which is just going to get the point name, so boiler control, boiler1_control. And then a part of that name, we can extend that string of text there to include _trend. So it's going to get the boiler1_control, and it will print out as boiler1_control_trend within the history name. We'll see that in just a bit. So again, I'm going to leave this enable flag set to false for now, because I'm going to go to my extension manager like we did in lab and set all of these to true at once. So from here, I'm going to go back up to my history service. To open services under your station. We're going to find our history service. We're going to double click on that, and that'll take us to our history extension manager. Okay. And at a glance here, we can see that we, just by these dark gray boxes behind our history extensions, that they're disabled. We can also see a status flag over here that also shows that they're disabled. Just like the alarm extension manager, we can see the extension names. Now we named everything trend log, but if you wanted to give each type of trend log extension a unique name, you could obviously do that. The history name, the only one currently showing is the boiler control underscore hot water supply temp, because that's the only one that's been enabled so far. We'll see that change once I enable all of our history extensions here. And the last thing I want to point out before I enable these extensions is we can see the point that it belongs to and the path of where this point resides within our system, our station. So for example, our hot water pump 1 underscore control, and the point name here, we can see that it derives from the heat pump IO under the points module, under the MSTP heating system device within the BACnet network, and the BACnet network within drivers. So we can do a full path as to where this history extension belongs to, where it resides. So to enable all of these extensions at one time, we can go through and a combination of shift clicks or control clicks. We can select all of them at once and enable them, or we can select them one at a time and enable them. But with them selected, with these extensions selected in the extension manager, we'll come up to this enable button or enable collection, which it looks like a play button, right? So we're going to hit this enable collection, and it's going to go through, and all the statuses of these extensions are going to change to OK. We can now see that each of these extensions now have a history name that have been created. And if I scroll down to my history space, under my station, I can now see each of these histories have now been created under the history space under this trainee 18 station. So now I have my pump 1 control trend, my boiler 2 control trend, so forth, air handler, space temperature sensors, and so on. Okay. So that's what we can do with the extension manager. And this is the history space. This is where we can see, the histories that have been created. We can look at their data that they've collected, and we'll look at that more in just a minute, because we're going to look at how to export to a chart. But the next part of this lab is to enable a trend to be collected during a certain time frame. So enabled by schedule. This will be important for the test, because this is something that we're going to have you guys do as well. So let's go to our boiler control points folder where our wire sheet exists. So I'm going to right click my boiler control, go up to views. I'm going to go to the wire sheet, and I know I'm going to enable this. I'm pretty sure it's the hot water, right? Yes, hot water supply temp. So my hot water supply temp right here, I need a composite. So I already have the extension added to the point, but just like we did with the discrete runtime totalizer or discrete totalizer extension, we need to use that composite function to create a slot or make the slot visible within the point of the extension. So again, we only use the composite to expose a slot on the extension. If we need to expose a slot within the point itself, we use pin slots. But if we're going to expose a slot from an extension that exists within that point, we need to use composite. So I'll go to my hot water supply temp. I will right click it, and I'll come down to composite. And within this window, I'm going to expand my hot water supply temp, locate my trend log extension. I'm going to open my window up just a little bit wider so I can see everything. And what I'm looking for is the enabled property. And this is the property that we use, the drop-down menu, to change it from false to true to enable the trend log. So with this, the enabled slot being exposed on the point, I can actually tie that that slot over to my schedule, so that this trend log is only enabled during occupied hours or when the schedule changes to like an on state. So for this example, we're tying it back to our pump schedule, and maybe we only want it to collect trend data when our pump is actually running, or our pump schedule is running. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my enabled property, and I remember I need to select this add button at the top of my composite editor, just because I've selected it, and if I press OK, nothing actually happens. This is something that tends to trip people up sometimes, especially on test day when you're trying to get as much done as fast as possible. Remember, to expose it, we have to select the property we want to make visible. and then we need to add it. And then once it's added, we can choose to rename it or remove it, move it up and down within the slot order of the extensions if we have more than one extension slot being exposed here. Okay. I'm just double checking to see if we were to rename it. Yes, we are. Okay. So with it selected and we added it, we can select it within the composite editor. We can hit the rename button because we're going to rename this to trend enable. We could leave it to just enabled, but that might be confusing for somebody who didn't set this up and is looking at our hot water supply temp block for a point in the wire sheet and see that it says enable. They might assume that we're enable or disabling point itself. So we want to make it a little bit more clear that we are enabling the trend within the hot water supply temp. So that's why we're doing this rename. So once we've done that, we can press OK, and we'll find our trend enable here. Now, if you remember how to link mark, and you should, and then if you don't, this will be your little reminder here. So I'm going to open up my heat pump IO points folder. I'm going to locate my pump schedule because that's the schedule I want to dictate when I am collecting this trend data for my hot water supply temperature. So to do a link mark, first need to locate what we want to link from first. So I will select my pump schedule. I can do this within my nav tree. I don't need to navigate to my wire sheet to do this. So I'm going to right click my pump schedule and I'm going to select link mark. Now notice we do have a couple other options. We could say link from pump schedule and link to pump schedule. Now this will show up if I already have something link mark selected on. Now this is still selected from pump schedule from when we did this earlier this week. So this still shows as available until I link mark something else or I close Workbench out. So I'm going to just out of habit select link mark. I'm going to come up to my hot water supply temp. Doesn't really matter where I select on this block here. Just going to right click it and I'm going to select link mark from pump schedule. Now I brought up that little bit, the link mark and link to, or link from and link to there a second ago, because I want to point out that it is possible in which to reverse the order in which you link something to. It doesn't really matter in which order you link it to. I mean, it does, but that's the order from linking out of one object and linking into the other object. So we got to work from left to right. So we got to pick the object that you want to link from first, typically. But you can do it in reverse order. If I were to right click link mark from my hot water supply temp, I can link mark it and go back to my schedule and link to hot water supply temp. It's kind of reverse order, but the important thing is my pump schedule needs to be on the left side and my target needs to be on my right side because this schedule is writing to my hot water supply temp target point here. So the order does matter. So we're going to come out of our out slot of our pump schedule. And then if I scroll down a bit, I'm gonna find my trend enabled slot that I composited on my hot water supply temp. Select that, press OK. I'm gonna get this little node here right next to my trend enable. And if I double click that, it'll take me to the wire sheet of my pump control. And that node that is connected to my trend enable will also be highlighted. So this is a good way to double check your work if you need to see, or if you're looking over some logic and you see a node and you're like, if you're wondering, hey, what is this actually tied to? You can double click it and it will take you to where it's linked to. Okay, so that's how you enable a trend based on occupancy or based on a schedule. So that's something that you'll need to remember on for Friday of how we did this. So again, we added the extension. We need to composite an extension to open a slot or make a slot visible from an extension. So again, I'll say it again. If I want to expose a slot that is within my point, I use pen slots. If I want to expose a slot that resides, that's within my extension, I need to use the composite. And then I need to add that slot from the composite to make it visible within my point. Okay? And then I need to use link mark to link it to a schedule. It's best practice so that you don't trip yourself up. It's best to just link mark from the schedule to the point in question. So source and then target. Okay. Okay, so last we're going to look at the history space. We glimpsed it briefly. So at the bottom of our station here, we have the history space. Now this history space is only unique to the station in which it belongs. So since this is my station training 18, I'm only going to see the history space for this station. Now, if this was some sort of supervisor station, we had it set up to report that, we could have multiple stations listed under this history space. But what you need to remember at this current moment for the class, and to keep things simple and basic, we can see our station that we're working on in this history space and the histories that exist within our station. So according to the lab, so I'm going to go to my hot water supply temp. And if I double click this within the history space, I can see that I get a graph now. There's different things I can do with here in this chart. I can see the data being collected over a period of time. And this chart will this history will continue to collect data well past just today. And if I want to look at data, which I won't have that data available to me right now, but if I'm looking to refine or filter the time range that I want to look at this data, so maybe I want to look at it, this data over the span of a week or last week or a specification, I can do that in the filter section here or the drop down. One thing I can also do, similar to the dashboard pane, if I want to, the lab has you add the boiler control trends into the history space, but it doesn't really give you much to look at. That's I think something we need to reorganize there, because if I add my my boiler control into the chart here, we just get a static line, and then once we surpass this time block, we don't see it again. So if I want to add, let's just say my my space temp sensor for my air handler, which I think is also a static line at the moment. But if we were to add any other sort of temperature history, we can see, just like we saw on our dashboard, a comparison of data being collected in a chart view. Okay. Typically, I usually go ahead and set up an extra history extension on, I believe, our outside air temperature point. Just forgot to do it this time around. And I usually can show you that you can compare the two. You can use the mouse wheel to scroll out over a period of time and scroll back in. But once you've added data that you want to compare, so if I click out of my air handler or click out of my boiler control history, so I just click on anything, I go to something else, and I go back, that data, those extra points that we dragged into our hot water supply temp are no longer there. So it doesn't save that, but there's a way that we can do that. But first, I'm going to go ahead and go up to my heat pump IO because I want to just be able to show you guys. I'm going to copy this extension. I'm going to come up to my outside air temp. I'm going to paste it just to add another trend log so I can show you guys. So add that trend log, make sure that we enable it. Even if we copy and paste a trend log extension onto another point, even though the extension that we copied was already enabled, the extension that we paste onto another point will not be enabled. We still have to go in and enable that extension. So I'm just going to go and do that so that we can create the history for it. We'll see that pop up here at the bottom. So again, I'll go to my boiler hot water supply temp. I'm going to drag my heat pump outside air temp into here just so that we can see a comparison of data. The range might be a little off from each other, depending on where our outside air temperature is currently. But while we kind of let that populate, we also have different options here. We can change the way the data is presented, whether we want it to be a line graph, discrete, shade, or bar graph. We can change it to one or the other or both and press OK. See the comparison of data if it showed both of them at the current moment. But let's say I've got all this set up and I was like, I really like this, and this is a useful tool for me to compare data to something that I need to look at it either on a daily basis or frequently. What I can do is we have this export option here. There we go, there's a little bit difference. So we have this export the current view or object. So we can't necessarily save this view within the history itself, but I can hit this export button here. And when I do that, it's going to ask, a few various different things. But down here is what I want you to focus on. Select the destination. So I can download a static snapshot of what the current chart looks like. If I want to use that for my records, just as like a visual representation that I want to print or email to somebody. But if I want an updated version that's going to constant update, I can select the destination and can change it from download to station file. And what that's going to do is that's actually going to create a file within our file space in our station. And it's going to update. It's still going to continue to update with both those points within the chart view. Okay. So one thing that we I don't think the lab actually has us change the chart name, so we'll just leave it as is. So we'll press OK, and then it's not going to show us it right away, so we need to actually dive into our files. And we see that a new folder has been created under the files module. If we open that up, we'll see our boiler control, whatever we had named our chart there. And if I say double click off over here into the trend to get rid of my current view, and I go back into my boiler control chart down here, it's different. But if I go up to the chart that I saved, we'll be able to see how we had saved it during our last view, or we had exported it. So this is a way that we can set up custom charts when we're looking at history data and use those to compare them. And if that's something we want to continue to use, we can export the chart to the file system, and it'll save it, and it will update when the history updates. Okay. Yeah, and so so I show you guys that tomorrow. There's a section where we look at how to export history data to other stations or to a supervisor station. We do that tomorrow. So, all right. So does anybody have any questions about trend logs, histories?
Is there a way to see raw data like CSV style in a table versus the pictures?
It's a good question.
Yeah, and if you double click a history, the default view is a chart. In the top right, go drop down to table, like AX history table there. And there from there, yeah, you can export that. We'd actually do that in the advanced course. You actually go and you point it out. You could either export it to a PDF, you can export it to a CSV file. Actually, there's several things you can export to a CSV, HTML, and all that kind of fun stuff. But we actually do that in the history lab, in the advanced class. We show you how to do that. But it's there's some objects in the station you can use to grab that data and export. If you go to actually open up in your palette window, open the reports palette, and then there's some objects in there which allow you to do that. The report, go to reporting, and the reporting is where you can actually pick like data sources and that kind of fun stuff. So at the first level, this report service, and you can do export services and email recipients and file recipients and all kinds of wild little things like that. But in general, the answer is yes, you can do that. You do it with report widgets.
Sweet. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm glad you brought that up because I forget to show the other side of the history. When we're looking at the history, default, we see the chart view. This doesn't always give us a concrete data just by looking at the chart. But yeah, if you hit the view selector in the chart and go to a history table, we can actually see the actual data, what the actual value is. And that's that's equally important when you're looking at Boolean objects. So like our hot water pump, the chart really doesn't do much for us here for that. But if we went to our history table, we can see change of state. Does somebody have a question?
Yeah, so while you're talking about that, it's just a follow-up. Like that is only one point, right? We dragged another point into the view so that we can add maybe outside air, compare it with dampers, and then maybe you want to export it to Excel file so
You
you
can.
can see the
Well, I'll
difference.
jump in and tell you this is not to continue to advertise my advanced course, but to continue to advertise my advanced course. Yeah, you can do that also, and we do that in the advanced course. Use this thing called series transforms, because the framework itself doesn't actually join records that way. Like you can't join two histories, but the series transform does that. And I tell you what, Brandon, go ahead and open the palette window, open the series transform palette, and you'll see objects in there to do the same thing. Series transforms really is really neat as far as learning curve. Very, very not steep learning curve on how to use series transforms. But you add objects out and you put them to histories, and you can do all kinds of neat little tricks with it. But it actually does a join, so you could actually be looking at like 3 different tables, and I mean 3 different histories, and join them to produce one table. That's pretty cool.
Awesome, thanks.
We like awesome. Awesome's good. Awesome's good.
Hey, Brandon, quick
Yes, sir.
question. If you delete a history extension, how do you recreate one with the same history name?
If you do that, it's a little tricky, because if there's a history with a certain name there, and you add another history extension, try to use that same name, it's going to come back with a fault saying, hey, you can't create a history of that name because it's already one there. If you actually create histories new, if I had two points called space temp, and I add a history extension, and in that field I named the history space temp for the first one. When I go to name the second one, I'm going to get a fault cause of duplicate history name. And also, I think if you go back and try to recreate it, it's not going to happen. Basically, it's not going to say, let you pick up on the history that's already there. It's going to force you to make a new one. So unfortunately, yeah, you can't go back and add it and say, let's keep on adding that one in. Once it's kind of done, it's done.
Okay. Can you delete the history?
Yeah. That's Brandon, you want you on that one? Or you it's not hidden. It's in a different place. You go to your history node. It says go to the history space node is where you do that.
So you'd come up to
No, to get into history space is actually, that's why it's it's not hidden. It's in a kind of an odd place. Go into history space and go to a view. Change your view to a database maintenance view. There you go. There you go. And then what you do there is you just pick whatever history you want to get rid of or whatever. You pick it on the left-hand pane, move it to the right-hand side, and then the bottom you pick what you want to do with it.
and so we can clear records. We can delete the history altogether.
Yeah, which is important. Brandon brought this up earlier. When you delete the extension, the history data that was saved is still there. So if you could get to an old job that that has a point that no longer exists, but the data collected for that history is still there. So it's taking up resources in your station of storing history data of a point that you might have gotten rid of 4 years ago. So you need to come in here and flesh this out. Just getting rid of the extension doesn't get rid of the data. You got to actually tell it to get rid of the data.
And the same goes for history, deleting the history. So for example,
Right,
if
right.
get rid of this. So if I add my, not to take too much more time, but if I add my hot water supply temp history here, and I move it and I say, hey, delete this history, run maintenance. Yep, it's going to delete the entire thing. Okay, cool. The next time that history extension collects data, it's going to recreate that history again, and it's going to pop back up in our history space the next time it collects data. So it's on an interval. So the next, next time, the next 5 minutes when it takes another sample, it's going to recreate the history again. So if you're ever looking to get rid of a history altogether, you don't want it to collect any more data, just get rid of, you want to delete the extension as well as the history. Okay. All right. So it's about 4:15 now. We really prefer to try to get started with the commissioning process around 4:30. So we're going to work a little bit backwards here. So the next two labs are supposed to be batch editor and then do the custom palette. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick 15-minute break because we've been chugging along since lunch. And we're going to come back at around 4:30. And what we're going to do is we're going to dive into the commissioning process. And then after we do all of that, if everything goes smoothly, we like to allow enough time just in case something goes wrong, that we have enough time to fix it and get you guys all set up, because we like the JACEs commissioned by the end of the day so that tomorrow morning we can start the next couple of labs and not have to worry about the commissioning process. We're all working on our JACEs by that point. So let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We'll be back about 4:30, and then we're going to jump into commissioning. All right, everybody, it's about 4:30 now, and let's get geared up to start this the commissioning process. It doesn't take too terribly long. We just want to make sure that we have plenty of time to get through the process. I've let you guys work at your own pace all today. This is one of the few things that we're going to do together for the rest of the week. This is one of those labs that we're going to do it together. If this is something that you already have experience with, you're welcome to go through the commissioning process. But those of you who have never done any commissioning to a JACE before, it's recommended to either just follow along with the lab and listen to me, or you can follow along with me. Either way. So we want to make sure that we don't have any, pitfalls that might pop up. So if everybody wants to open up lab 24, which is on page 161 in the PDF. And we're going to scroll down to section A. So there's a whole PDF PowerPoint presentation for this, but I think it's more practical to go through it step by step, and you get a better understanding of the process that we go through. And I'll be explaining things as we go along and as you see them to make a little bit more sense than just seeing some pictures on the PowerPoint. So, because that's really going to show you what we're going to see anyways. So if we scroll down to section A of lab 24, which is on the bottom of page 162. There's a few things that we need to do to get ready to start the commissioning process, since we're uploading an existing station. So if you haven't already, go ahead and just start collapsing all these different modules that we might have opened up within our station. We just need to get to our station itself here. So we need to first, let's do a save. We need to save our work that we've done so far, because remember, it does a save in the background, but it's once, I think once an hour or something like that. So let's go ahead and save our station. So right click your station within the nav tree. And then after you've saved your station, what we're going to do is we are going to right click our station again within the nav tree. So we're going to right click it, and we're actually going to select close. So we're going to close our station. It still exists. It's still running in the background currently. But what we're doing when we close this, we're closing our session with the station. So we're closing our connection from Workbench to the station. The station is still running, and that's something to keep in mind here. And that's kind of ties back into the difference between the two different homes and how the stations run. We went over this a bit at the beginning of the week, but this will probably make more sense now to you guys now that you have a little bit better understanding of what platforms are and what stations are and what they look like and how they may or may they may operate. So that daemon home, even on the PC, our station's still running, even though we can't see it. We're not connected to it. That station isn't reliant on Workbench to do its thing. Okay, so we right clicked and we closed our station. All we did is we closed off our connection to that station. We can just as easily reconnect to that station if we need to, right clicking my host and opening station, and it'll ask us for the credentials and we'll reestablish a connection to it if we want. But right now, we're closing that station because we're getting that station ready to be sent over to a Jace. And that's where this station is going to be running from here on out. So after we've saved our station and then we've closed our station, and again, it's not closing the station down or turning it off. It's just closing our connection to the station. We want to come to our application director. So we need to open up our platform. So the platform here in our nav tree, hit expand it, open the arrow up next to platform. And we're going to find application director under platform. And we're going to double click application director. You might get the credential window pop up and ask us to log back into it. If it's been some time since we've been on a platform, we have to log back in. If for any reason that your username and password was not saved into your platform, username is Tritium1 and the password is Niagara123. Okay. So when we get to the application director, we need to stop our station. Now this should be the only station that we see in the application directory. And its status should say running. We can see that here. With this selected, and you know it's selected when it's highlighted in blue, and it should be. We're going to come over here to the button on the right side of our screen that says stop. And we're going to select stop, and it's going to ask us, do you wish to stop the station? And we're going to select yes. And it's going to take a few seconds. And the status will say stopping, and when it's completely done stopping, the status will change to idle. Okay. Give it a little bit, a couple extra seconds just for those of you who are currently stopping their station. Now, something I want to point out to you guys real quick. So we right-clicked our station, and it just reminded me by looking at the lab book. So we right-clicked our station, we hit close, and that disconnected us from talking to our station, and it had closed it out of from being visible within our workbench. Now there was also another option called disconnect. We could if we wanted to disconnect from our station, but we still wanted it to be visible within our nav tree here. We could have chosen to right select and hit disconnect, which would close off the communication to the station from our workbench, but we would still see that station node visible within our nav tree. Okay, so once we have our station stopped, next we need to go to the station copier. So within under platform, we need to go down to station copier because now we need to copy a version of the station back to our user home. So currently it's running and resides within our daemon home, running in the background. And now I want to make a copy of that station. I want to make a copy it back over to my user home so that I can copy it from my user home over to my Jace in just a bit. Okay, so what we need to do here is go to your station copier. And on the right side of our screen, we should see stations on localhost. Localhost is our platform daemon. So we're going to select our station on the right side of our screen under localhost, under the station copier and platform. And we're going to select the other copy option, copying it over to the left side back to our user home. Now you should only have your training underscore original. I've got a few other stations for instructor needs, my backups, and so forth. So what we're going to do is we're going to take our training station from the right side, we're going to copy it back over to our user home on the left side. So once you have it selected, go ahead and hit that second copy button. And then we're going to get a prompt to change the name for our station. It's going to load the module information, might take a few seconds. The process is going to take longer and longer, the bigger and the more information that our stations contain. At the beginning of the week, it was pretty quick, almost instantaneous, but now we have more and more information contained within our station. It may take a little bit longer. Okay, so we should get the station transfer wizard pop up here after we do the copy. So we're still in the transition of copying our station over to our user home, but we need to change the name of it. So we're going to keep the training name of our workstation, so training whatever your workstation number is. But we're going to add a little bit to our station, and we're going to do an underscore. So training whatever your workstation number is. So mine's 18. So training 18 underscore, and after that we're going to type in halfway. This is just so we can distinguish our station that's getting ready to be transferred over to our station. So training, whatever your workstation number is, underscore halfway. Once you've renamed it to training, whatever your workstation number is, underscore halfway, we're going to hit next, the next button. And then it's going to ask us, hey, which station files are to be copied? We're going to have the middle option selected, and this is to copy every file in the station directory and its subdirectories. It should be selected by default, but this is the one where we want to make sure that we're actually we're selecting. It's the middle option. So copy every file in the station directory and its subdirectories.
Are we not putting the panel on there, or is it the training panel, or
What do you mean panel?
what work are we working on? workbench, correct?
Correct. Sorry, I'm not sure if I quite followed you there, Manuel. So you're doing this whole process on your platform within Workbench, the local host platform.
Yeah, that's correct. I was a little behind because my computer took a little bit of time. And right now I'm in the transferring station.
Okay.
So, and I know you changed the name, but um, I forgot what's the name that we're changing it to. Training station. That's it.
Okay. So hang on a bit. You want to make sure we copy it in the right direction. So it looks like you're copying the wrong station over. So go ahead and hit cancel for that.
Okay.
Okay. So our platform demo, that's the area that we've been working so far this week. So on the right side, that's your local host. We need to select the station called Training 1.
Oh,
So
okay.
no. Within the station copier. That's where you are right now. Go
Mhm.
to the far right side of your screen. Select Training 1. Okay, now select the second copy button. And then that you want to do training underscore halfway.
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 Is that correct?
Yeah. And then hit next.
Okay.
All right, and then you're all cut up.
Okay.
All right, and that's the option we're going to choose. And we're going to hit next. And then it's just a final notification saying, hey, all station files will be copied from localhost to your local computer. And then we'll select finish to start the transfer. We'll do that. We'll get this dialog box. It may take a few seconds. But when it's done, at the top here, we'll get a little green check mark in the transfer file. Should say success. Okay, and when we're done with that, we'll hit the close button. Okay, now that we have our station that we've been working on transferred back over to our local computer, our user home, now we need to make a platform connection to our Jace. Okay, so this is this is one of the only tricky parts during this process is the initial connection to the Jace, the initial handshake that we're going to do, connecting to the Jace's IP, filling out the information such as the username and the password, and chain up onboarding the credential part. Sorry. The initial handshake between the computer and the Jace is a time-sensitive step. I think we have like 15 or 20 minutes to do the initial handshake. It only takes maybe about 2 minutes to do the actual activity, but just keep that in mind. Once we make the initial platform connection to the Jace, don't walk away from your computer or hang for too long completing the first couple steps, because if the 20-minute marker passes, the Jace will lock out, and it's a security feature. The Jace will lock up, and we'll have to reset the Jace itself. So, not something to worry about or be concerned about. There's no pressure, no need to go through it fast, but just keep that in mind. So, what we need to do, so we can go ahead and collapse our platform here, our local platform under my host. And really, if we want to, we can go ahead and just collapse my host. Just go ahead and just collapse my host here, because we're not going to be working under my host. This represents our local computer. We're actually going to be making a connection to our Jace, which another platform will show up just under here. So collapse my host, right in the arrow next to it. And then next, we're going to start the process connecting to the Jace. So we need to open a new platform connection. So we need to go up to File at the top of our screen here. Okay, we're gonna select File. We're gonna go to Open, and we're gonna go to Open Platform. Okay, so File, Open, Open Platform. File, Open, Open Platform. Okay, so when we do that, a box is going to pop up, and it's going to be the Connect box. It's going to ask for this session, what type do we want to use? For this instance, we are making a secure connection, the TLS connection, so we're leaving it as is. And then we need to enter the IP address of our Jace. So this is unique to your workstation. So we need to type it in, the IP address, and at the end of it is your workstation number, and I'll tell you it in just a second. But the thing to point out is there's no leading zero for the workstations that have a single digit. So if you're workstation 1 or 3 or 5, what have you, there will not be a zero. It'll be dot, that single digit. So the IP address is for your Jace. The start of your IP address is 10.10.11. dot whatever your workstation number is. Okay, so mine's 18, so mine's 10.10.11.18. If you're workstation 2, your 10.10.11.2. No leading zero. Okay. Give you a couple seconds to input all that. Remember, we do not want to include a leading zero in our workstation number, the IP address. Okay. I know we've been using leading zeros all week. This is the one of the few times in this class you're not going to include a leading zero. So once we are ready, everybody should have 10.10.11. whatever your workstation number is. We're going to leave the port number 5011. And we're going to press accept, and then we're going to get a prompt once we press OK. So we're going to get this identity verification prompt. And all we're going to do here is accept this. This is the first step of the handshake from the computer to the Jace. Okay, so now it's going to ask for authentication. So we are going to use the default credentials that were set up during the initial installation. So we need to use the username Tritium. Now this isn't like what we've been using for the platform. This is Tritium with lowercase t, just Tritium. And the password is Niagara with the lowercase n. No numbers after it. So just Tritium for the username, no capitalizations, just Tritium. And the password is just Niagara, no capitalization, just Niagara. Okay. There's no need to remember these credentials because we're actually going to change these during the commissioning process. So Tritium, password Niagara. And let's hit OK. As long as you typed everything correctly, you should have no problems. And then we get the change platform default wizard. And now we are that little time sensitive block that I was telling you guys about. We're now past that. We've completed the initial handshake with the Jace. We've given it the correct credentials. So now there's no stopwatch. So if any of you are holding your breath, you can now breathe. Oh, it's still going on? Are you serious? I thought we were done if we did the username and password. Ah, look at me. Okay, so we're gonna hit next. Thought we were done with that. I tell you. Okay, so we got to keep moving. So we have a new system passphrase. Just keep following along with the lab, and I'm gonna keep telling you what it is. I see him. So the new passphrase. So once we hit next, we get this change platform default wizard. We're gonna change the new set the new passphrase, and it's gonna be on the shelf. Now, please type this in exactly as it shows in the lab book. So on the shelf, every other word, or the beginning of each word, is capitalized. So on the shelf. 1, 2, 3. on the shelf. 2, 3. The O is capitalized, the T is capitalized, the S is capitalized. Okay. On the shelf, 1, 2, 3. We're done with that. Hit next. Then we need to create a new username and a new password for the Jace itself. So the new platform user name is going to be Tritium1. This is what we've used on our local side of the computer so far. So it should look familiar. So capital T, Tritium. Make sure we spell it correctly. Tritium1. And the new password is Niagara123 with a capital N, just like we've used all week for the platform on our local host or local computer. So Tritium1 with a capital T and Niagara123 with a capital N. Station 4, the username is Tritium1, not just Tritium. Damon's walking around and making sure everybody's on the right page. So if you're not right, we're going to call you out on it during this process. Okay, so username Tritium1, password Niagara123. All right, let's go. Press next. It's going to say, hey, we're good to go. Please review the changes before finishing. We're going to update the platform passphrase. We're adding the platform user account Tritium1, and we're removing the old platform user account, which is the lowercase Tritium that we had to use at the beginning of this process. We're going to hit finish. And now we're done with the timed process. Am I right? Okay. All right. We're going to give it a minute or two. We're going to walk around, make sure everybody's about on the same page. If anybody's struggling, please speak up and let us know so we can help you.
Call out workstation 7 now, I guess.
Okay.
So when I was following along in the book, I did on the shelf and it went to the next part. But in the book, it looks like I should have started with on the shelf 1, 2, 3, and then put the passphrase. But I never got past on the shelf, so I'm not sure what happened there. I mean, it continued on, but I don't know if it's right. If that makes sense. Mine may
So,
still be on the shelf.
all right. So first of all, station 7. I think yours timed out on you, so you have to connect again. So hit OK on station 7 and hit OK again. Now you got to type in the passphrase again. Type in the passphrase one more time. Let's try this. Let's see if I'm not sure if it timed out or the passphrase wasn't right. The new passphrase on the shelf 1, 2, 3 on the shelf 1, 2, 3. I thought you were timed out, but that might not have been. Now hit next. Okay, yeah, hit OK. Hit OK. Hit cancel. And hit yes, you want to cancel. And they try to connect again. I think what happens is this timed out. If they once you start the process, it's a timer starts, and if it's not happy, it'll kick you back, and the message doesn't tell you.
Okay.
So try that one again. That was 7. So 7, just kind of go through it. And okay, what was the other one that having trouble with stations?
9, but I
9,
think I think it went through. I just don't know what that actual passphrase is because I never got to put in the passphrase 1, 2, 3. I was just doing it on the shelf. Does that make sense?
Well, you don't put in passphrase 1, 2, 3 yet. You haven't gotten to that part. The only passphrase you need to put in was on the shelf 1, 2, 3.
Okay, got it. It's just so maybe I'm in the wrong step in the book then. That
You might
makes
skip
sense.
ahead. Yeah, that's a step
yeah,
we take during the
yeah, that's
actual.
coming up. That's coming up.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I got you. I was a couple steps ahead.
Brandon, he's an overachiever is what he is.
Oh wow.
That's
Calling
not it.
myself out.
I promise you that.
But it is. In all honesty, this part it's a little complicated, but it's very important because, as Brandon mentioned, what you're doing is you're setting, for one thing, you're setting the credentials you log into the Jace with, and if you mistype it, we can't get into it. You can't get. I mean, it's kind of a brick, so we got to be real careful that Tritium1, Niagara 1, 2, 3. You got to make sure you get that right, because if you mistype it, if you got your caps lock on or something, you mistype it, you can't get back into the Jace. It's a brick.
And then
So
we
we
got
got
to
to be
figure out
real
what you
careful about that.
possibly We got to figure out what you
Yeah.
possibly typed in, and if we can't figure that out, then we have to actually connect to the Jace itself
Yeah.
and completely reboot it, reset it. So that's just
And,
that's why we go through the steps with you.
it costs $50 cash too. So anyhow. No, but in all kidding aside, it's a real thing in the field, because in the classroom we can fix it for you. It takes a little bit to fix, but if you get a new Jace and you go to commission it and you go, well, I thought I typed this. If you don't know what it is, you're sunk. You're on a job site. You're sunk. You can't do anything. So you got to be super careful when you're doing this, because you got to, whatever you type in for the credentials, that's the only credentials that are there. So if you by chance hit the wrong keys,
Yeah,
you're in trouble.
Hey, so it's going to be a fun phone call to your manager. All right, so I think we're good. I think some of you going ahead and worked ahead. That's fine. Just be careful as you go through the instructions. This isn't a complicated lab. This is just a very, we'll say it's not complicated. It's complex. We got to make sure that we type in things correctly, especially with usernames, passwords, and passphrases. The rest of the stuff can be remedied, right? So if we accidentally forget to load a certain module, we can go back and we can do that. So the important part is, check your spelling, check your caps lock, make sure that we're typing out the usernames, passwords, and passphrases exactly as in the lab book, because you don't want to create extra work for me and Damon. Well, you don't want to create extra work for Damon, because I'm gonna get him to do it. Okay, so we should all be at the next step if you aren't already working ahead. We're going to actually go to the commissioning wizard. So now that we have a new platform connected, and we can see that our IP address for Jace now shows up in our workbench in our navigation tree. Okay, so this is how you distinguish where you're working. So later on in class, tomorrow, we're going to start up a station on our my host, and then we're going to have our Jace station running on our Jace platform. And this is one way you can distinguish which one is which. The IP address represents the Jace station, and the myhost workstation will represent your local computer, what you're working on under your computer. But anyways, so we need to go to the platform administrator under our new platform for our Jace. So expand, if you haven't already, expand your platform under your IP address for your Jace. And about halfway down the list here, we're going to find what's called the platform administrator. We're going to double click it. And when we double click platform administrator, it's going to challenge us for a login. And this will be your Tritium 1, Niagara 1, 2, 3 credentials that we set up when we made the initial connection to our Jace. Okay. So hopefully everybody typed that in correctly. Tritium 1, Niagara 1, 2, 3. Once you've typed that in, go ahead and select the remember credentials to make it easier next time. And we're going to press OK. So once we log in with those credentials, Tritium 1, Niagara 1, 2, 3, we'll then be taken to the platform administration page. And what we're going to look for is this commissioning button down towards the bottom of the list within the view pane. It's got a little magic wand icon next to it. All right. And we're going to select that commissioning button. It's going to take a few seconds to get loaded up. Okay, so now we're connected to our Jace now. We've given it a password for the platform side of it and everything. Now we need to tell, we're going to go through the commissioning process. And what the commissioning process does is we're setting up our Jace and making sure it has all the appropriate modules and setup configurations that we need for our station to run on it. So this is the steps that we're going through. It's not just going through and clicking certain settings that you won't need to worry about out in the field. This is absolutely important for, especially in the field, because you need to make sure that you have your Jace set up the way that you need it to run per your project or per spec. But this is pretty simplified, so it'll just take a little bit more work on your end outside of the classroom. So the first step we're going to do here is when we get to this commissioning page, it's got some check boxes, and we need to compare it to the picture in the lab and have certain checkboxes selected and a couple of them deselected. So what we're doing here is telling it what to do. So if we read out, it says this was a combined step to configure a host to run stations. Please check which below for each type of configuration change you wish to make. So the first option we want to make sure that it is selected is install a station from the local computer. Okay, what that's going to do is, hey, we want to install the station that we saved over on our computer side. So we want to upload our training station. So we're going to say, hey, this is one of the steps we want to take. A couple places down, the next available checkbox is sync with my local system date and time. What this is saying is the JACE doesn't currently have a internet connection or Wi-Fi connection. It doesn't know what date and time it is. So what we need to do is we're saying, hey, talk to my computer, or my computer is going to tell you what the current local system date and time is. Okay, so that's the next box we're checking. We need to uncheck configure TCP over IP network settings. We're not using that for our JACE. And in a classroom, you might use that out in the field, but in this instance, we're not going to use the TCP over IP network settings. And then after that, we're going to hit the checkbox, the second to last checkbox, which is configure system passphrase. So we're going to configure a new passphrase for our JACE during this process. So during the first initial handshake, we set the passphrase to on the shelf 123. During this process, we're going to change it to passphrase 123, and we're going to need that passphrase for later steps. So we got to make sure that we actually type that in the way it is in the lab. And then lastly, we want to make sure that we have our configure additional platform daemon users selected. So what that's going to do is it's going to allow us to create a new platform daemon user to use within our station. So we're going to create a new admin user, or yeah. So with those 4 things checked, install station to local computer, sync with local system date and time, configure system passphrase, and configure additional platform daemon users, we'll hit next. This is going to be asking about licensing. No one should really have any issues with this. It should show a current installed license. If for any rare case that it does say you don't have a license under the top part of this this page here. So currently mine says install licenses and shows the license that I have.
Mine's showing platform daemon can be configured. Is that something different?
What's
Commissioning for, it says enable runtime profile.
you need to go back one screen.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Overachiever getting ahead of me. All right, so everybody should have a license already installed in theirs. At this time, if anybody doesn't have one, let me know. If that's the case, then we'll do the process of installing a temporary one. But everybody should be good to go. We've got all these JACEs synced up to renew the licenses at the same time. All right, so we're gonna make sure that we have don't change any licenses selected because we don't need to change anything, and we'll hit next. All right, so now we have this. Once we hit next, we have the enabled runtime profiles. There's a couple things we're gonna change. This has to do with our modules. And let me catch up. Okay, so within this window, we want to select the UX module, and it'll automatically select the WB module, the workbench module. And I think that's the only thing we're selecting here. And we'll go ahead and just select next. Okay, so this is where we select the station that we want to copy from our local host, our local computer, the one we saved back onto our user home. So from the drop-down menu next to stations, we want you to find the training halfway station that we saved. That's why we named it halfway. And once you've selected the station training_halfway, we're just going to change the name. We're going to delete that _halfway in the new name section. Okay. And then after you do that, it's going to ask what's the passphrase that's used to encrypt the station. So again, to kind of go back a little bit, remember we talked about encryptions of stations. So a station that is saved within the local host or your user home that's not running, it's encrypted, and there's a passphrase that you need to use to unencrypt the station or to be able to use the station information, have access to it. And then any station that's currently running on a platform daemon is actively encrypted. So what we need to use is the passphrase that we use to encrypt, encrypt our station here. So that's passphrase 123. Long story short, it's passphrase 123. And again, we'll go a little bit more deeper into the encryption process and what is actually being encrypted tomorrow when we get into security. Okay. A15. Damon happened to walk by your workstation. You're probably trying to connect to the wrong Jace. Yours is going to be 10.10.11.15. You don't want to connect to 18. That's the one I'm using.
Hey, Brandon, question.
Yeah.
What's the password? I got interrupted for a second. What did you say the password is for the pass phrase?
The passphrase is passphrase 123. If you're on the station installation page.
Right.
Okay. It's
The
passphrase
password is just
123.
123. Okay.
Yep. Passphrase 123.
Oh, the whole word passphrase.
Yeah, whole word passphrase. The P at the beginning is capitalized. So the passphrase is passphrase 123.
All right, got it. Sorry.
It's all right. Okay, so we got the passphrase 123 written out. We have our training halfway station selected. We've renamed the station to training. We deleted the halfway underscore part of our training or station name. After that, we'll select next. And then it's going to ask which files are to be copied. And we're copying every file in the station directory and its subdirectories. That should already be selected, but if it's not, go ahead and select that. It should be the middle option. We'll hit next. Going to do some analyzing. Yeah, some of these steps are going to take a little bit more time because we have to establish communication with the JSONs, passing information back and forth between our workstation and the JSON itself. So I know for me, mine takes a little bit longer because the information that I have connected to the JSON has to be routed around the classroom a couple times through a few switches to get to my JSON. So mine tends to take a few breaths longer than everybody else's. All right, mine is done analyzing, and Yours should be by now, if not. And then when that's all done, you should get this software installation window pop up. And what this is going to do is we're going to select specific software modules that we want to install into our JACE. And this usually pertains to if we're using any special items from palettes or network integrations. So for example, there's a long list of things that are already pre-selected. And so the first like 50 to 100 modules here, they have this box with an X through them already. These are already installed by default or going to be installed by default. But if you scroll down far enough, you'll find a few, you'll see the section with that none of the boxes are checked or anything. But this is in alphabetical order. And we need to scroll through here and find a few modules that we need to install into our JACE. So refer back to the lab, but I'll say them out loud as well. But so the first one we need to find is an email-RT module. So you need to scroll through the list here alphabetically, get down to this E section, find email-RT, which select that. And when you select the email-RT module, the email-UX and the email-WB will be selected as well. Okay. After we've added the email module to be installed, we need to scroll down to the K section. We're going to add the kit PX HVAC. And just kind of like a little side note, if anybody didn't have time to complete their dashboard graphic lab, during this process, you're going to want to find the dashboard module to install if you plan on trying to add that in, so that you can actually work on the dashboard. If you've already done the dashboard graphic lab, that dashboard module is going to be installed by default. Because it takes a look at what we have already set up, and it will some of those items will be pre-selected to be installed. Some things we have to come through here and do manually. So the last thing we just added was the kit PX HVAC-WB module. And then we need to add a few LAN modules. So if we keep scrolling down to the L section, we're looking for LAN Distech RT. I believe that was our air handler 2. Just scroll on down till you find the LAN Distech-RT. When you find it, click the checkbox. After you find that, scroll down a little farther. We're going to look for LAN Honeywell. Now that was going to be used for our air handler 3, but we didn't add it for this class. But go ahead and just add the LAN Honeywell-RT module. Once you found that LAN Honeywell-RT module and added it, or click the little checkbox next to it, we're going to look for the LAN CB RT. So alphabetically, keep scrolling down till you get to LAN CB. A little ways down. LAN CB-RT. And that should be the last one that we need to add, because I know the LANWorks-RT and the Modbus TCP-RT are installed automatically, or by default based off of what we've done in our station. So if you ever wanted to,
You said the LAN works is automatic?
Lawnworks-RT and Modbus TCP. They're added based off
Okay.
of what we've done in our station.
I couldn't find them, so I'm glad you said something.
Yeah. So if it's something like that, if you can't find it and you want to confirm that it is actually going to be installed, you could scroll all the way to the top to the pre-selected items, and you could alphabetically find the Lawnworks or the Modbus and confirm that it's there. But you can trust me, it's already pre-selected. So with that, Lawn CB-RT was the last one we needed to manually select to be installed. We can go ahead and press next. Okay, then it's going to say the distribution file installation. We're just going to be pressing next to continue. Okay, here, this is where we're going to set the passphrase. Oh, we're going to back up one screen. Damon wants to. Okay, Damon wants to pointed out something. So we want to make sure that this in the parentheses here within these, we want to make sure that it says 4.11.0.142. Want to make sure that we have the correct version. Because if we were to an older version, it could mess things up.
Well, the reason that's good to check is because if you're in the field as a technician, you're going to have multiple versions of Niagara loaded, and you have to have what's called the platform daemon running of that. You have to have the right daemon running of that version that you're using, basically. So if I went to a job that they were using 410, and then I came and started commissioning my Jace, I'm going to commission the 410, not 411. So I need to make sure I start the right daemon on my PC. So I have to make sure you have the right daemon running, and this is what this checks to make sure you're not commissioning to the wrong version. So there's nothing to set here, but it's a good check to make sure you haven't got the wrong version of Niagara running when you try to commission. And the reason in the classroom, it's available to load different versions. So if a student by chance started the wrong version, we can catch it right here.
All right, good to know. As the first time we've actually been using a newer version for a while. We were using 410 for quite a bit, so I haven't had to get in the habit of checking that. So let's go ahead and hit next, and then the first time we double check this one's gonna hurt me. So now we're at the system passphrase, and we're almost done with this process, the commissioning process. So if we go, we set the current passphrase to on the shelf 123. Now hopefully you typed that out correctly. Just go ahead and type that out for the current passphrase on the shelf 123. Beginning letter of each of those words on the and shelf are capitalized. So capital O, capital T, capital S, and then 1, 2, 3. And simple enough, the new passphrase is going to be passphrase 1, 2, 3 with a capital P. This is also important to make sure that you type this out correctly. Just as important for the new one, because Damon and I still need to use this passphrase to reset all these Jaces. That's why we keep things simple with passphrases and passwords in this class. We don't want to have to waste a bunch of time trying to guess what you may have set it to.
Is there any reason why they don't have the little icon so you can see it? I mean, being that it's super important like this, where when you're out in the field, where you could push the I and see what you're actually typing to confirm it?
Security. That's the best answer I can give you is security.
Okay.
Yeah, but each new version of Niagara, they tighten the security down more and more each new release. But yeah, that would be the reason why. Okay, so once we have current passphrase on the shelf 1, 2, 3, new passphrase 1, 2, 3. Once we're good with that, we'll hit next. Almost done. It's going to prompt us to make a new user. We can see that our existing user of Tritium 1 is right there. And we're going to create a new user called the owner. So in this window, just select the new user button. We're going to get a field prompt here. It's going to ask, what do we want the new username to be? The name will be the owner. And the password, remember we're keeping things simple, is the owner 123, capital T, capital O. So the owner 123. And we need to confirm that password, the owner 123. Since we have that username, the owner, password, the owner 123, we'll press OK. That'll create a new user, platform user. Now remember, the platform user is what we use to log into our platform connection to our Jace. So this platform here, up here, not to be confused with the station user. Since we have that, we can hit next. And that's pretty much the end of the commissioning process. We're getting ready to view the changes. And if we wanted to, we could scroll all the way through here and see all the changes that we've made and everything that's going to be installed into the Jace itself. So this is the review page. So it's saying we're going to synchronize the date and time to the computer's date and time. We're uploading a station from the stations folder within our user home. We're going to rename that station training, whatever your workstation number is. We're copying all the files and systems and subdirectories from that station. We're enabling certain runtime profiles. This is all the software that's being installed into the Jace. And lastly, we're going to see the updated passphrase that we're updating the passphrase. It's not going to show us in the review page. Again, security reason. Platform daemon authentication. We added a new user, or we're adding a new user called the owner. No changes to the license. And on completion of the commissioning process and installation, we are going to start the application training 18, which is our station, or whatever your number your station is. At the end of it, it's going to start the station. So once we've all reviewed that, we're going to hit finish, and it's going to go through this dialog box. Now, this is going to take a little bit of time. After the commissioning and installation process, the Jace will go through a reboot process. And then after the reboot process, then the station is going to go through the startup process. So it's going to take about 5 to 10 minutes, really. It depends how fast your Jace wants to work today. So at this time, it is 5:24. If you want to go ahead and just get up and take about a 5-minute or so break, come back around 5:30. We'll check up on how far we've on everything, and we'll show you a few more things to do with the Jace. And then you guys we'll continue on with making connections to our integrations. So go ahead and take about a 5-minute break. Come back about 5:30. All right, I'm back. At this point, everybody's commissioning process should be complete, and your Jace probably has fired back up and station running. So, at this point, I'm going to show you. We're going to try something new here. I'm going to walk you through a couple steps to get going, and then when we get to section D to connect to the integrations, so our backnet and our LAN and stuff like that, I'm going to go ahead and let you guys do that on your own. And of course, Damon and I will be here during that process. Damon will be here a little late this evening, so if anybody has any issues. But I'm going to show you a few more things as we go along, and then we're going to let you guys work on section D and onward for this lab. All right, so let's make her reconnect to our platform because the Jace had to reboot, so we have to reestablish a connection to the platform. So if you had the remember credentials checked, you should be good to go. All you have to do is press OK. If you didn't, it's Tritium1, password is Niagara123. All right, from here, we want to make sure our station is indeed running. So once you've logged into your platform, go to your application director. Okay, double click that, and we can actually see if our station is currently running. So you should see your station, and the status should say running. If it says idle, want to go over to the right side of your screen in the application director and hit start. If somebody has error or fault, go ahead and let us know. Hopefully you don't have an error or fault. And if it says starting, you're currently your station's in the process of starting out.
I just got back. I believe I missed something. I'm sorry. What did we say, or where are we at?
We are confirming that our station's running. So after you've done the commissioning process and everything's rebooted, just hit that close window and then re-log into your platform. So double click your platform in your nav tree, and it's going to ask you to just type in Tritium1, Niagara123 if you didn't have it already saved.
Okay, so it gave me. I guess it's going. Hit platform. Believe I'm connected. Okay, I don't have what you're looking at though. Yes I do. Never mind. Thanks.
Okay, no problem.
Hey, Brandon, Tritium one Niagara 123 didn't work.
Actually, yeah, I think we passed by your computer during that process. I think we tried. I think you typed in Tritium without the 1 during the commissioning process. And try Niagara123. All right, there you go.
Thank you.
Okay, so we want to confirm that our station is running. It should be. Go to the application director if you haven't been there. If you've gotten there already, make sure the station's running. Okay, once we've done that, we want to open up a connection to our station itself. So to do that, we need to select our IP address, which represents our Jace. And we need to right click that IP address, that 10.10.11. whatever number your workstation is. And we actually want to come over and select open station. Okay, so we're opening the station, making an open connection to the station that's running on this platform. So on our Jace, so select open station. There's a few things to review here, but we're just confirming, yes, we're making a secure connection to the host, which is 10.10.11, whatever your workstation number is. That's the IP of your Jace. Everything looks good. We'll press OK. We'll get an identity verification prompt. We're just going to accept that. And then it's going to ask us for credentials. And this is the default credentials for our station that we left when we were working on our station, which was admin, > a admin as the username. select OK, and then the password admin12345 with a capital A. We want to use the remember these credentials checkbox. So lowercase a admin is the user. The password is admin12345 with a capital A. Press OK. It should log us into our Jace, or our station on our Jace. Okay, so there's a few other steps in the lab, and it wants you to take a look at a few things, but for the sake of time, we're going to put that on hold for now. Is what we're going to do is that's going to allow you to look at the different resources that the Jace has, like how much memory and storage and CPU and all that stuff, and we can see how much is available, how much is being used up by the current station that we have loaded into it. So if you have time later, come back and take a look at that. But next, after we've made a connection to our station, you all are going to go ahead and start section D. So you're going to go through the process of making connections to your integrations. First, you're going to do BACnet. And then after BACnet, you'll go through the process of doing your BACnet LP and then your BACnet MSTP. And then you're going to go into Modbus and then LawnWorks. So you go through each your integration and match up anything that you set up offline and match it up with actual controller now. So go ahead and start D. We'll be here if you need us. I'll probably be heading out of here in the next half hour or so, but Damon will be here for an extended period this evening, and he'll be the one to let you guys know when he's closing out the meeting for the evening. As far as homework goes this evening, mainly focus on getting the rest of your integration or commissioning done to your Jace, setting it up, because we're going to need all that set up for tomorrow. If you have spare time, definitely take a look at the batch header and the custom palette. I would heavily emphasize try to make some time to at least take a look at the batch editor. It's a quick lab. It's a quick little show and tell lab, but it's a very powerful tool to definitely have under your belt. Think about making mass changes to multiple objects within your station. That's what we're going to use that for. So go ahead and just keep working on the current lab.
Okay. Can you hear me now? I can't hear you.
I
Oh,
can hear you.
I can hear you.
He's talking to me across the room. He's having terrible luck with his headset today.
That's
Okay.
that's in so many words asking me to throw it across the room because I keep trying to unmute and it keeps muting back. So anyhow, one little thing I want to add in when you do all this you're matching up your backnet networks and your LAN networks and all. One thing that we just have a problem with, I haven't been able to get this to work right, and I'll walk you through how to fix it. But when you match up the backnet over MSTP, that's your heating system points. For some reason, the points won't talk. They're going to stay stale. They're going to be fault or whatever. If you need help, I'll walk you through how to do it. It's nothing you're doing wrong. It's just for some reason, when we match up, for some reason, the station doesn't seem to want to talk to the points, or the points in the backnet controller don't want to talk to the station. You got to do a couple of little funky things to it to make it happen. So your controller should talk okay. The controller itself, we find it's just the points in the controller don't want to talk, and you've got to go through a little Watusi to get those things to straighten out. So if you need help, let me know because you'll never figure it out on your own. You got to disable and re-enable and change an address and change it back, and then finally they'll start talking. But just let me know and I'll be glad to help you out with it.
Damon, I'll take your help with that on station 13.
Okay, so if by chance, now everybody else can ignore me. But if you're trying to get your BACnet MSTP points to work, first of all, do this one. Double click your BACnet network and make sure your controller shows okay. The one that says MSTP heating system, when you double click BACnet network, open your BACnet device manager, both controllers hopefully should show as normal. They should show with a white background. If that's there, then that means you're talking to the controller. The trick to get the points to work, and it's about a 2 or 3 step process. Go to each folder. So first start off by the heating pump IO folder. Go to that folder and go to the BACnet point manager, the AX BACnet point manager view. Okay, so they go to the AX BACnet point manager view of the heating pump IO folder. Select all the points, multi-select all the points, and then at the bottom you're going to hit edit. It'll bring a box up with all the points listed, and once you do that, change the enable flag to false, save it, and then go back and do the same thing, change the enable flag to true. So you got to, for some of the points to work, you just disable them all and then re-enable them, and then some of them will work. So try that. This is 13 that I'm talking to.
Yeah.
I see 13. Okay. So you, in your case, change your enable flag to false, and then save it, and then go back to do the same thing, but set the enable flag back to true. And you're going to find that some of your points will start talking to you. Now click away and deselect so you have none of them selected. Just click away. So you notice the read only. Now the crazy thing for the writable points, go to them, double click one of them, just double click it. Wait a minute, it looks like yours actually worked. Cancel that. I think yours are okay.
Good.
Okay, now do the same thing to the boiler control IO points. Go to the boiler control, the point manager. Try disable and re-enable. It's not. I have fought this battle, and I can't seem to find the right combination of you do this and it works. Like I just talked about, usually you disable, then you re-enable. The read-only points work, the writables don't. In your case, yours just worked fine. It should work. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, you're great. So 13, you did a really good job. Good job on that one. Go ahead and buy yourself a lottery ticket because now's the time to do that right now.
That's good. Thanks for your help.
Anybody else, just let me know. Again, the trick to get the first step is you go to the point manager view of your, now this is just the BACnet MSTP points, your heating system points, heating system, boiler system. Those proxy points are just stubborn. So you have to go and disable them and then re-enable them. And then some of them start to work. In some cases, they all work. So try that one first and see what you come up with. Shouldn't have to do it, but there's something that I've done wrong with this with this backnet controller that's not making not that work right.
I think it's just working with some legacy controllers. Might be throwing some issues.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's just old. I just use the term old equipment, which I'm old equipment, but I'm okay with that. Mhm.
Your legacy equipment.
I'm legacy equipment. I'm like a fine wine.
Another weird way to fix the stale points is to change the tuning policies on them. I've had that work for me before
As
too.
you know, I think in general, I think if you just modify the point, because in some point, sometimes you change the address and change it back. I think if you modify the point, it causes some kind of communication to kick in. I think it doesn't kick in on its own. So I'm not. I mean, I think you're right. I think changing that or change if you like the writables. It used to be in some cases if your writables still don't talk, go excuse me, go to the address of the writables. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Go to the address of the writables, change it to another address. Like it might be like binary value 1, change it to binary value 7, and then go back and change it to binary value 1. That change will cause it to start working. It's really crazy what makes it work. I just haven't been able to figure out that combination of it always does it just right. Now I'm looking at number 7. On number 7, you got 2 points of the same address. You got 2 binary value 4s, so you might need to figure out. I'm not sure which one is which there. Yeah, other than that, the matching works really well. The lawn works really well. You follow through the steps, that works well. The Modbus points, they come alive. The backnet over IP, they come alive. Everything seems to work fine. It's just the doggone backnet MSTP just doesn't want to pick up and start talking as soon as you knock on the door. Yeah, so I'm looking at station 6. Yeah, so whoever was on 6, just go to that point manager view, grab all the points, go to edit, and then set the enable flag to false, save it, and then go back to edit, set the enable flag back to true. See if just disabling and re-enabling gets them talking to you.
I got a quick question for backing up the station.
Mhm.
I have 4 different backups.
Well, as for backups, as you back up, it'll create a new file each time, so it might actually show an existing backup file, which is fine.
Oh, okay, I got it.
It doesn't by default. It doesn't overwrite the previous one. It just adds a new one to it.
All
If
right,
you
thank
think
you.
about it, you might want to back up a J's once a month, and you need to go back 3 months to a backup 3 months ago. So it'll save each version.
Oh, okay, that's understandable. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Amen. Damon, if you're there, I've got a problem, the same MSTP issue on station 9.
No, it just this is All right, who was somebody had a question?
Station 9.
There's 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, right there. What you got?
So you see here, and I guess as this is the device manager, I still have
Mhm.
the fault.
Yeah, that you would notice right now your device ID is -1, so you need to match up. So hit your discover button down there. And then what you want to look on is you are station 9. So just do a clear all, hit the clear all button, unselect all those networks, and then just click 20900 because that's the network under your J. So pick that and you should see you should, operative word there, should pop up and see a controller in the upper pane in a second. This is one we had to fix last
Oh,
class.
okay. See.
There it is. Now pick the one in the upper pane, pick the MSTP in the lower pane, then hit match in the bottom right. And what you're doing is you're matching up a real controller with the one you created offline. Just hit OK from there to just confirm that. And now, if you click away to deselect everything, have nothing selected, just click an empty spot anywhere. Just click anywhere in your lower pane there. Yeah. See, now see, I know both of them are OK now. So
Okay.
now you're talking to the controller. But if you go to your heating system IO and your boiler IO, the points themselves probably aren't talking, so we got to kick them in the seat of the pants. So navigating to your BACnet network and go in under your heating, your MSTP heating system, and go to the BACnet point manager view of the heating system, MSTP heating system. Not that. Go drill down one more time. Go to the folder under points. Go one more down under that.
Oh, okay? I got you. The
Yeah.
IO
So you got to
points.
go to the BACnet point manager of heating pump IO. We do those points first. Just right button click views on the heating pump IO.
Like this.
Yeah. Views and then AX BACnet point manager.
Gotcha. Okay.
See the points, they should, but they don't come up together. So multi-select them all first and then hit edit at the bottom of the screen. Now change your enable flag to false and save that. And then you're going to go back and do the same thing to change it back to true. And some of the points will come. Okay. It's a crazy thing we shouldn't have to do, but we found this is what we have to do to get them to work. They should just work as soon as you start talking to them. Now with that, click away to deselect and see what you got. See, notice the two writable points don't work. So for those guys, we got to go one step farther. So double click hot water pump 1, change his address from binary value 3 to binary value 6 and save it. And then you'll change it back to 3.
I think I'm in the same station and I'm lost as well.
Yeah. Okay, I'll get you there.
Station
And
1.
they're both of them. And they're both those guys. Now go to your boiler control IO folder and do the same thing to those points. Same general principle there. Just right button click boiler control IO. Views AX BACnet point manager. And same thing. Pick them all, disable, then pick them all, re-enable.
Alrighty. I got it from here if you want to help.
If you got that,
Brandon.
yeah, okay. Who else got? Somebody else needs some help? What station?
Thank you, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, glad to help out, man.
Station 1.
You get the bill on Monday morning. Station 1, okay.
Yes,
Let's
sir.
take a look at station 1. Here we come. Head your way. Okay, so in your case, you want to select the 20100 network, which I don't see it on yours. So let's look back for a second. Cancel that just for a moment. All right. In your nav tree, double click the MSTP port. Okay, yeah. You want your network to be 20100 because the second and third character need to represent your station number. It's 201 because your station 100. Okay, that's good. Now save that. We may need to disable it, save it, and re-enable it. So save it first. Now just to probably be ahead of it, yeah, set that to disable, save it, and then re-enable it. It might have to kind of pulse it to pick up on the network number change there. Okay. There you go. Now go back to where you were, double click your BACnet network. And we're going to see the MSTP network. It's a serial port coming out of your Jace. In each Jace, each workstation Jace has its own MSTP controller on the serial port. So that's why you can do discover. And you're going to say under my Jace, it's 20100. So clear all, and then pick just your 20100. There you go. Wait a minute. I think you might have, I don't know if it's going to work or not, because you actually had 201100. So let's see what happens there. May not discover. It did. Okay, pick the one in the upper pane. You're okay. A little weird, but we're going to make it happen. Yeah, pick the one in the orange one in the lower pane. And then the bottom right, you want to match it. Because what you're doing is you're matching a real controller with one that you created offline. Okay, and then just okay, hit OK to accept that. That's good. And if you click away in the lower pane to deselect everything, notice that both controllers should be in just anywhere in the white at the bottom, just to kind of deselect, so you have nothing selected. Just click anywhere down there so you don't have anything selected. There you go. And see, notice you're okay. So now let's go look at your points. But still, we got to fix that network. Go back to the MSTP port for a second. Let's fix that. So your network's 20100. You got too many ones there. Knock out one of your ones. There you go. Now save that. Okay. Double click your BACnet network one more time. Let's ping the controller, make sure it picks up okay on the network. The BACnet network. Now, yeah, that looks good. I think, well, do a right button click on the MSTP heating system in the view in the right hand pane. In the right hand pane. Yeah, right button click him. Actions. Oops, right button click actions. Ping. Yeah. I don't know. It looks like it didn't want to pick up that network change. We'll keep moving on. Now go in your nav tree, expand MSTP heating system device. And then expand points. And now go to the BACnet AX point. I'm the man right now. So let me show you. For those of you that the back, this is a really a pain. I hate this because this should not even be an issue, but the BACnet and MSTP network doesn't want to talk to the points until we sit there and beat on them for a while. So here's what we need to do. So if your BACnet and your BACnet MSTP network is having trouble, here's the steps we want to do. Step one, let's make sure we're talking to the controller. So I'm going to go into my station, and keep in mind that right now, if everybody done their job, right now the only station running that you're responsible for is running on your Jace. The first part of the commissioning lab was to go to your PC, the station that was running on PC, and stop it. So nobody should have any station running on the PC. The only station that you want to have running should be the one on your Jace. There should be no station running on any PCs. So with that being the case, that means that in the nav tree, you're gonna navigate under 10.10.11. Your Jace number. So in my case, we're using Jace 18 for the training. So 10, 10, 11, 18. I go into my BACnet network. I'm going to double click the BACnet network and see if my controller is talking. And in my case, it is. Notice it's talking okay because the status says okay and all that. So I'm talking. If there's anybody's let me try it again. Is anybody's MSTP heating system controller not working yet? Anybody still orange?
Yes, number 14. It's
number 14.
fault.
Okay, let's take a look at 14 for a second. So on yours, I'm sorry, that's 15 or 14. So we need to do a matching on yours. So what you want to do is at the bottom, do a discover. Hit the discover down there. What we got to do is find it. So clear all, hit the clear all button to uncheck all checkboxes. And then since you're 14, your network should be 21400, which I don't see it. So cancel that for a second. Let's go look at your networks. Oh, I'm sorry, there it is right there. Keep going. I was wrong. Hit OK. And it's going to discover, and hopefully what'll happen in the upper part of your window, you'll see the controller that you discovered up there. You're going to hit that. You'll pick the orange one. You hit match in the bottom right. Okay, perfect. Okay, now pick the one in the upper pane there. Now pick the orange one. That's one you created offline. Now at the bottom right, hit match. That'll match the real controller with one you created offline. Hit OK to accept that. And then in the lower pane, just click away to deselect everything. So have nothing selected. Click in the white area to just deselect anything. Yeah, right there. Okay, perfect. So yours are talking now. So you're good. Okay, anybody else's BACnet controller not talking? Anybody's still orange.
Thank you.
Okay, sure. Okay. Now with that, the next thing is now the points are not going to be behaving right. So here's how to fix your points. You want to, under your BACnet network, you want to expand your MSTP heating system controller. You want to expand points to show you two folders, your heating pump IO folder and your boiler control IO folder. Each one of those folders has a set of proxy points that we're going to pull out and smack and get them working right. So I'm going to pick the heating pump IO folder first, right button click it, views, and then I'm going to go to the AX BACnet point manager view. The AX view works like cleaner here. So AX BACnet point manager view of the heating system IO folder. Yeah. Notice in my, this is what happens. The points, I don't know why they don't want to talk, they don't. So here's step one. Let's multi-select all points in the lower pane. So pick the first one, hold down shift and hit the last one. So they're all selected, they're all blue. And then at the bottom, I'm going to hit edit, hit the edit button. When the edit window comes up with all points selected in the window, I'm going to change my enable flag to false. And I'm going to hit OK to save that. Now that they're disabled, I'm going to go back and re-enable them, and then some of them will come alive. So I hit edit again, and this time I'll change my enable flag back to true. And I'll re-enable all of them. And sometimes just that cycling causes them to work. Now with them all selected, what I want to do is click away and not have any points selected so I can slip their background, show the true state. So notice, in my case, I lucked out. In my case, all points went okay. Now, if just in case, in your case, that usually what happens is that the read-only points come up okay. So your outside temp sensor and your two pump statuses, they're all read-only points. They typically come okay with that. The writables, which is your hot water pump control, hot water pump 2 control, generally they don't come up. If they don't, the next not real pretty fix is just double click one of them, the hot water pump 1, and where it says binary value 3, for example, change it like binary value 6, save it, and then go back and change it to binary value 3. Sometimes just cycling that address causes it to start working. Now, if you were like me, you were lucky that all points came alive. We got to do the same thing to the boiler control IO. So I'm going to go to boiler control IO and really do the same thing. AX BACnet point manager. Again, notice they just don't know why they don't want to talk. So we're going to disable and re-enable. So let me pick all of them. Already see a problem here. I'm going to fix that in a second. I'm going to edit, set them to false. I go back and edit and set them back to true. This is something that you really shouldn't have to do in the field. If you got to do this kind of stuff in the field, something's not working right. We're just kind of doing something that you need to. Now, with them all done, I'm going to click away to deselect all of them. For some reason, the two boilers are still showing stale. So, oh, there we go. They failed. I know the boiler 1 control reason it's failed is because I've noticed that the object ID, he left it at analog input -1, so I got to fix that. So let me fix my boiler 1 control. He's actually a binary value. And I think the boilers are binary value 3 and 4. So binary value 3. And then the other one is binary value 4. No, the boilers what are they? They're 3 and 0. So it even though it's correct in that it's binary value 0, the crazy thing to fix it, I got to change it to binary value something else, and then change it back to binary value 0. So I change the binary value 6, then I come back and change it to binary value 0, and it's working. Crazy thing, I don't know why the MSTP network wants to behave that way, but anyhow, we got it going. So with that, if I double click my BACnet network, I notice that both my controllers, my chiller controller over the IP network and my MSTP heating controller over the MSTP network are all talking. That's good. If I go to my heating pump IO, notice how none of the points have that orange background anymore. It's because my points are online. They're okay. If I go to boiler control, same thing, all looks good there. So we're happy there. Now, with that being the case, now I'm going to check my chiller. Let me go to my chiller. This point should be working okay. And there they go. They hesitated for a second, but they're okay. So my chiller points are good. So my BACnet network's good. I'm talking. Now I'm going to go to my Modbus network. Let me see if my Modbus network is going to be talking. So let me go to Modbus, and we go to my meter. I'll go to its points. I'll go to its control panel. I'll go to the AX. I'll go to the Modbus client point manager view. And they should be. These typically do okay. Yeah, they're fine. So we're good there. So far, BACnet good, Modbus good. Now let's go to my LAN network. I don't know how much Brandon had time to set up. He's got a 1-year-old child. He got to get home. I said I can stay here. So let me go to my LAN network, double click it, and see if my controllers are talking or not. So I'm gonna double click the LAN network. Well, I think I know the story of this one. Now, for starters, if anybody's having trouble on their LAN network, the first thing I want to look at is my local LAN device. What that is, remember we talked earlier about the LAN network, that you have to add that LAN adapter in. If you have a JACE 8000, you have that little LAN module you plug into the side of the JACE 8000. That module you plug in, it has a neuron chip, and that neuron chip has a neuron ID. It's like a serial number, so to speak, of it. Now, if my JACE 8000 is not seeing that little module that's plugged into the side, my neuron ID, notice there's a column for neuron ID right there. If a neuron ID is all zeros, then that means the JACE 8000 is not seeing that little module hooked to the side. And if it's not seeing that guy is what's talking to my LAN network. In my case, I'm good. So if by chance your local LAN device neuron ID is all zeros, let me know. We gotta do a little hard boot on your JACE. If it is, then you
Yeah,
need to match up.
zero.
Is it what?
It's zero
Okay,
on
so
number 14. The neuron ID is zero.
number 14, yeah, neuron ID of the local LAN device. If that's the case, then that means that your JACE is not seeing that guy. No, yours is good. See, look at your local LAN device neuron ID. Local LAN device. See the neuron ID column? So you got a number there. So you're good. So you're talking to that guy. That's good. That's good. Okay. Now, with that, what we need to do is do a search or discover on the LAN network and match up with my LAN controller I created offline. Same basic thing we did in BACnet. I'm going to now go out and find LAN controllers. Now, let me try something here, because I know that Brandon was having a hard time with his. So I'm going to see if I can do a little trick here. Y'all just kind of ignore the man behind the curtain just for a minute. Let me do something here. There we go. So I'm going to pretend that I'm at the point of I've found I'm talking to my local device. I need to now discover and match up. Now, what the trouble that Brandon had was that when he discovered, for some reason, his Distech controller didn't report back, so he couldn't match up. I'm going to take a shot at it. So I'm going to hit discover at the bottom, and let's see what controllers that mine can find. See, mine can only find the Schneider. That's the trouble that Brandon had. So I can't match up my Distech controller because mine just didn't find it. I don't know why it's out there, but it just didn't find it. But what I need to do now is in the upper pane, that's what I found. So I'm going to pick the Schneider controller in the upper pane, and then a lower pane, I've got to match it with the Schneider controller. It's got to be the exact controller. Got to be that one. So with the lower one, I'll pick Schneider up top, Schneider down below. And now before I hit match, notice the match button at the bottom right, a little bit different than it was in BACnet. There's a small little drop down arrow to the right of match. I want to hit that arrow because what happens is this. When I created the BACnet, I'm sorry, when I created the LAN device offline, the station gave it a random address. Okay. The controller I discovered already has an address in it. So when I match up, the question is, whose address do I use? Do I use the address that's in my station, or do I use the address that's in the controller? So in my case, I'm going to say use the address in my station. So what I want to make sure that I have checked is the lower choice says use, let me see if I can zoom in here. It says use DB subnet node. That basically means use my station address, which I'm going to choose to do that. Lab has to do that. So make sure what you want to do is click the use DB subnet node and make sure it has a check next to it. So let me click mine. So now what's going to happen, I'm going to match up and I'm going to use the address that's in the station, which is what I want to do in this case. So I hit match. Confirmation screen window comes up. I'm good with that. I'll hit OK. So I've got that done. So now that's matched. Now, once you've done that, now you've got to commission the controller. Okay, you got to commission it. You got the controller This is how lawn controllers get placed properly on the network's commissioning. So with that done, I'm going to pick the MNL RR2 in the lower pane. I'm going to hit the commission button at the bottom of the screen. It's going to throw in a neuron ID and says, is this a neuron ID of the controller? I'm going to say that it is, and I'll hit apply. So it's going to commission the controller. So now what it's doing is kind of clearing the controller out to a starting point, and it's giving it an address. So it's going to sit properly on the network with all other controllers out there. Now with that done, notice bottom right, it said lawn commission was a success. Now I've got to download to the controller. I've got to actually take the configuration program that I wrote and download it into the controller. Okay, we created all this stuff offline, and where we did some programming of configuration variables. We had to download that. It didn't download. Someone downloaded it. So the way to do it, in the lower pane, I pick my air handler 1, right button click, actions, and I'm going to pick download. I'm going to pick download. Now, if I went to a job that the controller was out there and had been there for a couple of years, I would want to upload, because that means the controller probably has a good program in it. I'm going to upload that. But in my case, I'm going to pretend that this controller is a brand new controller that doesn't have any settings. I want to download what I programmed offline. So I'm going to choose download. It takes all, it's going to pop a box up, ask about recursive. I'm not quite sure what that does. I'll just leave it at true and hit OK. It downloads in about 2 seconds. And then once you
So,
download, it's going to take it about a minute to come back. Now
sorry,
with that,
Damon.
yeah, go ahead. What you got?
Yeah, before you go too
Sure.
far.
Go
You
ahead.
mentioned something that you have to choose when you match the two controllers that
Mhm.
you discovered. You have to click that little arrow and then choose.
Mhm.
I kind of like, is there any way of going back? Because I didn't do that. I just clicked match.
Well, it's okay. If it didn't give you an error, you'll be okay. On a real job site, you might want to be more specific about which address which controller gets. But if there was a problem, the station would have come back and said, "Oh, whoa, you can't pick that one because there's already another controller at that address." But if yours didn't give you that error, you'll be okay. You'll be okay. On a real job, I would be specific. No, the station has the correct addresses in it. Write the addresses down to the controllers. But if I went to an existing job that the controllers are already out there online and they're fine, and basically I'm learning the network, I'm going to say whatever address the controller has, I'll use the controller's address. So that way you can kind of pick and choose. So on a new network, in new controllers, I'm gonna let the station dictate addresses. It's gonna address everybody out in the field. On an existing job that's already in place and everything's already programmed, I don't want to. I'd rather just use the addressing that's in the controller, because they're probably okay. And maybe their job's been in for a couple of years and they have some other head end device out there. I'm gonna replace the Jace with it. So I'm gonna place it with the Jace. So I say no, just whatever addressing the controller has, use the controller's address. So that's why you have that choice there. So now with this case, I'm gonna try one more time to try to discover my lawn controller. I don't think it's gonna work. I think the Distech controller just is not gonna talk to me. I don't know why. I might play with it later on. If it did though, what I would do is I would discover and I would match the Distech controller with the Distech controller down here. I would do a match, I do a commission, and I do a download. And that way you're matching up all your controllers that way. Why my why my why mine didn't want to do it, I don't know. I can do one thing. Let me try a little trick here. In the lawn world, let me give you a little lawn education here. In the lawn world, you have a thing called service pin. And service pin is it's funny because you think it's a physical thing, but it's not. It's actually like a process. Service pin is when a controller says, "Hey, everybody, I am this tech. I am I'm a stat 100. This is my neuron ID. This is my blah blah blah." So it's sort of like you standing in a crowd and you hold a sign up and say, "Hey, everybody, this is who I am," and you put the sign back down. That's what's called a service pin. So I'm going to try to commission my lawn controller by using the service pin message. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select my excuse me, I'm sorry. I'm going to select my lawn controller. I'm going to hit commission. I'm going to go over to that lawn controller that's at that workstation, and I'm going to hit a keystroke, and I can't remember which one it is, but I'm going to try hitting a keystroke. Typically, a controller either has a small micro momentary push button on it that you can hit on a circuit board, and that shoots out a service pin message. or if it's like these Distech controllers you have that have like buttons on the front, like it's like a thermostat, it has up, increase, decrease, reset, auto, whatever. Sometimes on those kind of controllers, you hit a combination of probably 2 buttons. You hold them down for like 5 seconds and it'll shoot a service pin out. So I'm going to attempt to do that. So I'm gonna hold in air handler 2. I'm going to hit commission, and you notice one choice here is service pin. And what's happening is I'm saying I've tried to discover that Distech controller, and it just will not it won't answer me on a discovery. So I'm going to commission that controller, but to match it, to get my object at my station to match up with it, I'm going to hit service pin, and now the station says, okay, go hit the service pin on that controller, and I'll match up with it. So no controller sends out a service pin automatically. It only sends it out when you manually do it. So right now, no controller is sending a service pin out. So when I go and send a service pin, I know that lawn controller should be, hopefully will be, the only one that sends a service pin message out. And when it does, it'll find that controller. That's what I'm gonna hope for, because I know the controller's got power. So I'm gonna walk over to the lawn controller. I've got to remember which 2 buttons it is. 18 is the one, 18. I'm gonna go over it and I'm gonna try to force it to do a service pin. Okay, so if I remember right, I think it was 2 buttons. Let me see if it's these 2. 1, 2. I'm gonna hold down 2 buttons. Okay, so it wasn't those 2 buttons. Let me hold down 2 other buttons. The yes, no button. I think it's those 2. I hold down both the yes, no. I can't remember. I'm holding down 2 buttons on this lawn controller, and it's not answering. Okay. Let me hold down the other 2 again a little bit longer. Maybe 10 seconds. Yeah, it wasn't those 2. Let me hold the 2 outside ones. There are 5 buttons on this controller, and I remember it's 2 buttons you hold down together, and I can't remember which 2 it is. And I'm trying 2 button combinations here, and ain't nothing happening here.
When you get done with that, can you come to station 6? I'm still can't even
Oh,
find my
okay.
network for the MSTP heating system.
Okay. Yeah, I think I need to give it the ghost here. Yeah, I don't know. Something about this tech controller just going to misbehave. Every week we always have one. Okay, so let me see. I'm sitting in front of station 6 here. So you want to match up your controller. So you are station 6. So the network you want to discover one should be address is 20600. Which I don't see one. So let's cancel that for a second and go back to your MSTP port and let's check that guy out. So go into backnet.com and expand network and then double click MSTP port. Right there. Perfect. Okay. Oh, so I see what's happening. He's disabled. Set as enable flag to true. See, we left them disabled initially and then save that. I found that if you enabled it when it was offline, it wouldn't do right. Now go back to your backnet network. Yeah, I was talking to Brandon about it. Ever since I've done, I'm going to discover now. Ever since I've tried to add in the MSTP network to the class, I've had nothing but troubles. Now do a clear all. Hit the clear all button, and then pick just your 206. Perfect. Okay, hit OK. Now, if all's good, in the upper part of the window, you're gonna have mechanical room 6 pop in there. Perfect. Okay, now pick him, and then pick your heating system in the lower pane, and then bottom right, hit match, and then OK your confirmation screen. And then click away in your lower pane to just deselect everything. Have nothing selected and notice your good shape. Perfect. Okay. Now with that, we're going to go to your points. So back in your network, collapse backnet network. I'm sorry, collapse backnet.com, excuse me. Now go to the AX backnet point manager view of the heating pump IO folder. So views, AX backnet point manager. Perfect. Okay, so your points, some of them were happy, some of them weren't. So one thing we got to do, notice that, wait a minute, hold on a second. Notice that your hot water pump 2 status, his address is binary value -1. We need to make him binary value 2. So double click him Making binary value 2. -1's is a non-valid number. Okay, that, and I bet he'll start talking. Click away to deselect. Yeah, perfect. Okay, now for the other two, they want a little more attention. So here's what's going to happen. You're going to double click him for the hot water pump 1, change it into binary value 6, and then save it. And you're going to change it back to binary value 1. I'm sorry, binary value 3. Change it back to binary value 3. Some reason we have to like cycle these addresses. Yeah, he's okay. Now do the same thing to the next one. Change it to 6 and then change it back to 4. Perfect. Oops. Oh, you got a write access tonight. So here's what's going on there. Go to your wire sheet view of that. What's happening is that you got some logic trying to write the input number 10 of that point, and in the controller, it's only going to let you write to 1, 8, and 16. So see where you got that on hot water pump 2, you got that link going to input 10. Break that link and then relink it to input 16. So hit that. There you go, and delete. Now come out of output B and go into input 16. Perfect. There you go. There's nothing wrong other in the controller, in the backend controller. You can open up which ports may be written into, and I only have 1, 8, and 16 open. So when you try to hook the 10, it said no, 10 is not available. So that's good. So now go to your backnet point manager of your boiler controller, and let's see what's going on there.
So for homework, the only thing we have is lab 25. Is that correct?
No, what we did is we hopscotched over 2 labs to get to this one because, as you can tell, the commission can take a while depending on what kind of luck we have. It can take a while, so we want to have it done for sure before the end of today. The 2 labs we hopscotched over, you can actually do on your own. They're a lot simpler. So there's a batch editor lab, which I forget which one it is. It's like 21, 22 or something, and then a customization lab. It's a 2 just before the commission lab. Knock those 2 out.
Okay.
Those are relatively straightforward, simple labs. You can do those on your own. That's why we want to go and do this first, because you probably need help on these, but the others you can do on your own. So just knock out those 2 and we'll be in great shape. Okay, so back on lab 6, just multi-select all those points and hit edit at the bottom. And then set your enable flag to false and okay that. And then you're going to go back and do the same thing, but set it back to true. Set enable flag back to true. All right. And then click away to deselect to see what, there you go. Perfect. All yours came online. So you're perfect. You got it. All set.
Thank you.
Sure. Okay. Who else? Anybody else? What you got going on out there? Anybody got any questions?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Station who?
14.
14. Okay. Coming your way.
Okay, let's start with the lawn
Oh my
works.
gosh. You got some fancy stuff going on there. Okay.
Yeah. So okay, let's start with this one.
You're creative. I like that. Okay.
It's not
So
that.
with yours.
So the Schneider, I did discover it, and
Okay, yeah, it looks like it matched up okay, so that's good. So let's commission man. So select him and then hit commission at the bottom. Wait a minute. All right, wait a minute. Something didn't go happy there. So let's try this. All right, so you got okay. Do a right button, click on that guy. Go to actions. I'm sorry, go to views and go to the AX, the top choice, AX property sheet. Okay, now in this view, expand device data. About 7 properties down, you see device data, expand that. And then go through, swipe through the neuron ID, the top property, and just backspace that address out. Go to the address, to the right. To the right, yeah. Just wipe that whole field out. Just do a delete. Okay, now hit save at the bottom. Now go back, go back one screen. Okay, now let's do a discover. Is it not discovered? There you go. There you go. Yes, and it's coming. Okay, now pick him again. The top one. Pick the Schneider in the bottom. Okay, now at the bottom right, drop the little arrow to the right of match. Pick the lower choice there. Perfect. Now hit match. And then hit OK. Okay, now click away to deselect that guy. Just click in the white part so you don't have anything selected in the lower pane. Yeah. Okay, now do a, I'm looking at your controller. The lights aren't lighting up on it. Try to do a commission. Let me see. Let me drive just for a second.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, now we got some lights on in front of your controller. I did a job one time with World Source heat pumps that had these Schneider controllers. They were really good. There you go. Okay. And now I'm gonna let you drive from here. So go back now, select the air handler 1, right button click, actions download.
So this
There you go.
guy.
Yep. Right button, or just do a right button click on it. Actions, kind of near the top. Download. And hit OK. Perfect. Now download air handler 2 also. Actions. There you go. Perfect. Okay. Now,
So
I'm sorry, I'm chewing on a piece of candy here. Last thing we got to do. Well, this is for everybody. I completely forgot this.
so this
Double
is
click your LAN network. So let me go back to my machine for a second. I forgot everybody doing LAN. I completely left a step out. So what you need to do is what's called a binding. And a binding, what it does is it binds the point. In the LAN network, LAN devices are true peer-to-peer devices. They talk to each other directly. There's no traffic handling tool on a network. Some networks you have to have something that handles the routing or whatever. Within the LAN network, controllers talk to each other directly. And to make that happen, you have to do what's called a binding. The binding solidifies basically they call it the communications avenue between two controllers. So once you've got your LAN controllers added, you matched them and you've commissioned them, the last step is you want to do a binding. So on your LAN network, what you want to do in your nav tree, double click LAN network under drivers. Your default view is your LAN device manager. In the top right, drop down LAN device manager and select LAN link manager. LAN link manager. Now, if you were able to get all your devices discovered, they should all say the link status should be new link. That's good. If they did, don't select any and just hit the bind button at the bottom. Okay. If you're like me and maybe a controller didn't show up, like in my case it didn't, I only want to pick the links that say new link. If they say error, I'm not going to pick them. So I'm going to pick the ones that say new link.
what about this one?
And then I hit selective bind. And what I'm saying is I want to bind the ones that will work. Is that one? So if both your controllers came online and you go to the LAN link manager view and everyone says the link status said new, don't pick any of them, which means it'll pick them all, and then hit link at the bottom. Oh, hit bind at the bottom. So you're on station 14, say all yours. Well, you have a device error. Huh, that's weird.
I have
So
device right here.
how did that happen? Because we did commission both of those guys, didn't we, or did we? Did we not commission? Let's try to commission. Maybe that was my fault. Double click your LAN network. Well, actually change your view selector to your LAN device manager view. I might have actually screwed you up there. Pick the MNL RR2 and commission him. Yeah, commission that guy. And hit apply. And then pick the second one and do the same. Well, let the first one finish up. I can't remember if we commissioned or not. We might have skipped that step. Okay, now pick air handler 2 and commission him. Okay, now in the top right, change back to your LAN link manager view, and let's see what happens. See if they should all say new link. That's better. Now, without picking anything, just hit bind at the bottom. Don't pick anything. Just hit bind at the bottom. There you go. If you want to bind the entire table, you don't select any and just hit bind, and it binds the entire table. Because sometimes you want to pick specific ones and not all of them. Perfect. Now you're in great shape. Now from here, give it about 30 seconds for your controllers to reboot. Because when you do a binding on controllers, they reboot. And once they reboot, it should start working okay. So in my case, I'm back over to my controller again. Since I've only got one controller that wanted to behave, that was air handler 2 with my disk tech. No, my lawn did okay. So I'll go to air handler 2. And if I look, I should have a control. Oops. What am I doing? I should have. Come on. Come on. There we go. I should have a good looking air handler. Notice that my points are all white back down there. So we're talking good there. Okay, so all right, so I think I'm pretty good here. I'm going to do a station save, right button click save, and then we'll talk about doing a backup. The main difference in save and backup basically copies the JS to your PC. Save does not. More detail, but in general, backup's good. Okay. Now with that, who's got any questions from here? What kind of questions we got? How are we making out?
I had an issue with my graphics not showing up.
I'm sorry. Somebody, I could hear a voice kind of faint in the background there.
So I said I had an issue with my graphics not showing up.
Okay. Which station are you?
Station 2.
Station 2. Here we go. Okay. All right. So log into your J station. Let's see what you got going on there. Okay. So go take me to a graphic and let's see what we got going on there. All right. Oop, expand points. Expand points. There we go. Okay. A double click heating pump IO. Okay. So this happens every once in a while. Sometimes images, and I don't know why. I don't know why this happens. Sometimes some images, the piping oil, just don't want to show up, and I have yet to figure out what causes this to happen. See, you notice like the piping, the boilers, and I don't know why this happens. I'm trying,
And then the pumps are gone.
yeah. If you notice, there's a place where they're supposed to be, and if I click on the image, I'll show you. And actually, I can't find it. Okay. So why did it not find it? Hold on a second here. See, it didn't copy over. It didn't copy over something. You should have had a folder here that said KitPX N4SVG, and then that had the images in there, and it didn't copy over. So let me look at something. Let me drive just for a second. I know sort of what's going on there. Yeah, see, your station didn't have that. Why did your station not do that? Because what happens in graphics is that when you add something to your graphic from a module, from a graphic module, and generally it's the KitPX N4SVG module, it will add a folder under PX called KitPX N4SVG, and then it adds a bunch of subfolders to copy that image in there. And yours didn't seem to want to do that. And I'm puzzled why it didn't do that. See, let me look in the station now. See, it didn't do it. Why did it not do it? Because when you built that graphic, I don't know what causes this. I have seen this rarely. See, there they are. It's because it's referencing the graphic itself. It's referencing the module. No, there it is. Referencing the KitPXN for SVG piping. Yeah. Let me look at something real quick. This is something that's I'm trying to get the programmers to look at, and they tell me I'm crazy. See, there it is. Here it is. See, that was supposed to happen when you built your graphic, and it didn't want to do it. And I don't know why that was the case. The strange thing is, like, your pumps showed up okay.
So you copied the folder over?
No, it's supposed to do it automatically. See, this is what's kind of throwing me, is that what I just did. When you add something from the module, it creates a folder of the name of the module, and it it copies it over. And see that, like, let me copy the next one, these L's. So let me copy the L's over. You got northeast, northwest, southeast, southwest. And if I come back down to the files on my station, there they all are. So it's like, what the heck happened here? Why did it not create that folder structure before? Oh, shoot. And with that, see, the boilers don't show up either. So maybe the two boilers over there. What the heck didn't they show up? Hmm. There you go. So this is what I see. I get some kind of an error like this, and I cannot figure out why it does this. I don't know. I've tried to get the programmer to help me out. Why does it? When I brought it over, let's do a different one. Got those over okay. We'll just fake it and do it with those guys. Now, with that, here's the trouble. I don't know if it's gonna. Hmm. Did the chiller graphic show up okay? Did you do the chiller graphic? Or did you have time to do that one?
No, I didn't do the chiller.
That's okay. That's not a problem. Okay,
Yeah.
okay, that's fine. That's actually to your advantage. Let me see. The dashboard should be okay. That one, perfect, good. And now from there, the other one is the air handler. Did they show up okay? Okay, the damper's not working. Now, okay. See, we got other things I'm going to show you. You may have to. I don't know. I see this happen sometimes. What's supposed to happen is as you build your graphic, when you grab things from the KitPX N4 SVG palette, it builds a folder called KitPX N4 SVG, then a folder to represent how to get to those images. So the damper, KitPX N4 SVG, dampers two-way. See, it didn't bring it in again. So, and I have yet to figure out why this. Unfortunately, I can't give you a good answer why it doesn't work. Because if I look at it, KitPX N4 SVG dampers, damper two-way. If I look at these images, they're all going to say can't display. Oh, that one did. So one of them worked, the other didn't. And I have yet to figure out why it wants to do that.
What would be the best action, like if you ran out into this in the field? Would it be to delete everything and just restart commissioning the JSON?
And in the case of this graphic thing that's in, honestly, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why it does it. I can't get an answer of why it does it. I don't know. It happens so seldom. It might happen once every 4 classes I teach, and I don't know what does it. I have, like, if I look at this image and I go into here, notice it can't find it anywhere. It's not there. It's because this guy's pointing to the folder called PX KitPX N4 SVG coils, and if I look at my file structure, it doesn't exist. So I can try pulling it out again, but I got a funny feeling it'll be like a damper. I'm gonna go to coils cooling. I don't know what does this. It was yeah, coils the coils. Well, actually, this one I think I do know. Well, I guess I don't know. I probably could do that. Yeah, see, it points to it, but if you notice the size of the graphic is 0, 0. It something screwy happens in a station, and I cannot for the life of me figure out what does this. Um, hmm. Mm-mm. See, here it is right here. Here's the point, the cooling point. And it's looking for the file located in files, PX, so it's looking there. So it's looking down here for the file. There it is, coils, cooling, and there it is. So there it is. But in the file structure of the station, if I look at the image, it basically is an invalid image, and I don't know why that happens. I see that happen every so often. So I don't know. I don't know if something gets cached It doesn't show it up or what? So what I can do, well, I don't want to do this because you've actually fixed everything else also. So I'm going to cancel that. But for now, I wouldn't worry about it. But yeah, I don't know why it wants to do this. I see this happen like 1 out of every 5 classes. One student has it happen, and I got for some reason when the images get created, they have no size to them, and all of a sudden images just don't show up. And I have yet to come up with a good reason of why they don't do it.
Okay.
I wish I could give you a better answer, but like if I go to the air handler, you know, yeah, nothing's there. Yeah, nothing's showing up. It's like, well, it wouldn't um because if I look under here under files, there's no folder that has those things. I just don't know how it got lost. I've been really puzzled to what did they work okay when it was running in the PC?
Yeah, they worked fine. The only thing I had an issue with now Air Handler 2, I did have an issue where
Yeah, air handler 2, I can fix that real quick. That one I can fix. So we can
yeah,
actually take care of that one. That's no trouble. So what I
yeah,
could do is just
I made too many PXs and then I had an error and I deleted them, but then I don't know if I didn't delete them from the right spot,
no.
but
So I got
it
rid of
wouldn't let
those
me
guys. So now from there I'm gonna add him back in. And the key is I gotta use the same name. You know, it's called air handler PX, and I want to reuse that graphic. So now you're set. So you got 2 graphics that don't work right for you. So anyhow. Yeah, I wish I had an answer, but I see this happen so seldom that I can't really make a case out of it because I've got to be able to, you know, if ever I go to the programmers, they're going to say, okay, can you replicate it? And I'll say, no. It's okay. Well, evidently somebody did something wrong. There's nothing wrong with the software. Like you know, I can't prove, but I see this happen sometimes. I don't know why it doesn't. You know, it had to have been that one time. What throws me is that some of those things we saw were there. I think we ran the station, the PC, it actually found them. So I'm not sure why that is either. I have an idea, but I'm not sure. So unfortunately, I can't give you a good answer. I can only tell you that I have seen it, and I don't know why. I don't know why it wants to behave that way. But you know, for now, just don't really worry about it. It's just your lab station. It won't affect the grade or anything like that. But
okay.
I've asked around. I've talked to tech support and the programmers, and I've said, "What's going on here, guys?" And I can't get it. I really can't get a good answer why it didn't do it. But you
All
notice
right.
once I started adding the images after the fact, it started creating that folder structure.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know what I you know I just can't give you a good answer. I wish I could, but I can't. So anyhow, so that's another one I have to let go. Anybody else? It's getting about 7. I might have to be packing up here short and head out of here. Does anybody else have any questions about anything?
I still have those dancing graphics.
On which day? Are you 14?
14, yeah.
Fourteen.
They
Okay.
just
What's going
the,
with the graphic there?
the header for the lawn networks for the
Hmm.
lawn works. Let me open
Okay.
it.
Show me. I'm sitting in front of there. What you got going on there?
See
Okay.
the
So
angler is dancing here.
okay, I'll show you. Go back. Go in your nav tree. Double click the header folder.
Header
It's kind of down
folder.
low a little bit.
This one?
Yeah. Okay. Now go to edit mode. Hit your pencil on the toolbar and to go to edit mode. On the toolbar about midway across. Yeah, that guy. Now double click header. And see the bottom property status effect. You've got that set to color and blink. You don't want that thing to do anything. Just change that to none. Okay. Now hit. I think another one was the date. Go to the date also. Anything that was blinking. See. Yeah, those guys. You don't. When you generally you set the color and blink if it's like an alarm point. That way, what happens if a point goes into alarm, the background goes red, and it'll blink. And do the same thing with your date because the date was the same way. Go to the date and time. I think yeah. So I think that was blinking too. See that one? Yeah, yeah. Those guys we didn't need to set that on. Set it to none. There you go. Because those are just you on display. Now Go to view mode, hit the pencil to go to view mode, and then go back to your air handler.
So why is it not? It wasn't. It was only blinking on these guys, the LAN networks.
It would have been blinking because they had an alarm. You had it set to color and blink, and what happens is that color says if depending on what the status says, set the background that color. So if it was an alarm, it's the background red or whatever. Blink says if it's an alarm, blink, and if it goes back to normal, continue to blink. That way, if you look at it and it's blinking, you'll notice that that means it went into alarm at one time. So the way to see now you're okay. But go to your alarm console for a second. Go to your services and then go to your alarm service and double click your alarm console. Yeah. Now double click the control room console. Okay. Now go ahead and acknowledge all those guys. See. Notice that the alarm it says you had an alarm, but it's okay now. Once you acknowledge it, it's all good. So just pick them all and just acknowledge all of them. Yeah, all the green bells. Just pick and acknowledge all of them. There you go. Acknowledge. There you go. But what had happened is that in building the header graphic, you set that field on the header piece of the thing that displays the header name. You set it to color and blink. Actually, the lab, what it wants you to do, to set color and blink on the temperatures. Because see, where you have the outside temperature sensor and all this stuff, the reason you set color and blink is that if they ever go into alarm, you want their background field to go red. Okay? Or if the controller is down, you want them to go yellow or something like that. So for the header, it's just meant to be to display the name of the folder. You don't really need that guy to be doing it to tell you what's going on.
Yeah, sure. Yeah,
So,
thanks. Thank you.
all right. What else? Anything else?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody else got any questions? I'm gonna start probably packing up here in just a second. Unless you got any questions, I do have to get heading on back home now. So, all right. So I've been recording all this stuff, so I hope I didn't say anything bad. I'm gonna go ahead and stop the recording. Let me get the recorder and stop him. Okay.